And we're live.
Yo, 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 what's up, everyone? Welcome to another episode of the podcast. We have a lot to talk about as usual. It's going to be fun. So I'm excited, man. How have you been, Revenant?
Been pretty good. So how have you been?
Yeah, I've been pretty good too. Pretty good too. Trying to do
Cool.
too much sometimes as usual, but you know how it goes.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. I mean, I know some people were pretty upset with the video we did on Kingdom Come Deliverance too. But
Yeah, definitely. A lot of coping, a lot of seething.
Yep.
Uh,
Yeah. And
all of that.
to the people who are coping and seething, too fucking bad. The game is still woke. But go ahead and enjoy your slop anyway. So yeah, I'll
Yeah.
be avoiding it. I'll be saving $70 and I'll play other games. So there's no shortage of other games that need to be finished or even ones that I've never experienced before that I can actually
Well,
spend money on.
I think it's weird that people can't accept the duality because there's like a simple duality that a game could be simultaneously woke and still be a decent game. Usually that's not the case, but that could actually happen. You have that situation where a game might be like technically pretty good overall, but have woke shit in it. I think it's up to the person who's playing to decide whether or not that's like their disliking of woke shit is above their need to play a game, right? Because like
Hmm.
most of the woke games have been dog shit, to be fair. But if Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is technically a good game, is that enough for you to overlook wokeness? And if that's all it takes for you to overlook it, that means they can feed any
Hmm.
propaganda to you. If they wrap it in the right peanut butter, you're gonna gobble that bitch down. So it's kind of like what
Pretty
what
much, yeah,
what do you value more than the other? I guess.
exactly. Let me see some of the comments. Uric, what's up? Breaking news: some of the Bioware writers that worked on Belgard are now working on Ghost of Yote. Wow. Well, I mean, it was already looking like dog shit anyway, considering, if you saw some of the bios and some of the people that were already there. And of course, the face model and voice actress for the main character, who's a fucking maniac, a raging radical leftist activist. Um, so that game was already gonna be like dog shit anyway. So just adds to the fire pretty much. Latina, what's up? Never played Ghost of Tsushima, but let's be real, it was just Sony's version of a Ubisoft game. Yeah, I agree. So definitely felt that way.
It
So
definitely
let's
had
see what
things I
we
didn't
got.
like. There were times where like I would be because I beat that game. I did pretty much most of the side shit that I could find in Ghost of Tsushima, and I do like the game, but there was a lot of empty space, and like I felt like they could have like done a lot more to make the game more fun, like litter the world with more enemies, more like band-aids and shit
Hmm.
like that. It's just yeah, the environments are beautiful, but there's only but so many times I can ride through them and not get bored considering how long you would
Yeah.
be riding through the fort. It kind of almost reminded me of like GTA 5. Like if you just actually like think about like driving across like the city, to the desert or whatever, it's so
Hmm.
long,
It
but there's a
is.
lot going on. And that's kind of
Yep.
how I felt with Ghost of Tsushima, except there was nothing going on there. There was just like empty space.
Yeah.
Like
You just get
follow the
stopped with
fox,
you get stopped with the same like objective. Like, oh, help
follow the
me, whatever
fox,
they're trying to kill me or
smell the
whatever.
roses, do a haiku,
Yeah.
a haiku. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
and Ghost of Yote, if Ghost of Yote is more of Ghost of Tsushima 1, is it like, come on, man, like is that enough for you to like if all it takes is for the gameplay to be good for you to turn off your pattern recognition radar, then that means that like really you have like you shouldn't be taken seriously because that means that it doesn't matter what's actually right or wrong. All that matters is that you is that the game is fun, which I mean we're all gamers, but I don't know, man. I can't take people serious who I can't take people seriously who claim to be against the woke shit. But then if it's a series that they like or if the game looks good, then all of a sudden the woke shit is okay. I don't get that. You're gonna see a lot of that with
Hmm.
GTA
I mean, that's
6,
pretty
by the
much
way.
that's what you're seeing with yeah, and you're also seeing that now with Kingdom Come Deliverance too. So a lot of people
That's what
showing
happened with Baldur's
the true
Gate.
colors of that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what
that
happened
too,
with
and
Baldur's
also
Gate
Starfield as well.
and Starfield.
Starfield
Even
to a
though,
lesser extent, but
well,
especially
it was
Baldur's Gate.
people wanted space Skyrim, and they weren't going to let anyone stop them from playing it, and they made excuses like this is that. It's
Yeah.
like, bro, it's woke. If you like the game because it's space Skyrim, great. I'm not gonna ever knock somebody for at least admitting the truth, but I am gonna lose a little respect for them if you claim to be anti woke, and you're seeing that a lot from people in that space. Ghost of Yote might have good combat. It might be more of the first game, but you're playing as a freaking female. Female, they represent, like, if you ask, first off, AI is left leaning. I don't know if everyone knows that who's watching, but most AIs are like left leaning because of the people that curate it. So they have some biased information on there. If you ask AI the percentage of female samurai in Japan, it's like 0.1, like 0.0001% chance. And even then, they were meant to protect homesteads, not go on adventures and kill a bunch of fucking invaders. So, like, in the end of the day, Ghost of Yote, if people want to belittle the argument, say like, oh, you're just mad because you're playing as a woman, I guess you could say that because by proxy, you are playing as a woman in that era, but it's just nonsensical. It's just a nonsensical choice, and it's done for no reason. People don't care about this new character. They wanted to play as Jin Sakai.
And on top of that, we know the real reason why that people are going to be playing as a female. So
yeah, exactly. We all know the real reasons. It's a bunch of
only simpleton fools will think that it's just because it's a female and that's it. But
yeah, it's language. People like leftists. They play language games. It's always about language games. That's all you're dealing with. It's like I was having a debate earlier about how I don't like Sam Wilson as Captain America, and people try to denigrate it to oh, you're just mad because he's black or whatever. It's like, I don't care that he's black because I like the Falcon. When I was a kid, I used to have a shit ton of Falcon action figures because I just thought he was cool with the red and white color scheme and the wings and whatnot. And like, but people don't understand that because all they hear is that you're criticizing a black character rather than actually listening to the argument being made. It's always about word games. It's always about word games.
Yeah, it's usually how it is. Like they'll find one thing to harp on while ignoring like everything else. Like they ignore like 98% of what you said and just harp on only like 2%.
Well, to like, all right, so to put like in this case, in this particular argument, I don't even like Bucky being Captain America. I feel like if Captain America dies, let the mantle and all that die with him. That's all I was saying. I actually like the Falcon. I don't think he's a bad character, but he shouldn't be Captain America. He's not Captain America. If it was Bucky, I still wouldn't like it. You get me? So it's like, and in the comics, both things happen. I'm just using that as an example. I know it's a little bit like off subject, but that's always the game that they're gonna play.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So let me catch up some of the comments because Latina wrote, my KC2 worth a shill vid got 50% like to dislike ratio. LOL. Yeah, definitely check that out. I actually had to catch up with that one. I saw the other one. Definitely check out his videos on it. So he does a very really good job, and actually also addressed a bunch of shills. I think one of them being fucking typical British fucking leftist straight out of college.
Of course,
and shit like that. Yeah, the
of
usual.
course, UK leftist archetype.
Yeah. Apollo Patriot, what's up? I'm enjoying Fallout 4 modded, Space Marine 2 40K, and Insurgency Sandstorm. Nice.
Yes.
Doctor.
Yo, Melina, what's up? What's up? Burv is here.
Apollo boys. It's gonna be
Apollo
the greatest
Patriot
RPG of our generation, so it can't be woke. Yeah, that's the usual shit they end up saying. It's gonna be a great game, so it can't be woke. I don't give a fuck if it's a great game or not. It doesn't matter. It's still woke.
So when people use the argument,
yeah, I mean that's usually what they end up saying, and it's pretty sad because it doesn't dispute anything that's being said.
No, they always attack.
It's a top seller. Pre-orders are high. Like that doesn't change what's being said. That's not refuting.
Bro, if the game
arguments that are being made.
Red Dead Redemption 2 is a great game. I like that game a lot. Red Dead Redemption 2 is an amazing game. I enjoyed the game quite a bit. It doesn't change the fact that there's a ton of woke shit in there. You could say you like the game. You could say it's a good game, but you can't say it's not woke. There's woke shit in that game, whether you like it or not. Yeah, like that's the reality that we live in. Like, so, like in the end of the day,
I'll even give another example. Rise of the Ronin, good game.
Yes,
but it does have woke shit in it. And I discovered the woke shit when I was playing it. I didn't know about it beforehand. And it could also
Exactly.
be because it was a game that went under the radar, excuse me, fairly
Mhm.
quickly. But yeah, I mean, I could say I
Yeah, no,
like the
it's true.
game, but it does have woke shit, and it does kind of like hamper with the experience, I would say.
Hold on. Let me
But
read a
is it
comment
is
real
it
quick.
okay?
Dr. Qualude said Sam Wilson came out and said Captain America does not represent him, even though he's trying to be Miles Morales Captain America. Exactly. He wants to reject what Cap stands for, but still be Captain America, but with his own twist on it. That's what all these leftist writers try to do. And I agree with Latina Parfait, where they said where he said what they said it would be different if she was attractive. I mean, because at least if she was attractive, yeah, it would still be like some female representation. But it's kind of like weird. Like it's like when they make them look like that, you can usually tell that it's woke shit. Because if they generally just wanted to make a good female character and they wanted to like negate history, at least make her attractive. That kind of shows like, all right, you're not doing it necessarily because you're trying to play ball with people, but because you just wanted to make a beautiful character. That's the same reason why you can't consider Eve or numerous other characters like necessarily woke, because yeah, they're female characters that are like kicking ass or whatever, but they're not specifically designed to like not look good. Like they're not going out of their way to make them look as mid or average as possible. Like that's a clear sign that's what their
Mm-hmm.
intentions are when they do
Yeah,
that.
you're right.
And I just want to answer one more thing that
What's up,
Neozoic
Neozoic?
said. Neozoic
Right.
said, just because I'll just nip it in the butt now. He said, "What do you think about the counter argument of Dick Grayson and Terry McGinnis as Batman's replacement?" See, like, if anyone was to replace Batman, it should probably be Dick Grayson, but they should never do that. Just because that's the best choice to replace him doesn't mean that he should ever do it. You know what I mean? Like, it's to me, like when they did the Batman Rest in Peace storyline, like I actually did not like that other people were like being Batman. Like even back then, like I thought maybe get rid of, like, if anyone could do it, it's Dick, but whatever. And then at the same time with Batman Beyond, see the caveat with Batman Beyond, and it's the same thing about Spider-Man 2099. I was in the 90s and the 2000s. I used to read Spider-Man 2099. I don't know if you know about that, but he was Spider-Man from the future, like the year 2099. Peter is like an old man. He has like one leg, I believe, or something like that. I think he might have died actually. I don't quite remember. But the point is that it was in the far future, and it kind of ruled out Peter from being Spider-Man. If you do a storyline where it's like in a high-tech future, and the original Batman's like 90 years old, for example, then I don't mind Terry McGinnis being Batman, because it's not replacing him. But if you have a contemporary Batman being replaced by Nightwing, if Batman currently just dies and then Tim Fox takes over, then I'll have more of a problem with it. Or if even Dick Grayson takes over. So there's a clear difference between Terry McGinnis and Sam Wilson, or Miguel O'Hara and Miles Morales. To be clear.
Right. Let me catch up on some comments. Burv, what's up? When it comes to games that claim to be historically accurate, I'm sorry, yeah, well, even the best World War II video games like Brothers in Arms are littered with inaccuracy. Devs need to stop saying it. I agree. Yeah, they got to stop with that. If you're not going to
I
be
agree.
historically accurate, and don't claim to be, because then when people call you out on it, then you want to jump through all these hoops and fucking have meltdowns like fucking Daniel Vavra is, then it's not a
Daniel
good look.
Volva. Daniel
Yeah,
Volva.
Volva. Volva. Latina said Ubisoft games are fun for like the first 10-15 hours, then you realize everything is copy and paste and you're just doing the same five things over and over. I
Yes. You know
agree.
what's
Yeah.
funny?
Even
You
I
just
had
said,
just finished
okay.
Watch Dogs 1. Oh, you would say that? Yeah, I just
No, no,
finished
no,
it
no, no.
like
Go
a
ahead. Go ahead.
few
Go ahead. Go ahead.
weeks
I'll say. I'll
ago.
say. I'll say what I'll say afterward. Go ahead. Say what you're gonna say.
Okay. And that is pretty much the case with that game. One of the things that really keeps it interesting though is the story. I think it has a really good story. When you get like a little farther in the game, not that farther, I would say like maybe like around like the third act or around the second act, which is several missions later within that time. So there was a couple of times where like early on, I was like really considering like dropping it because I did that before. Like this is like my third attempt playing the game. And I stuck with it. I'm actually glad I did. But keep in mind this was like 2014 Ubisoft, so the quality and all that pretty much dipped even more since then. So and again, like with Watch Dogs 1, I would say like the real saving grace is the story. But again, you have to deal with some fairly mediocre shit in the beginning until things kind of like pick up.
Yeah,
And
like I was
what's up,
I was gonna
Melina? How's it going?
I was gonna say in that regard, because when I was playing Ghost Recon Wildlands, that's what I was trying to play it again recently because I've had the game for years. I've never actually finished it because it's fun. It's exactly what you said. It's fun for like the first 15 minutes, but then after playing it, I remember why I dropped it. Like I remember being why I got bored and dropped it. So there's a lot of
Yeah.
truth to that, and
Mm-hmm.
it's just funny because like in that game, and also that game is like kind of sold as it could be played single player, which it can, but it's definitely intended to be played by with multiplayer, which I guess can make it more fun. But really, I found it like really boring. It's really doing the same shit over and over gets really tired fast. And I think that I kind of miss the old days, the old PS2 days, and the old PS2 days, and the old even PS1 days, where a game would be like 8 hours long, but it'll be memorable and fun. Like I'm okay with a game being short if it's fun. Like Metal Gear Rising, I could beat that game in like 6 hours, probably even less because of like how many times I've beaten it. But that game never stops being fun. But I can't play Assassin's Creed 2 over and over again because of how long the game is, for example. So it's just one of those things where I think that it's okay for a game to be shorter. Like it doesn't have to be like a long grind. Like I'm okay with a 6 hour game if it's high fidelity, like really fun. So.
Yeah, it kind of goes to what DJ Direwolf was saying. I'm having fun with a short linear game like Ninja Gaiden 2. Sick of empty open world games. Yeah, not every game needs to be open world. It's fine to
Ninja
have
Gaiden 2 is
linear
amazing.
game. We actually need more of that now because it's so saturated.
Yeah, I agree. Ninja Gaiden 2 that's a great example. Ninja Gaiden 2 is super fun. Can it be long? It could be long if you suck and you die a lot, which is, a lot of people on their first playthrough. But that's okay. That's what makes like it being challenging gives it replayability and extends the game's like length. But if you're good at it, it's fun to just chop up fiends and ninjas for 5 hours or 6 hours.
Exactly.
There's nothing wrong with that. And I think those are the games that are the most memorable. Like Assassin's Creed. Yes, Assassin's Creed 2 is a great game. I do like that game a lot. But if you really think about it, like how many moments in Assassin's Creed 2 are really memorable, like truly memorable for you? And then now you compare that to other games from the past. So
yeah. What's up, Royce? Retro games are better than woke crap 2025 video games. Yep, definitely.
Yes, the Prime, you're on the money. Metal Gear Rising is amazing. I've been considering making videos on that game because I was actually I was doing a no damage Armstrong run. I was doing a no damage run on the hardest difficulty, but since I played a game on Xbox, it's much more difficult to record footage for it as opposed to the PS5. But yeah, it's incredible.
Well,
it's an incredible game.
What's up, Brian?
Probably, I would argue that's one of the best action games of all time. Somehow, that's one of the best action games of all time.
Leonardo, what's up? So, okay. Was there something we were gonna like? I know we're trying to think of ways to kind of like make the conversations a little more smoother and whatnot.
Well, all right. Why don't you tell everybody the subjects first? The subjects that we're going to be talking about, the topics.
All right, no problem. All right, so I mean, it's already on here anyway, but
for the people who too long didn't read.
right, yeah, I get that. Yeah,
too long didn't read.
Yeah. So Ubisoft closing. They closed the Star Wars Outlaws studio. I don't think they closed any other studio, but obviously there's been layoffs as well been going on before this. But yeah, so that studio is pretty much no more. Bioware have been receiving layoffs, specifically with the Veilguard studio that was in charge of that game. So a lot of the people who were there, like the key people who were in charge, a lot of like the stuff that made it into the game, really, they're gone, and they are quote unquote restructuring the studio again. Um, for Mass Effect 5, and
Dead on arrival.
they brought in like people who used to work on the first game and the second game or whatever and whatnot. Like it's the usual shit where they try to market a game solely based off of like who is like tied to it, like what long time developer uh is on the project.
Which is ironically
So
pointless when you think about it.
yeah, it really is, because keep in mind,
Because
fucking Bioware is Canadian, and fucking uh
yeah, yeah, exactly.
predominantly left leaning, and it's gotten worse over the years, especially in this current Trump era.
Well,
Once again,
keep in
so
mind the people that made Max Payne, they also made that game Control and Quantum Break. And just because
yeah,
the
Remedy, yeah,
developers are Remedy, and just because a developer is like renowned
and
for
Alan Wake
something,
too.
and Alan Woke too, yeah. So when you think
Yeah,
about it, it's like you could say, all right, well, the talent is there, whatever, but how is the talent being restricted? How have their ideals changed over time? That plays a big factor. You know,
yeah,
if you make something awesome in the 2000s or late 90s, and you're now like have a modern day ideology, it doesn't matter that you made that thing in the past. I mean, how many times do you see creators say like Ed Boon, for example? I call him Ed Kuhn. Ed Kuhn, for example, he says all of a sudden he's ashamed of the female character designs from those games, and it's the same
hmm
Ed Boon. It's the same Ed Boon from
yeah,
MK1.
yeah.
So I don't. That
Say
doesn't
the
mean shit to
phone,
me.
same guy. Yeah,
Yeah, it doesn't mean shit to me. They can say all
they,
they want. They can say all
well,
they want. Yeah, go ahead. Continue.
oh, sorry, because delay. But I was just gonna say that they had someone return to Bioware, I believe, for what was it, Mass Effect Andromeda? It was Andromeda, or maybe like early on for Belgard, but he had left. So I don't remember who it was. I think his name is it Mitch Dyer or something? It's some name like that. Um, who I think went to Warner Brothers for Gotham Knights. I think I may
Yikes.
be getting the guys confused, but
Gotham
regardless, they
Knights.
had
That's
someone
not a
to
great thing on your resume. Gotham Knights.
no, no, especially if I am correct about this, or I'm getting it mixed up, but uh, like I think he had left Bioware, then came back. I think he was working on Andromeda. It was either Andromeda or Veilguard. I want to say Andromeda or maybe Anthem. I don't know, but he was under fire for saying some like bullshit like posts a couple years ago while working on whichever game, talking about bigots and the usual type of shit like that. So that
You don't agree on
adds to
my
the point of
ideology,
that just
bigot.
yeah. So that adds to the point of like, they can bring back anyone from the past. It doesn't mean they gotta have the same thought process as before.
Yeah,
And
and remember,
usually
there's
all you
another
need to
key thing.
do is go on their social media account and just see what they openly say and who they follow and whatnot, and then you'll get an idea of like
Yeah,
what they're gonna implement in the game, because it never fails. Like people think like want to give them the benefit of the doubt now because they think like, oh, it's their last chance, so they'll probably just focus on making a good game. And my thing is like, why
no,
even
they're not.
reward them at this point? Why even
Yeah,
like still support them or even like entertain the idea of giving them a second chance, or even
let
like
them suffer.
looking at it like,
Let them suffer.
maybe they'll just focus on making a good game. Why does that even matter? Let them, like you said, let them suffer. Let them sink to the bottom. Let EA fucking close the studio down already, because it's been long overdue.
Why do
They
you
should have been
care?
closed after Anthem.
Why do you care if people that hate you have jobs? They hate you.
Yeah, exactly. They openly
Why do you
they
care?
openly make it clear. They make it clear on
If you
social
hate
media,
fans, if you
and
hate
then
fans and
in the games themselves.
if you
Yeah,
hate
we get
fans and you're in the video game industry, then you could work at McDonald's or some shit. I'm not saying I wish befall, like I don't want terrible things to happen to them, but if you're in the game industry and you're making shit games, then and you're telling me that you hate me, like fuck you. You don't need to be in this industry. And if your company dies and you have to work at McDonald's, that's good for your ass.
Yeah,
I don't feel bad for
yeah.
you. And
Flip those
also
burgers.
again, and going back to the previous thing that you said, just because somebody just because even if the talent hasn't changed, the publisher might still force them to do BS. So even then, even if
Yep.
the talent themselves, the actual programmers, the right, like I would say, I'm saying programmers because they don't get enough credit, because a lot of the game being good has to do with how well the game is programmed as well. Like
Yeah.
the same team of
True.
programmers, a team of writers that actually have a good intentions. If they're part of a team, if they're in a company, and the people in the overhead are pushing wokeness, it doesn't matter if they're in the company, because they're going to be heavily restricted.
Mm-hmm.
And if they're
Yeah.
heavily restricted, even if their intentions are to give fans what they want, they're going to be literally be chained to be able to do that. They're going to be unable to do it.
Yeah.
So
So it's true.
that's how it is, man. Like honestly, they shouldn't have your benefit of the doubt. But like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, shit like that, is it probably gonna be a decent game? I'm sure outside of the woke shit, it probably will be decent, even though the first game had optimization issues on console, but I'm sure it'll be a good game. But that, I mean, like, is that really good enough? Even if it is good, is that really good enough for you to like say, all right, I'm okay with them adding black characters to 1400 Bohemia, which makes no sense, and then using historical figures. If you're gonna, they would have been better off just making up a character instead of using actual historical figures. But you're gonna do that. You're gonna
Yeah.
you're gonna go out of your way, going crazy, trying to talk about how Kingdom Come Deliverance 1, how Henry is not you. He's an established character with an established background. You're gonna do all of that work, all of that extra mileage to go that far, just to go complete 180, and then you expect people to think you're not a show, or you weren't bought out, or you weren't compromised. Like, it's insane,
Yeah.
insane.
So yeah, with the Bioware
Yeah.
layoffs, that's the other topic. WWE 2K25. I mean, some people seem to be wrestling fans here, so that's somewhat of a wrestling topic, because we're not talking about that terrible Royal Rumble, and the worst Royal Rumble winner, that being Jey Uso. But we're not talking about that.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
and there's some news there to talk about, if anyone's interested in the game, or if they think it's going to be more of the same or whatever.
Hold on. Before you continue, let me
Uso-
just address a comment real quick.
okay.
Somebody was talking about Limp Bizkit in the DMC. Limp Bizkit, the fact that they had rolling as the opening theme, which it seems like that's really awesome. But unfortunately, that show is made on Netflix. You saw what they did to Castlevania, so I'm hoping that everyone at least here can see the writing on the wall. Look at what they did to Castlevania. They're gonna do some shit. People are like that. Like Devil May Cry is gonna be one of those shows where it's gonna catch people off guard. It's gonna seem fine until there's gonna be the one obligatory scene where somehow Dante's talking about feminism, or something weird like that. Like I don't know why anyone would think that show is gonna be good at this point.
Virgil's
And
going to lecture
again,
Dante about being a misogynist.
yeah, again, then you consider the female characters like Lady and Trish and whatnot. Like, let's be real. Like, I have a strong feeling they're gonna add a bunch of lecturing into that show. Like, the rolling theme is
What the
cool.
fuck
Like,
is
I like
Limp
the
Bizkit
opening.
in it anyway?
I don't mind. I honestly don't mind it. I don't mind it in the opening because I actually do like that song because it reminds me of the Undertaker back in speaking of wrestling. But I actually don't like. I actually do like some of their songs. I don't really care. I think it kind of fits Dante's attitude. Even that's not the
Mhm.
problem. My problem is that the show is gonna be like have shit like that in there, and until proven
Oh
otherwise,
yeah,
it'll get no attention from me until proven otherwise.
yeah. Same here. So, and then the last topic will be Xbox games going to PlayStation and Nintendo. And just so we're clear, it's not some fanboy or console war shit or whatever, because all these companies, they do dumb shit, and
Yeah, ain't no
they're,
reprieve mate gonna be
they're
found.
involved in a lot of the woke shit. Yeah, even PC. So that just so people are aware. So I'm
Yeah.
not going to be going hard defending everything PC does or this console does. So But
At this point, it doesn't even make
we're
sense.
actually gonna be like legitimately like neutral, not neutral, but actually like fair with the discussion.
Honest. Well, that's neutral.
Yeah,
Even
honest,
if
yeah.
if
you're
one thing is bad because it's actually bad, then that is honest. That is neutral. That is fair. You know. So they, like honestly, with the console stuff, like I think in 2025 we have to kind of let that go because collectively across the board, there's a bunch of bullshit. And let's be real, right? Like you have Steam, you have like Nexus mods or whatever. Like it's not like people are just going out of their way to download games from all these different sources. Like if you centralize a source, then they're going to end up having practices that are similar to console practices. You see that with Steam all the time. Like Steam is like it's PC, but the way they operate, they might as well be a fucking console. The way that they operate, you know what I mean? So it's just I'm not shitting on PC because PC has a lot of things that are infinitely better than consoles for sure. But I also think that they all have glaring weaknesses, and I think if you're an adult with sense, you should be able to discern between the two and know, like, all right, one thing, like it could have a lot of good things and have bad as well, which is collective across like gaming. To be honest with you.
Mm-hmm. I seen in the chat some people talking about some bands. Apollo Patriot mentioned Korn. I don't like Korn. I'm sorry. I
like some of their songs. I like some of their songs.
Linkin Park. I stopped caring about them years ago. I mean, no offense, especially considering
classic Linkin Park. Classic Linkin Park. Classic Linkin Park. Classic. I like some Korn songs like Freak. There's also I used to like Slipknot. Not as much now. They have some good songs, but I used to like a lot of them. I mean, I still do like them, but a lot of their new shit is not really that good.
Yeah.
I used to listen to System of a Down a lot, and they went full woke. They went full retard basically.
Well,
so
it's
mostly Surge. It's more Surge. It's Surge.
Yeah.
It's Surge. Let me be fair. It's Surge that has went out the way to be a retard. Like, so I mean, like there were a lot of good bands back then. I agree. I mean, like if anyone remembers, they remember Deadly Alliance. They had that Edema song with that music video. That was really cool. Yeah, Immortal. That was really cool. I like. I mean, can't beat those days.
Songs too.
Yeah, they did. They weren't bad. Breaky Benjamin, I used to like as well.
Yeah. But I would
listen,
recommend.
Bro, don't make me expose you, bro. I'm gonna pull out. I'm gonna play that folk metal. When you listen. I'm gonna play that folk metal in the background, bro.
Folk metal's good. What are you talking about? Yeah, Elovite,
sometimes.
Equilibrium. Those are good folk metal.
Listen to some of that folk metal, guys, and come back to us.
Yeah.
Listen, bro. Listen to some of it.
They're gonna be like Revenant was right. They'll be coming there like with the bagpipe.
They're gonna question if you smoke crack or not. That's what's gonna happen.
But non-folk metal bands that are actually good, Scar Symmetry, fucking Disharmonia Mundi.
Okay, Disharmonia Mundi is pretty good. I like them too.
Yeah, I got you on.
All right.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that's true.
You're welcome for that.
Don't say you're welcome, bro. You also that makes up for the 80% of the garbo. Like a squirrel finds a nut once in a while.
No.
A squirrel finds a nut once in a while.
You're wrong. Spirit Box is good. Fear Factor. Killswitch Engage was kind of good. They kind of I don't know.
Nah, Killswitch Engage was awesome. He used to like them a lot. You know what?
I'm just saying. As of late, they haven't been.
As of late, most of them are ass.
Most of them are pretty.
As of late, most of them are ass.
That's what I'm saying.
I disagree. I disagree. Up until very recently,
they were better with Howard Jones.
They were better with Howard Jones, but that's what I'm saying. Up until
mops the floor with
Jesse Leachman, yeah. But that's more so. That's more so recently, because like even that album where they had that song "Start Again" and shit like that, it was pretty good. And that was one of their later albums. That was like right before Howard left. I don't disagree that they were better with Howard. Yeah, like that. I don't disagree with that, but like they were pretty good. You used to listen to them a hell of a lot.
Yeah,
you used to listen to them a fucking lot.
I know. Yeah. I'm not saying I never liked them. I'm just saying their recent stuff over the last few years have been that good.
Yeah, but that's mostly every band now. Most of the bands that were good in the 2000s and 90s have become ass.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
that's the point. They become ass. Yeah. Like I'm not gonna single them out because like most of them are ass now.
I'm just mentioning because it came to mind. So But yeah. Anyway,
listen to that folk metal, guys. You're gonna see some Finnish
yeah.
woman. You're gonna see some Finnish woman screaming on a hill. A Finnish woman screaming on a hill. Somebody in Greenland, the cameras. They're gonna have a drone camera spinning around her as she's like singing.
And that you talking about Elevite? Yeah, that music video was a hot. What are you talking about?
Hey, what's the other one with that fat Jericho? Fat Jericho.
Damn, what was it called again? Damn. You know what? I'm gonna look it up right now. Hold on.
The guy looks like a fat Chris Jericho. That shit was hilarious.
Hold on. Fucking. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see.
Excuse me, I'm a little bit sick, so if you see me sniffling, I definitely gotta blow my nose. My fat Jericho senses are tingling. You're right.
Damn, I can't find them.
You know what? Latina Parfait is onto something. Most good bands, their first 2 albums are usually great, or their best albums. I kind of agree with that. Like their early stuff is usually way better. Some bands have more longevity, but like a lot of times they'll fizzle out like years later. Like even Linkin Park, like with all due respect to Chester who died, whatever, like rest in peace. But like their later stuff was really nowhere close to what they had before.
No, not at all.
No offense to them. 21 Pies, I actually like them too. I actually like them. I haven't heard any of their new stuff.
Isn't that the band where the guy went to jail for
is it
child molestation? Or
did he? I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I did not know that.
That was him.
Oh, that's crazy. If that happened, that's insane. But I didn't know that, so I ain't gonna speak on it.
There's another good point to that. What Latina Parfait said with Evanescence, fucking that first album, they wrote that shit for years, and then after that, they finally decided to make another album because they couldn't play the same album for 10 more years. So, and then
Neozoic,
not as memorable.
Neozoic, I know you asked a question. Can you re-ask the question and we can answer it? Because I'm looking for it. I don't see it in the chat. Oh, okay, I see the question. Who is worse, Triple H WWE or Tony Khan AEW? I think that AEW is far worse. Far worse. But that's not giving Triple H credit because
it's not.
It's not. No. That's just how bad AEW is.
Yeah.
Like I can't watch it. Like I really tried to give it a legit chance and I just can't do it. Like it's really just that bad for me. And again, I know that's subjective, but for me, it's like unwatchably bad.
Yeah. And then now WWE wants to catch up. We're putting Jey Uso in the main event.
Jey Uso? Oh my God, bro. We'll save that for when we have people come on because I feel like if there's wrestling fans, we can talk about
when 2K or whatever. I guess we'll.
Yeah, we could talk about that.
A little bit.
Jey Uso is but like he sucks. Like he's always been bad. This is what happens when wrestling fans have the same problem that gaming has. No matter how bad something is, they'll go out of their way to defend it. And that's why wrestling has declined into the state that it's in now. Mm-hmm. Because, instead of just saying like this guy fucking sucks, he has no physique, no mic skills, his wrestling is boring, people try to pretend everything is good no matter what because they're addicted to WWE. And then you end up with a guy like Jey Uso winning the Royal Rumble because the dumbass crowd wants to chant "E."
Yeah,
So, and now you instead of having a final Cena match or something like this, way more interesting, or CM Punk or anybody else. Even though I don't like CM Punk, like that would have been better than Jey Uso. Like, come on,
really.
But anyway,
you know what? I'd rather have had Akira Tozawa come back in and fucking eliminate him.
Apollo Patriot, I agree with you. UFC games are fun. But you know what, Apollo, the last really good UFC game was actually Undisputed 3. The EA UFC games are pretty much an abomination for several reasons.
Yeah.
If you come on, we could talk about
They've
it.
also they also declined. They kind of had it right. They were kind of getting in the right
They were
steps with
getting better. They were getting
UFC
better.
2, and then they completely fumbled with 3.
No, it
And
wasn't
then
3,
what was
bro.
it,
It was
4?
4. It was 4 that fumbled it. It fumbled it
Okay.
with 4. And
Yeah, I'm
there's
sorry. I'm getting mixed up because 4 has the fucking looks like a rap album and shit
yeah.
on the cover. That's the
3
4.
was getting to where Undisputed 3 was, and then they just backtracked on all of that with 4, and then they fucked it up. Like, and
It was
again,
almost Conor McGregor on the cover, right? It was just him, right?
yeah, with the 2 titles.
Okay.
And for the
Right,
record,
okay.
and for the record, this is the opinion of a guy who trains MMA, who's done MMA for years, who's competed in jiu-jitsu for years, has multiple like medals in jiu-jitsu. Like, I've been training mixed martial arts for a long time, so it's not like I'm just like a casual. Like, I've been training it and I've been playing the games, and I can't say the EA UFC games are good. I think they were getting better up until 3, and then 4 they just shat on everything. That's my opinion.
Yep. I was there for one of your tournaments.
Yeah, Revenant was actually there. He actually recorded me triangle choking somebody one time. But yeah,
it was crazy
yeah,
because some guy, I think he had like a seizure or something.
yeah, he had a seizure. Yeah, some guy had a seizure.
Yeah, then they had to like
you didn't
stop
record when I
everything for a
tried.
little bit.
But you know what? Because the position you were, you didn't end up recording the other match I had where I arm triangled the guy. Remember? And I told you he went to sleep.
They kept like putting you in like different like positions, like within
different
like,
places.
the area.
Yeah, different
Yeah, so it was
areas.
kind of hard. Like everyone's like doing like their own matches at the same time too.
Yeah,
so
exactly. I felt
it was kinda
annoyed
hard.
though because I choked him unconscious. I didn't even know he was unconscious until the ref pulled me off of him, and then like I was like, "Oh shit!" Like he was snoring, bro. He was actually snoring. Like he was unconscious snoring. I mean, That happened like after that, but that would have been a great video, bro.
Yeah,
Like it's not the first time like I put someone to sleep, but in that specific way I caught him, it was like beautiful. I really wish he got that one. But whatever, man.
yeah,
Whatever. It happens.
yeah. It's all good. So, so aren't we gonna like figure out
Oh
a
yeah,
way
so
to kind of like
keep going.
make things a little more?
Yeah. So tell all the subjects, and then we'll talk about them during the show. That like I'm not gonna because it's because I interjected with my opinion. Just say all the rest of the subjects, and then we'll bring people on.
Oh,
We'll
I already did.
Oh, that was all the subjects.
Xbox.
All right, so let's bring people on. We'll have 2 people on the panel instead. Anybody who wants to come on, like, if you want to talk about whatever subjects, then you could come on and talk about them. If you don't want to talk about them, that's fine. Me and Revenant are probably going to chime in on everything, but you don't have to feel obligated to talk about things that you don't know about or don't really care about. So
yes,
if you only care about one subject or 2, you don't have to feel like, yeah.
If you don't care or you like
don't have an opinion, like
or
don't have a strong opinion,
really, like out of the loop on whatever it is, then you don't have to talk about it. And
yeah, exactly.
It's probably best you don't, because then in case like if you say something incorrect or whatever, and then got to be corrected, or you're going back and forth about something, and it's like you may just be like wrong.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. Yeah. Burb is so. All right. So we're gonna start having people come on. You'll be backstage. You can leave. If you want to come on and talk about it, you can leave like a message in like the comment section or whatever in the chat. But anybody who comes on, we're gonna send out the link, and then you can
private chat.
Yeah, the private chat. You could come on. You could talk about whatever. You could say, "Hey, I want to talk about this," and blah blah blah. So, what was the first subject again, Revenant? We'll start from there.
Okay, so Ubisoft shutting down the Star Wars Outlaws studio. I know people were sipping hard for that. You had people going to Disneyland, fucking going in a hotel and shit, going on a all paid expenses flight and whatnot. They're going on boat rides, meeting Mickey Mouse.
Hotel, motel, Holiday Inn kind of deal.
Yeah. People talk about, it's on the top pre-orders, whatever bullshit. Like, they always talk about, it's always on some pre-order list on some site or some fucking storefront or whatever.
then they do
Or
layoffs
shit like that. Like, yeah, then the same thing with Dragon Age. The fucking what's his name? The fucking cuck Jason Schreier talking about it. And then he goes into fucking hiding once the game fucking was confirmed by EA themselves that it did not meet expectations. It sold about like a million and something or whatever, which is fucking terrible.
And you know, honestly, the internet and like just information being public really showed how fake a lot of that stuff really is. It really got exposed, you know. You know, it's like it's almost like kayfabe dying. Like to make it to circle back to wrestling, it's like the death of kayfabe, the death of game journalism.
Yeah, really.
Kind of really just showed how fake it was, all of it. So, all right, let's start bringing people on. All right.
Yeah, I'm sending some links out first, and then I'll put it in a chat.
Yeah.
But while we're waiting, you can give your opinion about it if you want. Kind of like set the stage.
Yeah, I mean, well, if in the end of the day, like you'd be like, I feel like all this shit that they're doing is trying to save face with all these announcements, all these things they're going to do. But I think that what you really have to pay attention to is not even the stocks, it's the layoffs. You know, like the layoffs kind of like speak volumes. And, you know, like you said, all these shields will defend it. They'll say, look at these pre-order numbers, look at this, look at that. But then the game is released. Like the game or the movie or whatever is released and then it gets like critically panned. Or if it's not critically panned, the user scores suck. Or the game doesn't make enough money to recoup losses. Or a game is supposedly successful, but then they start laying people off like Insomniac did. So I don't feel bad for them. I don't feel bad for Ubisoft. And I think that I think that them dying will be a good lesson to the rest of the industry. I mean, I don't want people to necessarily lose their jobs. Like, I don't want like the people that have nothing to do with the leadership to lose their jobs. But in the end of the day, like those programmers that are talented, they'll be fine. They'll find another studio to work in. Because in the end of the day, they're mostly contractors anyway. Like they'll work on a game and then they'll like move on to another studio. They're not permanent employees, so they'll be fine. I think it's really the executives that have to like suffer. Like it's the investors that have to suffer with like losing money, with companies going out of business, with game IP, even IPs that you love dying. I think is a necessary evil because it teaches a lesson that if you show for anything, then you know that then you'll end up losing something that you love.
Yeah, no, I agree. But yeah, I don't see a point. But I gotta agree with Latina Parfait with this. Like, I hope all of them will get fired and you know, because they're all well, specifically the diversity hires, which is like the bulk of the studios for the most part. I mean, we can already see that. And
Yeah,
you know,
Spider-Man 2 bombed on PC. Exactly, Prime.
yeah. It's
So,
so
bro,
great. You know, people talk about how. Oh, what's up, Royce?
what's up,
What's up,
guys?
Rolls? What's
Good.
up, Apollo Patriot?
Yeah, what's up,
Привет, здравствуйте, как дела?
Yeah, there was a video game that Snoop Dogg was trying to make called Fear and Respect from 20 years ago, and oh my god, that game should have been out a long time ago, but nope, it got canceled because of GTA clone controversy crap, man.
They kind of threw the word GTA clone around too loosely back
Yeah,
They
then.
really, yeah,
because
They
really
called
did.
Yakuza. Listen, everyone here who's played Yakuza, they called Yakuza a GTA clone. That shit's
Oh, here we
insane.
go.
That's retarded.
That's insane. How can you
It
play
is.
that
If you ever
game and
played
call it GTA?
Yeah, if you play
How?
any of the Yakuza games, you'll know that is like it's not even close. Why?
And look, I
Because
used to
you're in
have,
the
I used to
city.
have, I used to have Game Informer. The Game Informer, you know, I used to get it like monthly, the subscription, and it was in Game Informer, I think, or it might have been one of the other, maybe PlayStation Magazine, one of the two. That they literally, one of the people that were talking about it, literally called it a GTA clone. I'm like, why? Because there's crime. Like one is closer to Streets of Rage. Like,
Yeah.
what the hell are you talking
Exactly.
about?
Exactly, Japanchi. I agree with you. Like, what the hell, man? Like, oh, there's Yakuza and GTA 3 and Liberty City Story. Whoopie doo. So what? I want a new
Like,
video game like Snoop Dogg was trying to make, but no, these people are so
Yeah.
annoying.
Yep.
yeah, and
But let me continue with the you. Oh, you're saying?
Well, I was gonna say that when it comes to the people getting fired, like listen, the develop, like I said before, the programmers that are good, they'll be fine. They'll work in numerous other companies because they have a technical skill that's useful. The people that
They're
are going to
actually
really
qualified.
suck, they're qualified, so they'll be fine. They'll work in other companies. So I don't really care if I don't care if the companies go under. They need to go under.
Mhm.
The investors need to be pissed off because they lost millions in investment. That needs to happen.
Yep.
For them to start saying, all
Yeah.
right, maybe we shouldn't tell this developer to put woke shit in the game because every time we do, we lose money on our own fucking investment. We're literally losing money that we're investing by telling them to do this. So then that's the only way they're gonna learn. And Ubisoft, they need to sit there. They need to be a company that 10 years later talks about the death of Ubisoft and all this shit comes out. But they need to be that company. They need to die.
Yeah.
They
Ton.
really
No,
need
I
to
agree.
die.
Yeah, I
Because,
agree with you.
And what have they come out with recently that justifies them existing? They haven't made a good game in
Nothing.
fucking years. In
No.
years.
Nothing really.
Nope, not even. What was it? M1 Street Ball. They haven't made a new sequel to that for years.
Yeah. What have like Splinter
Pump out
Cell?
the same shit and they keep failing.
Yup.
Look at Splinter Cell. They had Splinter Cell. Look, granted, I do like Conviction and Blacklist, but if you think about Splinter Cell's identity, they totally changed the identity, and it became more. Conviction feels more like Ubisoft, typical Ubisoft fare, than it does like Splinter Cell. Like the way the game is played, like they have collectively homogenized all their games to feel the same, and it's because they don't care. You know, it's just corporate product after corporate product. They're the Marvel of video games,
Ton.
Yep.
literally.
And
Yup.
with because you'll hear people say like, oh well, it would suck to see this studio shut down after all these years. And I'm thinking to myself, why? They did it to themselves. What good are they gonna? What good products are they gonna produce? Now
Yeah,
they've had so many
exactly.
chances, been around for so long, and they still do the same shit. If they last another year or 2 or 10 years, what do you think's gonna happen? The same thing. You get the same.
It's not going to get better. As long as they're run by French, as long as they're run by French, like, this is fucked up, but it's the reality. As long as they're run by French Canadians and their politics, things are not going to get better. They're just not, bro. They're just not going to get better.
No.
Yeah.
I'm not talking bad about the French Canadian like average citizen. I mean like the people that like those politics. If you have those politics, your game is going to be fucked.
Yup.
Yeah, that's what's been happening. So, with Star Wars Outlaws, it looked terrible from the start. People trying to who was it? I think it was Eurogamer or some, again another fucking UK motherfuckers leftists talking about, oh, it's like it feels like Red Dead Redemption meets Star Wars. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
First
Like,
of all, don't ever
crazy.
compare older games to that fucking slob.
Yeah,
Star Wars
yeah,
and Red Dead do not
that's
mix.
disrespectful to Red Dead Redemption.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's nothing like it. And then like you can't even do basic shit. Then they had to patch in additional shit where you could actually climb down a ladder without you dropping a weapon. It's
that's
terrible.
so
And you
weird.
have people show for it, like G-Man Lives, and of course he probably didn't even make a review for it because all he had to do was get special treatment from Ubisoft to make a video shilling for it, and then move on from it like he never said anything about it.
Big.
But you know what's the sad reality?
They'll never hold these companies accountable and actually be honest about what these games are, and then they want us to believe that they're above and better than the journalists at IGN or GameSpot or wherever else. They're no different. They might as well fucking fill out an application for
They're shill media. They're just shill media by another name.
I'm glad the fake news is dying. Thank God Jim Acosta's gone and Chuck Todd, piece of shit. Good riddance to them. Fucking faggots. You all had this coming to you, bitch.
Listen.
Go ahead.
This is what happens. This is happening with these shill reviewers because it's not only these YouTubers are selling out not only because they want the money and gain from it, but another aspect of it is that if you spend if your main hobby, if you don't have hobbies besides going to work and watching movies and playing video games, and I'm not shitting on gamers because I play a lot of games too. I like stuff too, but if you don't have other things that you're entertained by, you almost become a slave to it because then you need it to be good because it becomes tied to their identity. So all these people, they're like, oh, I finally made it as big as a YouTube channel. Then gaming goes to shit. And then they're like, well, I have to talk about something. I have to play games. There's not much else going on for me. So if that's the case, then whatever bad game comes out, if it looks even a little good, I'm gonna sit here and try to defend it. Why you think the comment of you guys aren't real gamers, you guys don't even play games? It's like, yeah, I don't play bad games. I don't play fucking bad games. If they all become bad, I will stop playing video games. If they all become woke, I will just not play video games. I won't play mainstream video games. Rather, that's probably a better way to put it.
Based.
Yeah.
So
because
if as long as you're a slave to whatever you need and can't live without, you're a slave to it. That's the reality of it.
Yeah.
You know,
And
that's why, again, like mentioned earlier, I train MMA, I go to the gym, I do my digital art, I do other things because I know that if something gets compromised, there's other things I like to do. You know, and I kind of wish more people had that mentality, because then that would mean more companies would lose money and gaming would be forced to change.
Yep.
Yeah. And also to add to your point that there's plenty of older games people can go back and play too. So, they can be like, all right, well, I'm not gonna play any of these new games because they suck. They got all this DI nonsense in there, all that pandering made by activists. So I'll go and play games when they weren't made by activists and didn't have any DI in it, or any agendas and whatnot. Like, because people think because these older games don't exist. Like, people don't have fucking they can't emulate any of these games on their PC if they're playing on PC, or that they can't they can't pull out their old consoles because they think like everyone just gets rid of all their old consoles whenever a new one comes out, and like we can easily just go back and play older games. Why do you think Xbox is still even a thing? Because they better thank their lucky stars that they got backwards compatibility the way that they do.
Yep.
Otherwise, I'm sure more people will probably not give a shit about it.
Yeah, they were saved by the skin of their teeth.
Coming from them.
Yeah.
They were saved by backwards compatibility. Yeah. And to be frank, all consoles, like on a side note, all consoles should have backwards compatibility.
Why do you think PlayStation's doing the same thing now?
Yeah. Well, like again, if you make
PlayStation doing it, they're bringing some of their old games on PS4 and PS5 because they know people actually want to play those games.
Think about it this way: even though, what would you rather play? God of War 2018. What's more fun? What is more consistently fun? God of War 2018 or Metal Gear Rising? What are you going to have more fun with consistently?
Metal Gear Rising.
Because God of War spends a lot of time, for just as much combat as there's a lot of time preaching to you. There's a lot of time walking slowly. There's a lot of time doing a bunch of bullshit you don't care about. But at least old games like Metal Gear Rising, Ninja Gaiden, you're going to have pretty much action and fun through most of the game. Even older games that were like slower paced, like Resident Evil, even they had more interactivity between you playing the game versus, watching cutscenes, watching whatever. And don't get me wrong, I love a good story in a game, but a game is also supposed to be fun. And if I feel like the game's a drag and it's going so slow where I can't even I'm just completely pulled out of it.
Yep.
Then that's a kind of a sign that your game is not as good as it could be. I would I'm using God of War as an example because there's no way in hell I could replay God of War 3 and 2 and 1 over and over again and they're fun. I can't replay God of War 2018 personally. I just can't do it. It's too slow and it's the story in the beginning is decent to a degree, but it's not strong enough to keep me playing that game.
Mm-hmm.
Very good point.
That's the reality of it.
What's up, Spirit Paradox? But let me quickly what you had said before, with how these stories are in these modern games. Like, if it's not some Marvel MCU knockoff, it's some Netflix original knockoff, which is neither are good, I should say, and that's why a lot of these stories and these games are just forgettable.
Yup. What Jimpanchi said about older games were fun back then, and I was saying about, let's say, Simpsons Hit and Run. That is fun. That is action. You do story modes. You get all these cars and all unlock them, and that's how a game supposed to be like that. But games today that I'm seeing, it's garbage. And look at that Saints Row reboot. I'm glad I not buy that garbage. Oh my god, what the hell was that? They completely destroyed the franchise, and I'm like, no. I'd rather get a game called Fear and Respect. Yeah. That game should have been out a long time ago.
How many games do you know? All right, let me put it this way. How many game series have not been ruined? Fuck the ones fuck trying to count the ones that are still good. Try to count the ones Like, screw that. Try to find out which ones weren't ruined. Like, which ones weren't. Like, God of War was ruined. Most of the main characters, even in the modern games, most of the main characters are being replaced by women for identity politics. It's like, there's no, honestly, and I hate to say it because it sounds contrarian, but there's really no reason to care about any modern games. There's no reason. If a new Devil May Cry came out tomorrow, I wouldn't be able to trust it anymore. I can't trust that a Devil May Cry 5, a Devil May Cry 6 would be free from bullshit. Like, Ghost of Yote replaced with a woman. Star Wars Outlaw, you're playing as a woman. All these games, you're suddenly playing as a woman. People don't realize that people will twist what I'm saying, like, oh, but you hate women, you hate this, but they don't realize that this is a thing that's across gaming entirely. It's not about hating women. It's not about hating minority characters. It has nothing to do with that. It's that every single thing that you like can be traced. You can trace it being replaced either by a person of color or by a woman. Alan Wake 2 replaced by a woman. Like, the list goes on. And then people want to gaslight you and pretend that there's nothing going on. Spider-Man replaced him. All these games, they replace these characters. They do this, and then they want you to say, and they want to say you're racist or sexist because you notice it. And then all you're asking is why they're doing it. That's it. You're just asking why. You're not saying you hate them. You're just saying, why are you doing this? Why can't you just let me play the game as Peter Parker? Why can't I just play as Alan Wake in the game named after him?
Yeah, right.
Exactly. Base, because they want to push the message, the agendas. I'm like, oh my God. I roll my eyes. These people need to shut up and stop pushing this garbage, bro.
Yeah. No, it's
like,
because we'll ask the question, why are they making it? Why they're doing this? We know why. We just want them to actually be honest about it.
Yeah,
that way
exactly.
Maybe
just tell the truth.
The shills and the fucking dick riders actually understand and actually hear it from their mouths themselves of why they're doing it. So that way they don't have to, get at us about like, oh, well, you're racist, you're sexist, you're homophobic. No, we're actually telling the truth, and you're too dumb, too smooth brain to understand why they're actually doing it when they've been doing this for like almost like 10 years now, roughly.
Yeah.
And it's like these people
look
like
at
they don't get it because they have no self-control. They have no mind of their own. They have to need a fucking journalist or some shill YouTuber to tell them to get excited for it, and everything is gonna be fine. It's gonna be a masterpiece. Motherfuckers talking about Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 they're already saying it's a masterpiece, and they didn't play the game themselves. But then they want to get at other people when they're pointing out the obvious and blatant wokeness in the game.
Look, I'm going to illustrate for you right now why these people. I'm going to give you a perfect example of how these people are dumb. People were mad at Stellar Blade, a game led by a female character, because of how she looked, because of her like sex appeal. They were saying, "Oh, it's just a Gooner game. It's just this and that." But if you play this story, if like I want to be very clear here. If you actually play the game, if you play the story, she is not sexualized within the narrative of the game. The narrative of the game does not sexualize her. All the sexualization in that game comes strictly down to your cosmetics that you use. And yeah, there's some fan servicey camera angles, but when Eve is talking, she's not a bubbly Harley Quinn type. She's not twerking everywhere. Like, she's a grounded character, and the game's story, I'm gonna give some spoilers, but not much, is basically a game about, what it means to be human, and like how basically they sacrifice, what people were willing to sacrifice, and like it kind of plays with that idea. It has a Ghost in the Shell kind of thing going on there. That's the story and narrative of the game, but because these people are retards, they see her, oh, she looks hot, so it must be Gooner bait. The game has no story. It's whatever. And that tells you these people didn't actually play it for themselves. So these are the kind of people that you're dealing with. These are the kind of people that are making these arguments.
Yup, they're called meat riders.
They'll say something like,
wasn't twerking because she's not black.
They'll say something like, "Oh, this game has no story," or this and that, and then they'll praise something like Concord.
Right.
They'll praise Star Wars Outlaws. That game has a story, just a bad one. But they'll praise all these games, and then they'll bash this game that actually does have some depth to it because there's a fucking character that doesn't look like a man, a female that doesn't look like a man. That's automatically it must be Gooner bait. It's a porn game. It has no story. That's how these people think. Yeah. You can't take them seriously.
Yup.
They can never define the point. But we all talked a lot. What did Apollo Patriot? What are your thoughts? You didn't say much yet.
I'm just being quiet, very respectful. I mean, Revenant was gonna say something.
True, but you've
I'm
been here
sorry,
for a
Paul.
while, and you haven't got to talk about anything really.
Yeah,
I
the
just want to know
subject.
what his opinion is.
Yeah, I just
Uh,
wanted to address Neo Zoe's question real quick. So real quick, about so I'm sorry, Paulo, but um, what is it? Remnant and Crew. Quick off-topic question: did you think Marvel Cinematic Universe ruined movies in general, or what other answers do you have? I think they have. I guess to
Yup.
simplify the answer,
Yeah.
yeah, they have.
Yeah, I think so. I think specifically what they ruined was individual storytelling. Everything now has to be. I think the biggest thing is that everything now has to be a universe. Like it's not just the
Mhm.
type of writing that's also been ruined by Marvel, but it's also like specifically like you can't just have a character be in its own universe. Like they try to make universes out of everything now, even things that don't even make sense because they want to, because they're trying to copy the Marvel hype. They're hoping that they'll get those billions of dollars of emotional and financial investment from people who are like invested in the series.
I want to
Um,
ask
But
yeah.
Apollo Patriot, what do you think about what's been going on with the games? Like I told you, like Fear and
the
Respect.
the subject with the Ubisoft
Yeah.
situation, all that stuff. I think the DEI policies are definitely getting shut down. Like if you see what's going on with the Trump saying, DEI stuff, all shut down heavily. And so I feel like that's kind of affecting a
Yup.
lot of these companies. Like you see what's going on with Ubisoft, the Star Wars Outlaws. They should have made a Boba Fett open world game, and they might get a handful of dollars in monies and crap like that. It's it's very sad what's going on with the situation, but I'm like, FAFO, you know what I mean? They
Mm-hmm.
effed around and find out,
Yup.
and
true.
I'm like in this the same thing with Ubisoft. The situation, like I'll bring it up real quick. It's Assassin's Creed Shadows. When that game releases, that means Ubisoft Quebec Canada is going to shut down heavily in so many layoffs,
Mhm.
and I mean, yeah, you see what's going on with Canada, like with
Yup.
Trump, they're paying the consequences. So
Yeah.
with the Star Wars
Mm-hmm.
situation, they should have listened to the fans, made a Boba Fett open world game. Hell, I would definitely play it. Boba Fett open world playing as a bounty hunter and awesome character armor customization. Hell yeah, but everything else, I'm like, they're
Yeah,
paying the
that would have been
consequences,
better.
and they're shutting down.
Yup.
Another game they're shutting down is X Defiant, June 2nd. So yeah, that's what I can say.
That's true. Yeah.
Is it's
Yeah.
pathetic. It's pathetic.
Yeah.
I want to say
How
what
that show?
Yep.
Apollo
Yeah. No, it
Patriot
is.
said. He has a point. Yeah, Bubba Bush should have been a character instead of that ma'am solo shit. I
Yeah.
agree with that.
Well, even when they do
You
try to
know,
make a game to appeal to
Lucas.
those gamers,
Lucas. Yeah.
I was gonna say even when they try to make a game appeal to those, like a game that is supposed to appeal to everyone, then they end up doing something like they did with Jedi Survivor,
Huh.
where like there's only one white character in the game that's good, and all the other ones are evil and like so even that game, even when they do try like quote unquote try to make something that's not necessarily political, they
Mhm.
do it in some way. They make it political, like subliminally political.
Yeah.
It
Mm-hmm.
never fails. So I just want to use that as an example because it's easy to make fun of Outlaws, but even something like Jedi Survivor, they couldn't even be consistent on, and
Yeah.
they had to have
No, they couldn't.
I mean, if you play Jedi, the first one, what's the first one called?
Jedi
Jedi
Fallen Order.
Fallen Order. If you play Fallen Order, like
Mm.
that game is not necessarily like preaching to you, like for example, like something like a God of War or something like that, but it definitely does have like context that makes you realize what the agenda is. You know, the main villain's a female, but then she's a tragic villain. She's not really evil. Uh, the only other white character in the entire game is basically a villain, like a bloodthirsty villain. Like that shows you that it's subliminal. It's like very subtle, but it's there. And so even with a game like that, which is meant to be more like supposed to be just more like fun of a fun Star Wars game, it gets ruined by those politics.
Yup.
Yeah,
Um,
true.
yeah.
Um,
So
Also to add to Spirit of Paradox beat me to it. Yeah, Star Wars 1313 was actually gonna be a game where you play as a young Boba Fett, and it actually looked really good. If anyone ever had seen it, but
Are you talking about Jango
unfortunately, it
Fett?
got canceled.
I mean, Jango Fett.
No, it was no, I think it
Oh.
was
Boba.
Boba
Okay.
Fett.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I heard
Boba Fett.
about that.
Yeah,
I wouldn't mind a
not
game
him.
as Jango Fett though. That'd be interesting. Before he got wrecked by Mace.
Hmm. I'm
Yeah.
glad BioWare is being laid off, and I'm glad Ubisoft is shutting down their studio. This is a F round and find out lesson moment for them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is.
I
It is. This
agree.
is honestly, this is just what's this is the obvious outcome of the sequences of actions that have happened,
The
and
whole world.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, and it sucks because I'm sure like most of us here are big, or at least were, really into a lot of Ubisoft games. I know Apollo Patriot especially. He's really
Yeah,
into
well,
like
same
their
here.
military
I like Rainbow
themed games.
Six,
Yeah, and like
Yup.
Ghost Recon.
Oh
yeah, and then
hell yeah!
they ended up ruining it. They wanted to put leftist politics in it. They wanted to cram the ideologies in it when it wasn't needed. People enjoyed those games because they were fun military shooters with good
Yep.
stories, good customization, good gameplay, good
Hmm.
online community and whatnot, and modes and all that. And then
Yeah.
it's like, then you go and
Hmm.
now it's like you just prioritize fucking politics over everything else. Now you want to incorporate a fucking paraplegic in a fucking military game. And what was it
Hmm.
Rainbow
Yeah,
Six Siege?
Yeah,
yeah,
You
Rainbow.
know,
Rainbow Six
it's sad.
Vegas 2 was the best Rainbow Six game. Period. Like
Yep.
Rainbow Six Siege
Yeah.
is ass compared to that game. I don't care about the physics. I don't care about the like the fact that you could customize your guy in Rainbow Six Vegas entirely from up to bottom is way more exciting and interesting than having cheap gimmicks and perks that turn it into some sci-fi
Yeah.
shit.
Yep.
Like Rainbow Six Siege is
Yeah.
ass to me. Like I
It,
would they should have remastered Vegas 2 and then made that game bring back the multiplayer component. That would be
Yep.
more
Hmm.
fun. That's what Rainbow
Yeah.
Six Vegas 3 was gonna be before they canceled it and made it into Siege.
Rainbow Six Siege used to be
Yeah.
good back in the day, and then they messed with the mechanics. The grenade cooking is now a thing. Now they updated it, and then everybody, the diehard fans, are all like, "What the hell is this?"
Yeah,
Yep.
Like
yeah,
it's done for.
Also,
It's done.
yeah.
also,
Like
I
again,
have a.
I don't want to play as a bunch of sci-fi operators. I want to play as my guy that I customized, that I
Yeah,
picked
yeah.
his armor with
Yep.
the weapon set that I chose. No fucking bullshit, gimmicky, cartoony perks and sci-fi shit. They ruined it. For me, they ruined it. That's why I can never play Siege.
And they added a wheelchair operator in there.
And then a wheelchair operator. Yeah, that's like the
Oh
nail in
my
the
Yep.
coffin.
god.
It's
Yeah.
done. So,
Yeah.
Also,
Fucking
from
yeah.
my favorite
To
game
make matters
from.
worse.
I'm sorry about that. Also the
No, that's
games
right.
I love from Ubisoft was M1 Street Ball and Watch Dogs. Because Watch Dogs
Okay.
1 was the best game. It had
Mhm.
dark and edgy horrors.
Yeah,
Like that's what the game
I was just talking
was.
about it earlier. I had just finished it
Yeah,
fairly recently. It was actually a good game. And it's like
it
then
was.
they go into a different direction with 2 for obvious reasons. And then with Legion, I tried Legion. Thankfully I didn't get it when it came out, but
No.
I just I couldn't anymore with that.
I'd rather
And
be
that's when I
Aiden
was like,
Pierce
yeah.
than
Yeah,
random
Aiden
people.
Pierce was a good character.
Yup.
But uh fucking then
But
what they did
Legion
with
brought him back.
Ghost Recon. They ruined Ghost Recon. Last one was like what was the
uh,
last good one? Like Future Soldier and
Breakpoint
Breakpoint.
then
Breakpoint
Wildlands.
Breakpoint
was
was the last one.
the
Hmm.
last one. They ruined it, and it was basically when it came out, it felt like a babysitter simulator. It wasn't like
Yeah.
Wildlands, because Ghost Recon Wildlands was 10 times better than Breakpoint. And
I
then
agree with that. I agree with that.
later
Hmm.
on, they did further updates, and now you
Mhm.
have AI Squad, and they put out the last best free DLC, Operation Motherland. That's the best, and they put the higher up levels up to rank 91 to the max. And
Mm.
so the game is
Yeah.
good, but if you really want to play Breakpoint with cool stuff, go on PC on Steam. You could download military mods. Not joking, it's awesome.
Ah,
But I never
Yeah.
played on PC for Breakpoint, so that's all I can say.
Yup.
right.
Breakpoint is far below Ghost Recon Wildlands, but even Wildlands is like pretty much typical Ubisoft rinse
Yeah.
and repeat. Like those games
Yeah,
can be fun if you have friends with
that's what I
them.
was saying. That's what I was saying. Future Soldier was probably like the last good one. I think
Okay.
what was it? Wildlands was the one that came
Maybe.
out after that, right?
Yeah, I
Wildlands,
believe so.
like when they made Future Soldier, they made Wildlands almost like 4 to 5 years, and then they released the game. I don't know. It was
It's a
just
long
pretty
time.
crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
that's when they was showing
they're just not good.
the downgrades of the game. Like that's all that also happened with the Division 1.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they became a meme where it's like they're like the kings of like, downgrading their games before they come
Bait and
out.
switch
But the
downgrades.
DLCs
Yep.
on Division
Mhm.
1 is beautiful. Like, there's fun stuff on that one.
Like those games, like again, like Ghost Recon. I feel like Ghost Recon, Wildlands, like I like that game. I still think is better than Breakpoint just overall. But the thing is like even that game had so much potential. If they had made instead of trying to make it into like a servicey kind of feel, it should have just been it should have been a similar game that had a co-op feature. And I think like that's like Ubisoft trying to make it into like almost like I said, like a servicey kind of feel to it. That
Yeah.
that held the game back. It should have been like the old Ghost Recons where they had co-op components, but
Yep.
like it could have been open world and all of that and been co-op, but not like this service kind of like
What
thing that
really
they're doing.
turned people
Mhm.
off was Breakpoint being an online only server. Like, I'm worried for Breakpoint if it just turns off their servers off. Like, I'm like, I played this game too many times and all that stuff. I'm like, what the hell?
And at least
that
Wildlands you can play it
that's
offline at
unfortunate.
least.
Yeah, that's the fun thing. I can go back Wildlands and play offline.
Yeah, and you can
Yeah.
play it by yourself, and while it's
Yeah.
not perfect alone, it's still playable by yourself.
Yeah.
You can still
Yeah.
like it still functions.
At least it doesn't become a paperweight once they shut the servers
Yeah.
down. You can at
Yeah.
least do something with it.
Exactly.
That's why these
Exactly.
games like should at least have a offline mode in case that happens, because they
Yeah.
can't guarantee a
Yep.
game's success is gonna span for X amount of years. When I mean most of
Yeah.
these games be flopping, like what was that one, Concord, or whatever other example you want to use.
And
Oh
they're
yeah, Suicide
expensive.
Squad.
Far Cry.
And they're expensive.
Yeah, they want to
Bro,
charge you
you're spending all
$70
that.
and then fucking like a year or less. Then they're like, all right, well, we shut the servers down because no one cares.
But they're not just
Sorry,
expensive for the
those who paid
gamer.
full price for it.
They're expensive
Oh, the
for
development, right?
the development because you're taking a risk on a game that requires you need thousands of players to play daily, hundreds of thousands for it to make sense to justify the cost. But again, like the game as a service model is not a good model because it does not make the money that they think it's going to make. You can't really predict that it's going to be good. Like, all right, Gears of War, for example, everyone liked playing Halo online. Most of Halo after people beat the campaign was entirely comprised of people like playing online modes, all kinds of creativity. None of that was a service. That was just a component of the game. And because of that, Halo made a bunch of money in sales because people wanted to have fun playing with their friends. So they would buy Halo, their other friends would get them into it. There wasn't a service component to it despite being heavily focused on multiplayer. That's the same thing with Gears of War. The problem is these developers, they have all these microtransactions planned from the beginning. They're going into the game saying, hey, we're going to make it a service where you need coins to do this. You need money to do this. You unlock this. At rank 35, you're going to get this. And meanwhile, the base game isn't solid enough on its own to justify it being a service game. They would be better off adding service elements to an already good multiplayer game than they are trying to make it a service from the get-go. But that requires foresight that these publishers don't have. They just see a game like Fortnite being successful. They see these free-to-play games being successful. They see the gacha games, and they think that they're going to replicate that. You cannot force that. You just can't do it.
Yep.
And especially when you're charging people $70 and it's not even free-to-play. It's $70, and you expect people are going to sit there and want to fucking do a grind fest when I could boot up Gears of War 3, join a lobby with my friends, have a shit ton of fun, and then if I want to buy microtransactions like skins, then it makes more sense, right? But that, like, again, these companies, they have no sight, they have no foresight about that, which is like, it's crazy to me because they're the ones who are making the games, and if I know that, I feel like they should know that. You know what I mean? So,
Yep. Far Cry and Tom Clancy's Ubisoft ruined all of them, huh?
it wasn't even just Tom Clancy or Ubisoft. It was Ubisoft was one of the major proponents of it, but it's just that culture right now. I would say I would blame like Fortnite and Overwatch. I'd base like those kind of team shooters. I would blame them more. I mean, like you can boot up Halo 3 and assuming you can go online, you can have infinite fun with that game. And then if there was DLC, like you should, like, again, this is like me philosophically thinking about that design choice. It should be like your multiplayer game's already fun, and then they release a skin. Like let's say with Fortnite, they release a Batman skin or something, and I'm like, all right, I already played this game because it's so fun. I want to buy this microtransaction, as opposed to you're stripping the game of features and then you're making everything a grind, and then now you're also charging everything else costs money. So if you want to unlock something, it costs money. If you want to do this, it costs money. It's like, it's a bad practice. It's just a really bad practice, and they have to stop doing it, or they're going to keep going $200 million in the hole.
Yeah. It's kind of like the Call of Duty situation. That's something right there. They're just doing something stupid.
Yeah, it's true, bro. It's true.
Yeah. Yep.
It's true. Listen, I'm gonna tell you something crazy right now.
See who does the most dumb shit at a time.
I told Revenant this privately, and I'm gonna say this. It's gonna sound crazy, but it's absolutely true. Right now, so all right, like you have a company, like you have old games, right? They could have released a DLC for Arkham Knight 10 years later, assuming it's like the old Rocksteady, not the current fake bullshit Rock. I'm talking about like if the real Rocksteady released a story DLC 10 years later, people would still buy that DLC because that game is that good. Mm-hmm. Same thing with Witcher 3. If they released a Witcher 3 expansion like 7 years later, because people love those games so much, they would actually buy it. That's like a kind of like practice that if that happened, I mean, I wouldn't say they should do it now because everything's gone woke, so they'll add woke stuff to them. I'm assuming in a perfect world where it's like the integrity of the team is still there, they would make money doing that. That would be more lucrative than, and again, I'm not even saying that they should do it, but that would be more lucrative than spending $200 million on a service game. Like, it would cost less and make them more money to just do that. It's just like, it's crazy to me. It's like, if I know that, they should know that. That's all.
Yup.
Yeah, it's true. So we're gonna rotate the panel to get other people in. So I'll bring you guys back on when for the next topic. When we get to it.
All right. I'll be rotated then.
Yes,
Spirit.
I'm gonna bring 3 people on because Spirit of Paradox is here.
Oh, sure. Just bring on. Yeah. Spirit of Paradox, I agree with that. Wildlands can be fun.
It can be fun. It can be. It's just that overall the game's too like it's so grindy that I can't. I get bored and I can't continue it. It's just too samey.
What do you say?
And good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon,
Hey,
mate.
what's up, guys? Good day, mate.
How's
But
it going,
yeah,
mate?
I have to agree with you, man. Like, yeah, nowadays too many games are grindy. I ain't got time for that shit no more.
British.
Yeah, really.
British. There's a British person here.
Yes.
Bev, I'm
Straight out of
British. I'm British, Bev. I'm British.
You're British as well, is that right?
Yes, exactly. Yes, quite.
I'm Jamaican.
Quite.
Yeah, so how's everyone doing?
I'm doing good, man.
Pretty good.
I'm doing good.
Yeah.
How about you?
Good.
Yeah, man, all good. Been playing some older games, listening to the stream, but yeah, like been playing older games. I've been playing Soul Reaver Remastered 1 and 2. Really enjoying that. I decided to re-download that awful Godzilla game that we got back in like 2015. So, like,
Don't remind me of that
man.
game, bro. Don't talk about that game to me.
I think the only game that I'm playing that's multiplayer right now is Marvel Rivals, but mainly it's just all old games that I'm playing right now. And as for Ubisoft, like, I think they're finished. I don't think this AC is gonna sell like they want it to sell, what they need to make sure the lights are still on at Ubisoft, they're not going to be able to make it.
Agreed.
So they're going to need at least 10 million sales on this game just to keep the lights on, and that's not to keep Tencent at bay. Was it NetEase?
And by the way, Tencent buying them is not a good thing.
Yeah,
I know.
It's definitely not a good thing.
I don't know how Ubisoft has lasted so long, because they've taken all their properties, their intellectual properties that were incredibly interesting, varied, and diversive, and just completely and utterly, just stripped everything unique.
They homogenized them.
Made them the exact same experience, empty open worlds.
Yeah, it's like,
pretty
oh,
much.
you know, Ghost Recon Wildlands. Yeah, but like, wasn't it more interesting when it was like Ghost Recon? You know, the old Ghost
Yes.
Recons with the
Yes.
tactics and the
Yes.
squads wasn't that more interesting? Didn't
That
that
was
give
way more
Yeah,
interesting.
that was a lot
Way
more.
more.
Absolutely. That's
had
what I want them to go
a
back to.
personality?
Same.
Like
I agree with
Ghost
that.
Recon does not have to be this extravaganzic franchise. It's a tactical military shooter. You know, like you don't need a AAA budget for a game like that. And you sure as hell don't need to make it always online like Breakpoint. Ugh,
Yeah,
Yeah.
like it was like they turned Ghost Recon into, well,
Destiny.
I want Destiny meets like Blacklist. You know how, and not how
Or
Blacklist
more like Division.
play.
My bad.
More
bad.
like I think the Division is a good comparison.
Well,
To some
I
degree.
think it felt more like Blacklist just in the way it moved and the way it played.
That's it. I mean,
So-
that's. I mean,
Yeah.
Blacklist. I was playing Blacklist. Underlying gameplay is actually pretty good. It was like
Yeah,
pretty
it's
decent.
tight.
We're talking about Splinter Cell Blacklist, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
But
pretty
even
tight.
even then, I would prefer if they slowed down Splinter Cell a little bit. I feel like it's still like a
Oh,
little
God,
too
yeah.
fast. Like it's like slow it down, make it a little more stealthy. Like I feel like you can use stealth, but it feels like floaty even. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys, but it feels like more floaty. If you play Splinter Cell, Chaos Theory, or Double Agent, it feels way more weighted and heavy. You know,
Yeah,
and
See, the
grounded.
thing is, I
Mhm.
felt that way a lot now that I've thought about it, about the PS3 generation.
Mhm.
Like a lot of my old favorite games, I do get that like floaty feeling. Like there's no real, how would it, like you don't get that realistic weight to the
Yes.
gameplay like we have today. So yeah, I agree with that completely.
I
Yeah,
kind of
and
blame the
I
feedback.
like Blacklist, by the way. I say that's from someone who I admitted I was kind of wrong because I was highly against that game when it first released, and I ended up liking it a lot after
Yeah,
playing it. To
I
be
did.
fair,
I liked it, and I was but at the same time, they had a bunch of design decisions in there that were just like, Ubisoft, could you please not?
remote
And
control
then they
remote
changed the
control drone
voice
cars,
actor.
and the
Oh,
voice
Just
actor. Yeah,
the voice, the fact that they shine like information on the walls, it's stupid. It's cringe. It's not good. It doesn't look good. You know
yeah.
And you see, the thing
Well,
is, like with
what
Splinter
happened to a
Cell,
text box?
like when was the last Splinter Cell game we had? Like 2013?
2013.
That's
Yeah,
been some years
2013.
Yeah.
now to think about.
Yeah, it's been a long time. The
Yeah.
thing is, we'll never get another one.
Well, they want to
Oh no,
remake
they're
the first
remaking
one,
one.
but that's
Yeah,
going
they're
to be
remaking.
horrible. That's horrible.
Nonsense.
This
Yeah.
is the same Ubisoft that's doing this shit with Yasuke. What do you think they're
Yeah.
going to do with a remake of Splinter Cell 1?
They
Oh,
That
of
sounds
course they're gonna
terrible.
fuck
Yeah,
it up. Like honestly, I would prefer just port it. You don't
No.
even need
Pretty
to
much.
This game,
remaster. Just port.
And
this
plus,
remake
aren't
will
they,
never see the light of day.
You know what
also,
needs to happen for Splinter Cell to get back into good graces with fans? To me, they need to be bought out. Ubisoft needs to be bought out, and another dev that cares about the series has to take it over. They cared about what Splinter Cell was. Because
Pretty
I
much.
truly believe there's a hybrid between the older Splinter Cells and Blacklist that could be met, and it would make for a really good game. But it would require a lot of competency that Ubisoft just straight up doesn't have.
And we need to consider Splinter Cell was a direct competitor to Metal Gear Solid back in the day.
Yeah.
And like Metal Gear Solid is well regarded, and so is Splinter Cell. If done right, it can certainly be a quality title, but I agree with what you said. I don't think Ubisoft is going to change, even in the face of Oblivion right now.
When it comes to stealth,
pretty
I think
much.
Splinter Cell was
way.
leaps and bounds ahead of Metal Gear. I think Metal Gear was a kind of
I like Splinter Cell a lot. I do. I like a lot of things about it. Yeah, it's cool. Like when you even the interrogations are like they were like really iconic. Like
See, the thing is, I liked the more gritty take on the like genre. You know, with Metal Gear Solid, it's a lot more.
anime.
Yeah, a lot more anime. When I
That's what
go
it is,
to
anime.
Splinter Cell, it feels like a blockbuster kind of film, like game.
Yeah.
Like when
It
I
feels
get
like
the
a
story,
007 thing, like a
Yeah.
007 kind of thing.
Yeah.
Ghost
yeah,
Recon.
exactly, yeah.
Future
Yeah.
Soldier, Ghost Recon Future Soldier. That one was not very good. I want to play Advanced Warfare. If was that what it was called? Advanced Warfighter or something like that?
Advanced Warfare. Now, I had that one on P. Wasn't that on PS2?
Advanced
It was-
Warfighter like 2 or 3 or something like
No,
that?
it was Xbox 360. That's where it first.
Okay.
Yeah. It might have been on PlayStation 2, but I played it on the Xbox 360, and I
Gotcha.
figured it was a launch title or close to.
Probably.
Maybe like probably like a
Look.
maybe a couple of months.
Let's keep
Like
it real.
it.
The best parts of Ghost Recon and the best parts of like tactical military shooters aren't the grinds, they aren't the skins, they aren't the wacky shit. The best parts are when you're standing at a door, there's a bunch of insurgents in there, you breach from all sides, flash their asses, or use a wall mine, a wall breach, and then you go in there and murk all the guys. That's the fun of it. I don't need the open world. I don't need the components. Like, that's why Rainbow Six Vegas 2 to me is like the peak of what their game design was, because the story mode had plenty of that, but the multiplayer felt like you were doing that kind of thing to other players. And if they're like, and that was like to me, that was the end of Ghost Recon being Ghost Recon, if I'm being honest.
You see this? Oh, I thought we was talking about Rainbow there for a minute, but same with Ghost Recon. Like Ghost Recon ain't been the same since Future Soldier, in my opinion. I think after Future Soldier, they just went in a really weird direction. Like, yeah, the open world could be fine, but like the gameplay needs to be solid. Because with Ubisoft titles, if the gameplay is not solid, you just have a really massive empty open world full of grind.
Yes.
And I think when it comes down to Ghost Recon, it really should be, you have bases across or bad guy bases you need to take out, or districts, and basically it should be about how are you going to complete this mission.
Yes.
And the thing is with Wildlands and
Breakpoint, it was almost that, but not quite.
Yeah, like they had certain aspects of that in there, but the problem was it was just too open world focused and not focused on the tactical like gameplay.
Yeah. It lost fidelity. It lost fidelity from being so open. You lose fidelity when that happens.
Because with Wildlands and Breakpoint, really, you have all of these like gadgets to complete the mission, but really all you need to do is just snipe from a really far,
or like get behind some cover and fire.
Yeah. So I think
really all you have to do.
Yeah, so with Ghost Recon, I really do hope they make the gameplay more tactical. Like you need to use your head to actually complete the mission.
To your point, that's why I say Rainbow Six Vegas 2 is like the peak of that kind of gameplay. Because as much as I like Ghost Recon, I feel like Rainbow Six Vegas 2 encapsulated that perfectly. Like it was like, all right, you're given these tools, accomplish your mission. You have hostages, save the hostage. Like it basically did what I would expect those games to do, but it did it in such a clean, refined way. The only bad thing about Rainbow Six Vegas 2 is that it has no melee at all. It has zero melee, which is, well, melee, however you want to pronounce it. Like it has zero hand-to-hand, which kind of hurts the game. But that to me is if you want that kind of experience, that is like the game to do that in. Unfortunately, like Rainbow Six Vegas 2 is like the last, in my opinion, is the last one to really make that feel like correct, like how it should feel.
The next Ghost Recon will be very dark. I don't think that's Ubisoft doesn't know how to make dark games. They don't know how to make anything. I don't know why anybody even believes that they're going to make anything else after this year.
Is, with their storytelling, it's so bland. It just feels like nowadays you get like characters spouting out dialogue to each other. Like I don't actually have a real emotional connection to most of Ubisoft characters. Like with Ezio, I think with him, like I started with that character from when he was born to when he died. So I pretty much grew up with that character, but you have that attachment. And I still have that attachment, even if he's not the main character. When I think of Ghost Recon or any other Ubisoft title, I don't have much of a connection to the characters because of how the stories are written.
And you're not supposed to. In a way, I would argue that a Ghost Recon game or even like a Rainbow Six, the story should just be a vehicle to justify you being an operative, saving people or doing what you need to do. Like that should be the vehicle of that, because I don't expect like a Metal Gear Solid plot from a Ghost Recon game. They should have a story.
I don't expect.
Like Rainbow Six, I'm using Vegas because that's like it's a game that's like easy to make examples with. Rainbow Six Vegas 2 had the story for the second game was that one of the members actually betrayed the team, and he was kind of outsmarting them and doing like deals with like criminals all over the world, and you were trying to like find out what was going on. That's a good like driving plot. And then there's like a character relationship where your main character Gabriel, he's the mentor to this guy, I forgot his name, the one that betrayed the team, right?
Yeah.
Because he was a hothead. So that's a really like logical plot, and it gives some connection between the character you play as versus like the main antagonist of the game. But it's not done to the point where it's like melodrama. It feels like more like militaristic. It still feels more grounded. Splinter Cell Chaos Theory did that well too. Splinter Cell Chaos Theory did that well too.
Ubisoft copied that plot with Breakpoint, and it sucked.
They need just multiple interconnected places that they have to go to stop terrorists. It doesn't have to be an overall plot. It's stupid. It's a bad idea. It's their job to stop the terrorists, right?
That's kind of what they did with what the hell was it with Splinter Cell, where if you played Chaos Theory, remember his friend was a former member of his friend was like a guy he knew from like his war times, and he had a private military thing, and he was trying to like find out if he was involved with it, and it was this global conspiracy. Like you can have characters, you can have some character driven aspects to it, but it's like you said, it shouldn't be like this dramatic like story, because that's not really what you want from those games anyway.
No,
you know,
you're a set of professionals.
You're a professional doing your job, and your job is to stop terrorists. But I think with Rainbow Six Vegas too, it works a little bit because it makes sense why the criminals were one step ahead of the team, because you had a former member of the team kind of like, doing that. So it
was very Hollywood, but it worked for the.
It worked for that game.
It was a very small, intimate game when you consider. I know it's like, oh, but you're in Vegas, and it's like, well, Vegas is small compared to like in the other games where you go all around the world, right?
Exactly.
It's a more personal game, I guess.
Yeah, it's more personal. Yeah, but in the end of the day, you're still like you're just stopping terrorists from doing bad shit, basically.
Although I'll say that the early levels in that game suck dick.
I like the game. I do like the game for what it is. I don't really have many complaints outside of it being a little buggy at times and it having no hand-to-hand combat. I feel like that just doesn't make sense for what you're doing. But
game probably should have just started in Vegas. It's just me.
I mean, the part where you're captured and you like have to you have to sneak in there by yourself at night. That part was pretty cool, like the oil refinery and stuff. But anyway, Frost Baron, what are your thoughts on the Ubisoft stuff? I haven't got a chance to speak yet.
Well, I'm not really surprised by it, especially with how much Ubisoft has been pretty much either shooting themselves in the foot or just not having any clue of what they're doing. I mean, especially in this case with the studio, the fact that, well, first of all, the fact that they even got a chance to do a Star Wars open world game in the first place is pretty much a red flag, and pretty much is a good indication of, frankly, where the Star Wars franchise is, because if there's any studio that I didn't want to have that, especially as a Star Wars fan, wanting to play an open world game, Ubisoft is easily one of them that I wouldn't want to trust with that. I mean, granted, not too long ago, a few years ago, EA had Battlefront. You saw how that shook out. So,
yeah,
in addition to all the stuff they've done, whether it be with Assassin's Creed and how they've handled that and the whole Yote thing and what's happened with the Assassin's Creed franchise as a whole, from them not using their other franchises, like you guys just mentioned Ghost Recon. And although I haven't played it, I've never really played a game from the series. I was always aware of it. I knew what it was. And they haven't even had a game released for that in years. And then there's also them not doing as much with Prince of Persia, even though they had a recent game, but they shot themselves in the foot there with the design of the character. Just a side note with that, I heard that they are trying to do a remake of Sands of Time. I don't know how that's going to go, but I just recently have been playing that game, and it still holds up now.
It's fun. It's really fun.
I don't think it really even needs a remake, and I can't even imagine them, remaking like Warrior Within or the two thrones from what I've seen from both of those games.
Well, you see what the women look like. They're not Ubisoft ain't doing that.
Yeah,
Modern
I saw the
Ubisoft ain't making
opening.
women look like that.
Yeah, I saw the opening cutscene of Warrior Within, and I'm
They
like, yeah,
they have to
yeah, I
have
know
a
it's getting censored.
strong. But you say, oh, they're remaking this, they're remaking it. They're not remaking shit. They're not going to be around.
They're not.
True.
They
Yeah,
have to survive long enough to do that.
Yeah,
yeah,
and
good
like
point.
they just fired what, an entire studio.
It's like they're on the ground bleeding out from bullet wounds, and then they're calling
Yeah.
like they're calling their travel agent to make plans to go to Hawaii. It's like, bro, you got bullet holes in your chest. Deal with that first, and then then worry about that vacation.
They're calling for their medic, and then an evil Chinese little Chinese man appears.
But we also do need to consider the whole industry, the games industry in America is pissing their pants because all of that DEI money stopped.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
yep.
it's gonna
Because a lot
stop
of these
more with
companies
Trump.
are getting paid to do these DEI practices.
Yeah,
And
Trump
now
is
that
outlawing DI.
legislation is, yeah,
You might want to
I'm
get some
so
of these
happy
things
about it.
codified, though, because
yeah.
otherwise,
Though, we still have to be
they'll
careful because
they'll
they're still
work to
probably
undo
going to
it.
be trying this stuff, though it's going to be a lot more low key or trying to rearrange the names. If I had to
Yeah.
take it,
That's
there's no
I
way that
totally
they're
agree.
going to get away from it that easily.
But
They're
you
going
know,
into hiding.
yeah, they're gonna try to be more subversive than before. That's kind of what I feel with Kingdom Come Deliverance too. With like, I feel like they showed that trailer. Look, you're getting criticism for all this gay stuff, and then all of a sudden your trailer shows Kenry dancing with a bunch of women. That's not a coincidence, bro. That is 100% intentional marketing to say, no, look at this, look at that, whatever. So
Yeah, and I
as an
wish I was
example,
able to speak on it
Definitely is
last week
deliberate.
with Kingdom Come Deliverance, but man, that whole situation was just sheesh. Just the amount of shilling and people just completely acting like what was in front of them wasn't there. Like, was it Daniel Vavra wasn't doing a bait and switch is just insane to me. And I saw the video that you, Jim Pachi, and Revenant did, which was really good. And I mean, just
Thanks.
seeing what was his name,
appreciate it.
Worth By, just seeing him actually just insult the people that was on the stream and actually showing concern or angry about Vavra lying, and then more than that, just questioning them about them being gamers, and he himself saying that he doesn't care that developers lie, which I don't know how the hell you can say that as a game reviewer, and especially
Right.
after some of these other cases, especially like Cyberpunk, like a few years ago.
Yeah.
Like by that logic, he probably wouldn't have had an issue with CDPR lying about that. Now, things
Yeah,
with Cyberpunk, yeah, it's better now, but that doesn't change the fact that they lied about it, and the state it was then
Exactly.
was unacceptable. And
Yeah.
and I think, although I'm not a game reviewer myself, I really don't think that somebody who thinks that way should be thought of as someone with integrity when it comes to reviewing games, because
I
the number
agree.
one thing for me when it comes to game reviewers, I think, is that with them and with people who come to them with their YouTube channels, they come to you to at least to also hear your opinion, but you as a reviewer, you have to try and be objective, even if it is something you like. And you can't just ignore or pass over when a company's lying to people, or in this case, when they obviously are trying to bait and switch. Because make no mistake, if it wasn't for those leaks, and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 has had news come out for months and all this marketing, the fact that it took these leaks coming out for them to reveal that option for Henry, despite the fact that he's the main character, and that if the roles were reversed when it comes to the sexuality of characters, say if it was a character that was a lesbian or gay previously, having a straight option, I mean, you could imagine what the reaction would be there. And
Yeah.
for people to try and this actually pissed me off, people were trying to say that, just because it's an RPG, that, these choices, that there should be these choices there. But it completely ignores the fact that not every RPG is the same. Some RPGs are like the Final Fantasy games, where they're more linear and turn-based. Someone like Dragon's Dogma, where they're action
and the characters are set. By the way, the characters in Final Fantasy games is a set character.
Or even The
Like with
Witcher,
Witcher.
where
with Geralt.
you have Geralt, and the choices that are there, it coincides with his character and his
Yeah,
backstory.
it aligns with Geralt.
You're not just gonna have random choices like Geralt can just like get a blowjob from like Vesemir or something like that, or he can fucking like
that made me cringe, bro. That was nightmare fuel.
He goes into a brothel and he's like, I like to have the male dwarf with me. It's like he's not gonna be doing that, or he's not gonna start fucking like tap dancing because there's an option there if you want to tap dance as Geralt. You're gonna have options that make sense to his character. No different than Henry in Kingdom Come Deliverance 1.
Exactly.
So, and
precisely.
The thing with people will be like, oh well, he can murder people, he can do this other stuff because a lot. It's like giving you the gray area of that character because not everyone.
And also the people that he kills are people. Usually the people, even when he kills humans, they're people that are attacking him or they put him in a situation where he has to kill them. In general, Geralt doesn't even kill people unless they do something that necessitates it. There are a lot of the people you kill in Witcher 3, for example, are like literal witch hunters that hate Geralt because he's like a mutant. Literally, that's why they're trying to kill him half the time. So, it's like as you said, it's aligned with the character.
Yeah,
it's like aligned with the character.
Already pre-established. Yeah, Geralt's pre-established already, and it's the same thing with Henry. I haven't played as much as Kingdom Come Deliverance 1, but even then, I could tell pretty much from the start that Henry was straight. And I looked it up, and there were no options that he was.
Let's keep it real, though.
Yeah,
you don't even have to look it up.
They established that early on in the game, too.
Yeah,
you don't even have to look it up.
You don't have to finish the game.
Bro, he's the son of a blacksmith in 1400s Bohemia. Like, do you really need to be like, oh, I wonder if he's gay or not? Like, really? Like, come on, man. Like, at this point, if that game again, if I play a game about let's take it in the inverse. If I play a game about the Mali people, right, the Mali Empire, which was actually noted in history as one of the wealthiest, it's actually something that they should probably make a game about since they're so focused on inclusion. But that's neither here nor there. If you make a game about the Mali kingdom, I don't expect to see a bunch of Northern Europeans there. I don't expect it because that game's centralized to Africa and their interactions with the Muslims in the Middle East. If that game entirely comprised of black people and Muslims, I'm not going to cry racism because there's no white people there because that's congruent with the time period and that's congruent with the region. If you have, with the same thing with Bohemia, I don't expect there to be a bunch of gay and black people in 1400s Bohemia. And yes, people throughout all cultures in history have been gay at some point, but even then it's usually hidden. It's done as a factor of like, if you're gay, you're going to literally be killed, jailed, all these things. So even the gay people that did exist back then, they would tend to hide it. So the fact that it's an open option in the game doesn't even make sense because in that case, if they really wanted to go that far, then they would have to make it that where if you're doing this gay stuff or in this gay romance with Henry, you would have to hide it from like the guards and shit. Or if they catch you, if they wanted to really immerse in that way. But regardless, it shouldn't be there at all. But but all that, Vavra is not going to have any of that nuance.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? So
reaction. And I had a feeling that something was up as soon as I saw that a lot of those first statements made were really vague and not really just answering the question. And I say that with him specifically because I actually just remembered that not too long ago he was calling out Veilguard about what was going on there, and yet come to find out this shit is happening here with his own game.
Yeah.
Which is actually baffling.
You know what's funny? If they made Henry, it would have been bad either way. When I say this, keep in mind, I don't think that they should actually do this. But if they really wanted to have these kind of options, there was zero reason to make you continue playing as Henry. They could have had you play as an entirely new created character, and then even though it would have still been fucked to have that stuff in the game, at least you could justify that he's not Henry. And then they could have went the route that I'm saying, where if you're in a gay relationship, you have to hide it because of, the laws and the culture at the time or whatever. They could have, if they really were hell bent on doing this like woke gay crap that all these devs like to do, at least with a created character, it could have justified some of it, but they refused to do that. And then they're like backpedaling as if like people aren't supposed to notice. It shows you that people like Vavra think we're stupid.
Yeah.
They think we're dumb. They think we're dumb. They think that we're not going to notice. Shut up. Like eat from your trough. You know, like a fucking good little pig.
Yeah.
And they just think we're dumb. They think that we're slaves. But then when I think about how people responded to that video defending it, when I think about people like Worth a Buy, spelled B-I, by the way, when I think about Worth a Buy and all these people, it kind of doesn't shock me that they think we're dumb because they're not exactly making a strong case against it when they're shilling like that.
And it also makes me wonder what other stuff is going to be in the full game once it's released. Actually, that's another thing I've kind of wondered.
Yeah.
Who
They'll
knows what
receive
else
zero
they're
money
hiding.
from me. They'll see if you have a
And
game
yeah.
like that and you do that, you will never receive my money. I can live my life without playing your game. In the end, it's just a game. I don't need to see every movie that comes out. I don't need to play every game that comes out. I'm perfectly okay with that.
Yeah. Same here with that. I mean, I've already got plenty of, retro games, so it's like I'm fine missing out on some if it means not giving these guys money. These same people who are pretty much one of the main reasons why the game industry's gone to shit.
Pretty much. So, Revenant,
Yeah.
you want to move on to the next subject? We've been on this one for a bit, and let's
Okay,
move to the next subject.
Did I bring Apollo Patriot back in? Because he's the only one waiting backstage.
You might as well, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
The Patriot himself.
But if anyone else
We'll
comes
show you.
in backstage, and then I'll shorten it, yeah. But
How
it
to
doesn't
show?
make sense for him to be waiting there.
So come around.
Большое спасибо. Как дела?
So,
Я не понимаю, что ты
Bioware
говоришь.
layoffs.
I know.
Anyway.
I got to buy my Mass Effect copy before they go out of stock.
For real.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
I
blame
think
you.
I've had mine for a few
So
years.
layoffs at Bioware, specifically the Dragon Age Belgard team. I think I had mentioned before. I forgot. I had said a little while ago. But yeah, they want to quote unquote restructure the studio for Mass Effect 4, and a couple of key developers from previous games have come back. I don't know if they left Bioware, they were in some other studio at Bioware or whatever it is. And of course, they're going to be using that to heavily market the game to get people to trust them again, because people are idiots and they're gonna trust. They'll trust them regardless because they think it's going to be any different. But how quickly they forget about Mass Effect Andromeda,
Yeah.
or all the
They're
other
dragging-
shit they've been doing.
I've still got
Are
my
they
copy.
dragging
They did get rid of
Casey
a lot
Hudson
of.
back?
Yeah, they got. Yeah, that's the guy. Yeah, they
Oh fuck!
what was it? Most of the people that were laid off were people who were in key positions on development of Dragon Age Belgard. And that's
See you,
another
Royce.
report thinking like,
Yeah.
it's gonna be good now. It's like, no.
I don't think so. And also, did you
Oh,
guys
geez,
see about
he
the
said that.
news
little while ago,
with
but
Ghost
yeah,
of
take it
Yote?
easy. Oh yeah, I
Ghost
heard
of
about that
Yote.
too. Yeah, that
Yeah,
just came out today about that.
Yeah, I just saw it come on last night, and I checked the IMDb of Ghost of Yote, and I saw that the two writers they have listed on there, they previously had experience writing at BioWare with Andromeda and Veilguard, and one of them
Ooh,
actually
that's
is
rough.
supposed.
Ooh,
And
that's
actually,
a
one of them,
star-studded duo there.
Oh,
Yeah,
not my
and-
precious Sony games.
and one of them apparently, I think the female one that's listed there, it said on there that she was going to be the lead writer of the Knights of the Old Republic remake, and I'll have to double check it again, but yeah.
Oh, that person.
Pretty-
Oh my
Pretty
God.
sure. What, Sam Max?
No, hold on, no, not Sam Mags. Let me.
It was a
look it up.
female, right?
Yeah,
She was
it's
supposed to
not
be
Sam
working
Mags
on the new
but
Knights of the Old Republic.
She used to
but
work
that-
there, yeah,
Well, she
because
used to,
she was
but-
talking shit or something. People were worried about that.
Yeah, hold on.
but
Let me.
In
so
a
far as
perfect
I-
world, their restructuring means they're gonna get rid of woke shit because they're afraid of Trump's DI laws that he's
Yeah.
trying to push, and then that means like Mass Effect 5 might actually be good. But I'm not gonna hold my breath on that. That would just be the best case scenario.
Yeah. I got it pulled up here.
A perfect world. It's gonna burn. It's all gonna burn down, and we're gonna have to rebuild the fucking thing up from scratch.
Yeah,
That's
it's
what's gonna
likely
Yeah.
it's likely
Yeah.
restructure means that they're gonna try to treat gamers more subversively. rather
'Cause,
than
like, this-
actually get rid of the stuff. But
these
in a perfect
CEOs
world, they would do that. They would
and
fix it.
these CEOs, they want like a massive payout. They want to get their big golden parachutes, and in order to do that, they have to literally sink their companies.
See, this is what would be the smartest thing to do. If they actually wanted to make money, they would say, fuck all the DEI stuff, ignore the criticism, do what makes money, right? Do what fans want. And by doing so, they'll have this massive payout, and then they could pull out of the company, and that could be the last game, seeing as how everything else flopped. That's what a smart person would do. Like, if you're waiting for the company to fall out, you're taking more of a risk, and it's going to take longer for that to happen. So you might as well say, all right, our company's dying. We lost all good faith. Let's make one actually good Mass Effect game, like as our final game, if it is our final game. If it fails because of the bad faith we garnered, then fine, because we're still going to do that. We're still going to, pull out to save money anyway. So it's going to be the same outcome. You might as well try to give fans what they want for your final hurrah. That way you make money as you let the company die. That would be like big brained. But again, a lot of these companies, they're invested in these games, but they don't actually play or care about them. It's just another thing on their portfolio. And if it's another thing on your portfolio, then you don't have the foresight to make decisions. That's why I forgot what investor said it. He was like, you should only invest in things that you understand or know, as opposed to investing in random companies because they're successful, right? Yeah. So it's the same thing. If you're investing in gaming and know nothing about it, you're not going to be able to make clear decisions on like how you should, how you should operate and get the most return from your company.
I mean, I hope EA and Ubisoft continue to do this, and that they sink their companies. They don't deserve them, and it's not like they have any decent IP intellectual properties left.
Yeah, Dragon Age is dead. Like, that's gone.
Yeah,
it's literally dead.
Yeah,
real.
They
put the nails
in
it.
Still one of my favorites.
Truth be told, I think most of EA's IPs are dead at this point.
Most of them, yeah,
you're right. Yeah.
I
would argue Mass Effect. Mass Effect is dead. Mass Effect is
really
dead.
Like,
Since
honestly, even though I was late to the franchise, I honestly think it should have just ended
Andromeda
with 3.
Is over.
It died when my face got tired.
Yeah.
You see, the thing is, I've got Andromeda, and I still ain't completed it.
I remember you saying something along the lines of. Did you say something along the lines of that you thought it was pretty good until you played the old ones, and you realized, or something like that?
Yeah.
Was it like something of that sort?
Yeah, I got the Legendary Edition through PlayStation Plus, and I was like, okay, now I understand why everybody was so pissed off at Andromeda. Because it's like, it's night and day. It's like, I haven't touched that game since it first released.
The devs were like, we know that you can romance people and have sex with them and do all kinds of crazy shit, but damn you pervert looking at Miranda's butt in that camera angle.
Yeah.
Make it make sense, bro.
Yeah. And also I double checked about the writers, and the person who's supposed to be the lead writer of the Knights of the Old Republic remake, her name's Courtney Woods, apparently. Says her experience previously was Veilguard, Anthem, Andromeda, some with Star Wars: The Old Republic, and Dragon Age Inquisition, The Descent, and the original game.
Damn. So this woman's
writer.
Her track record is horrible. This would be someone I would go out of my way to not hire.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, even if you're looking at it objectively,
I'm like, no, thank you.
I wrote for all these games. They had terrible stories. Hire me.
Like, even objectively speaking, if you're not, like, let's say you're an investor, you don't care about politics, like, those games like failed. They, like, most of them did not do well. Like, so why would I hire you? Like, even objectively, it's bad.
Especially with the last 3. I mean, Andromeda, Anthem, and then Veilguard. Being a part of writing for all 3 of those.
Yeah, it's like those are like massive flops, and those are story-driven games. It's not like they're like a looter shooter. That's like even worse. They're story-driven.
All of them were forced to use the Battlefield engine as well to make RPGs.
Oh
yeah, the DICE engine.
Didn't they do that for Anthem?
Oh no, Frostbite, whatever.
Yes, Frostbite. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think they tried.
That raises the question: like, what happened to the original writers that Sucker Punch then?
I honestly don't know, and that's a real good question.
EA, never forget that EA is a company that makes UFC games and that removes grounded elbows and hammer fists. That's the kind of company they are. Like for perspective, like like I mean, like if you guys like really don't know about like MMA like that, like to have a mixed martial art, that would be like having a boxing game where you can't do uppercuts or something. Like it's
Pretty
so
much.
weird. It's so weird. Like and the fact that
makes
EA is
no
a company, EA removed it because they added complexity and they were trying to homogenize the ground game. So if you're willing to make your game inauthentic to homogenize the ground game for fucking morons, then that kind of shows you like the kind of company that they are.
I mean, I think if you buy any EA product, you're a fucking moron. To be frank.
It's
I agree.
especially
I
Madden.
agree.
Especially Madden.
At this point, like, what's the point?
Oh man, yeah.
The last one I bought, EA, was Battlefield 1.
Yeah, I think that might have been my last one too, right? No, you know what? The last one I bought was UFC 4 actually, because I thought that it was gonna. Because remember I was saying earlier in the podcast that it was improving with each one, and then 4 was like when it stopped improving, and then that's when I stopped buying the game. That's when I said I'm not gonna buy 5. So
Battlefield 1, I really liked them. I wasn't really the biggest fan of the single player, which fair enough. Battlefield doesn't have good single players, but I really liked the multiplayer, even though it was. Weird because it was kind of like this is alternate history, but it isn't as well. Yeah.
I will never forget one thing in Battlefield 4. I was in a building and in the game I was playing multiplayer and the building came down. Like that somebody like somehow like the building got blown up and I was on the roof of the building, but the building was collapsing, but I was like on top of the building, like still alive. And then and this is all happening like online. And there was like smoke from the debris, right? It creates like a smoke cloud. And so I'm like on this like building that's coming down and there's smoke everywhere. And I have the IR scope and I'm like shooting the other players through the smoke with the IR. I thought that was wow. That's like really cool, like fun, like really what's the word I'm looking for? Like
a Battlefield moment. Yeah.
It's like it felt free. It felt like very free. It felt organic. It didn't feel like a forced set piece. But like that Battlefield is like no longer around. Like so.
For me, it's Battlefield 2 not Hardline, Bad Company.
Yeah, Bad Company 2.
And
that was a fun game.
3.
I loved Bad Company 2. I thought Bad Company 2 is probably the best Battlefield I played.
It's fun. It's fun. I used to play Modern Combat 2 a lot, believe it or not, like when that game was like new. So
I was when I don't play much multiplayer, but a lot of the multiplayers I played were back in like early 2000s.
Yeah. Like Halo 3, I used to like play that a lot online. Like that game was really fun online. Like I wish Gears of War, I used to be like play that like crazy too. Yeah. I miss those days, man. I miss the days when a multiplayer game just meant you were gonna play a fun game with your friends and it wasn't just a vehicle to sell you a bunch of fucking skins and microtransactions. Like all they have to do, think about it. You're trying to nickel and dime people out of your you're trying to nickel and dime them with microtransactions when if you're gaming, like people would literally buy Halo, buy Gears of War because everyone was talking about how fun it is. So instead of getting a full price purchase of the game for it being good, you're trying to nickel and dime the people that are sticking around despite your game being bad. It doesn't make sense.
Mm-hmm.
Like you could think about it. But, Halo 3 has no microtransactions in it. Like it has, I think it does have some, but it's not like modern games. But I could be like, hey, Halo 3 is fun. You should buy it so you can play with us. That's the company getting a full purchase of the game versus
they'll get my full purchase when it comes onto PlayStation.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm waiting for that.
Yeah,
I did like Mass Effect 1. And I sort of like 2, I guess.
I liked all 3, even though 3 was definitely the weakest.
Yeah.
But after
the
only ones I would play would be, the trilogy, and then after that, it's like, I mean, there's a point where you can safely just not play EA. You get to a point in their in their library where you can safely stop playing EA games completely.
Yeah,
that's Dead Space too.
Yeah. You'll have a much better life.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that.
No, I'm giving up on Titanfall 3 at this point.
Oh, that's not.
Oh, that's not happening, bro. When Apex Legends, Apex Legends should have told you that's not happening, bro.
Yeah, it's called Apex
Yeah.
Legends. You need to get on that
Oh,
if you want
yeah.
to play Titanfall
Yeah.
3.
No,
Dang.
I refuse to play that. It's Titanfall without the Titans. Nah,
Correct.
not
Yeah.
the
Is-
Doesn't
same.
have the Titans?
Isn't
Yeah,
that
not
what
playing
usually
that.
happens with video games? They usually just strip the thing that made the video game special and unique in the first place.
Like Assassin's
can
Creed
belong
without
to everything
assassins.
Exactly.
Pretty much.
I mean, that's what Assassin's Creed
Exactly.
is. It's Assassin's Creed without assassins. You're playing as fucking like Vikings and shit, and like mass. You're playing as like a giant black guy in Japan chopping people's heads off. That surely that screams assassin.
See, the
Like,
thing is, right, I played Valhalla from beginning to end, and right when I'm finally about
Why
to
would you
finish
do
the
that?
campaign, they finally
My
tell
condolences.
me Eivor was never an assassin, nor did he even agree with the tenants. He just did his own thing. So it's
Yeah.
like, why call it Assassin's Creed and have two assassins in the whole campaign just to tell us right when you're about to complete the story, nah, I'm not an assassin. I just like the hidden blade.
it's so cringy,
Like,
right?
nah,
That's something
yeah.
that like a
Yeah.
fan. That's like a fan fiction, like Tumblr, like OC kind of thing. Like, oh, I didn't
Yeah.
really care about being assassins. I just thought
unless
the
you know they're not
hoodie
really
looked
for you.
cool. I just thought the hoodie looked cool.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
They
Like,
just wanted
yeah.
to return their
Mhm.
artifacts to their to the native people, right?
Yeah, exactly. Right, exactly. Bingo. Right on the money.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy,
But
man.
Paulo Patriot, what are your thoughts on the whole
Uh,
Bioware layoff?
The
and whatnot?
Bioware. So I am very heavily like looking at the information, all this stuff, watching videos about Bioware, watching other channels. It with the Veilguard situation, I would say I would have to bring up the new Battlefield with the same EA Bioware, the Vanguard. So the Veilguard, they're bringing like some of these devs on the new next Battlefield game, and I would say that's pretty scary for the next Battlefield game with the EA Bioware Veilguard devs involved, like the narrative designer and all that stuff. I'm like, pretty scared, pretty scared. And everything else for Bioware and Veilguard, I'm like, they should have maybe hell make it like Origins or something. I don't know. Like, it just kind of angers me a little bit. I'm like, so you're bringing like leftovers and put it into another game title like the new Battlefield game. I'm like, it, what's gonna happen? I don't know. Is this? It's very concerning with me. Like,
Mhm.
I always say like I never played the old school Dragon Age games, but like um I always buy the new Battlefield games, but I learned my lesson from 2042. Yeah, that's EA, and they wanted to go for a Call of Duty route. So
Did you buy Battlefield 5?
uh I never bought it. I played the open beta. It was trash, and then sooner or later, I bought Battlefield 5 when it was like on a deal, like when they quit putting updates to the game. So like the last thing they put the Pacific Theater. That's only when I bought the game because it was in the Pacific Theater in World War II Iwo Jima. I didn't even play the campaigns because I knew they're
Yeah,
god
they're
awful.
Отлично,
So
отлично.
yeah,
let's put it
and
this way. Let's put it this way, right? So they show a scene, and it says Africa 1941, and there's a tiger.
What?
All right,
Wait, what?
Tiger.
a tiger tank,
Oh,
Oh,
a
okay.
tiger tank. The tiger tank
they
Okay.
should have.
wasn't seen until 1942 Tunisia.
Yeah, like they should have put the
They don't care
Italian.
about historical accuracy.
Yeah, like they
Yeah.
should have. Like during the African theater, you got the British
Yeah.
and the Australians against the Italian forces, and you got some of the German commanders involved in Africa. You know, like it is confusing. Like why add
It
the?
gets crazier.
Yeah, it's
The
crazy. But
tiger. Do you want to know what the tiger was up against? Sherman Calliopes.
wow,
Sherman the rocket launching
wow,
Shermans.
wow. But
Oh, God.
EA with everything what's going on in EA, it's sad. Like I mean, I don't know. Just,
It really is.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's,
It's
man.
like
sad,
whatever,
especially.
wherever you look at it, like whatever EA is doing or publishing, it's like it's probably nothing really good.
Yeah, and
No.
it's definitely
Good
a shame
points.
for
Good points.
BioWare.
Молодец.
Given BioWare's history, I mean, I played a number of their older games. Some of them are still my favorite, and the thing is, I didn't even start playing their games until after I first played Inquisition, and I went back and played Knights of the Old Republic, Dragon Age Origins, the Mass Effect trilogy, and even Jade Empire, and just seeing what they were in the past to what it is now, it's honestly shocking. They went from a Game of the Year contenders to, well, Veilguard
Yeah, it's
now.
bad.
Yeah.
All that work.
Well, back then it was about telling stories. Now it's about telling people how to vote and and what the
Yeah.
politics should be.
Can I do my take?
Yeah.
Sure.
It's like 15 years of fucking trash, and then people expect it to be better suddenly. That doesn't.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Surely,
that's
surely the fifth product in a line of failures will be the good one.
Yeah.
Guys,
Even though they keep losing money and then they keep firing, people keep on leaving because, well, they don't want to stick around a fire. That's gone out.
I got slapped every time I went for the kiss, but this one time, this is the moment. This is the one.
Yeah.
This is the game
It's like-
changer.
And it's like 2 minutes later. So she wore brass knucks this time.
Yeah, she wore brass knucks.
Yeah.
Do you have a good dentist? It opens your hand, you see a tooth in there. All right.
Yeah, people that I'm pretty sure. I know that there's people like acting like they're surprised, like, "Oh my god, how could Veilguard be so bad?" You had this clocked from moment one. You all did.
Yeah.
You all
Come
had
on.
it clocked from moment one.
come on. Pretty much anybody could have told that looking at the trailer or whoever, well, actually seeing the people who were behind it. Like the first time I saw the writer and his picture on, I believe, X, I was like, oh no. And then I found
It's
out
like
about the
Indiana
director.
Jones. Indiana Jones, it's like people are shocked that it's bad. I'm like, you guys saw everything leading up to it. You saw the developers. You saw what they were saying
Modern audience.
for a modern audience, and then the game is dog shit, and then you're surprised. Like, it's like, come on, man.
Yeah.
It's very mediocre. It really is.
It really is.
Yeah,
I don't know why
yeah.
people try to put on his high pedestals. Like I know 2024 was a pretty shitty year for new games, but come on now. It was way
the
better
best thing
games than
about
that.
You know what the best thing about that game is? When you punch someone, it's the sound effect from the movie. That's it. That's literally it.
Yeah.
That's the best thing about it.
That's attention to detail.
People just do, they have that cognitive dissonance, right? That's what it is. It's like if they tell themselves something's true, they'll believe it. Like, in a way, I would argue that it's immoral, in my opinion, to be like that. In my opinion, it's immoral to be that cognitively dissonant because you're allowing evil or bad shit to propagate, and you're like, you're mentally shielding yourself from the consequences of what that thing is, right? Like if it's a bad game, I feel like it's immoral to know something that is compromised, but lie to yourself and try to lie to others. Like it's just terrible, man. It's a terrible thing to do.
I think this is a pretty interesting take from Double Rainbow Salad. Whoa, this sounds like a name of my alternate account or something if I made it. No, I'm joking. He said Resident Evil has been dead for a decade. Prove me wrong.
Okay.
No, I won't prove you wrong.
I don't disagree. I think I liked 5. I did like 5, but I don't like 4. I liked the first. I mean, obviously the classic Resident Evil games are great. I don't like 0. Yeah. I don't like 0. I think 0 is an abomination, to be honest with you.
I liked it for its beautiful pre-rendered backgrounds.
It looks nice.
Yeah.
It looks nice. I don't even mind the tag team gameplay. The story completely undermines Resident Evil 1 in every way, and it's best to be considered non-canon. That's how I look at it. Like it entirely ignore that game's existence. My major issue with 0 is the plot.
Which is weird,
it's the story.
Because
the graphics and everything are beautiful, by the way.
Yeah, it definitely still holds up.
And the gameplay is not that bad in some ways.
While on the N64, so it's kind of like, all right, you're doing a 0, so wouldn't you want it to makes sense with the original game since it pretty much is like leading to it. And then
Well,
fucking which one released for first, the remake of 1 or 0?
I think the remake of 1, right? Didn't
I
that
don't
release
remember
first?
one.
I think the remake of 1 released first.
All right. Well, I mean, well, either way, they were making 0 on the N64 originally, so I would figure like they knew what they were doing story wise. So I don't know. You would figure that it would again. You would figure it would make sense with what's going on with the Resident Evil 1. So why would they have this story and then this shit that just doesn't make any sense at all? Like it's like did Rebecca like hit her head on her way to the mansion or something and just forgot everything,
Well,
or I don't know.
it undermines the game
That
in
didn't
that
make any
way.
sense.
But there's also like more subtle ways, like having a proto tyrant. In Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3, you fight Mr. X, you fight various forms of tyrant that are more complete. The tyrant in Resident Evil 1 is the proto tyrant. That's why the heart is exposed. It's a glaring weakness that the other tyrants don't have, right?
Mhm.
That's telling you that this is like a
Yeah.
first generation tyrant. Then 0 comes out and they're like, well, this is the actual proto tyrant, and it's like some like schizo tyrant in like in a dungeon somewhere. It's like so like you basically cheapened the final boss of the game that is supposed to be like right after this one, and that's just one of many things. That's just one of many.
Yeah.
Like the anime shit with like the Leech Man with the leeches. It's so bad. It's such a bad fan fictiony. Like I just don't like that game. I just can't. I just find it to be like fan fiction. It's terrible. But the gameplay and the graphics are
I like
okay.
the music. It has good music.
Actually,
Even the
it,
gameplay is, before you say it, I want to say even the gameplay is kind of shit because that mechanic of leaving items anywhere, like in the map, that's a terrible mechanic for Resident Evil.
When you think about the date of when it was made, so it was being made alongside Code Veronica, right? If you look at the two games, they're very Code Veronica. It's very Code Veronica.
Yeah, they both have anime tropes, Japanese anime tropes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Japanese anime tropes with the insects.
But the difference is that Code Veronica is actually good.
Yeah, it's actually a full game. It's actually
it actually has a decent story. Game. Like despite the anime stuff, it's actually a decent story. If that's actually the game that they should have remade instead of 5. They should remake.
Doesn't it also kind of hint at Resident Evil 4?
It hints at Resident Evil 5 because of the stuff with Wesker.
Oh, okay.
And
I heard they were dropping Resident Evil 5. They're going straight to 6.
Yeah, they shouldn't even remake 6. They should just remake. Look, they shouldn't remake anyone. They should just leave it alone. But if they're gonna remake one, remake Code Veronica. That one could just justify as a remake because that's a good game. Yeah. And if they could like nerf some of the anime camp, it would actually make it. It would actually make the game like better. It would actually enhance the game. Like for example, Steve's voice acting is dog shit, right? like if they fit, that's one of the things that needs to be fixed. Oh, it's so bad. I'm sorry, Claire.
I'm sorry, Claire.
I'm sorry. Hold on, I need to have some Canadian bacon, Claire.
Yeah, I'm from Ottawa, eh? You know?
Yeah, I'm from Ottawa. Yeah, exactly. Like that game, but at its heart, if you just pay attention to the story and gameplay, it's pretty good. So that's one of those games where, like, if I was gonna remake anything, I'd remake that one. I actually do like 7 more than 8. I think 8. The things I don't like about 8 are because it copies the things I don't like about 4. Like the merchant. If you want me to not take your game seriously as a horror game, put a merchant in there. Put a merchant. I put a merchant, and I will. Yeah. I'll collect. Yeah, I'll collect gold bricks. I'll collect gold bricks on the floor, but then you want me to be scared. You're trying to have the atmosphere of 7, but then I'm collecting gold bricks to sell to the fat, obese merchant. That's definitely not a knockoff of the Resident Evil 4 merchant. Like, come on, man.
And then he's giving you parts of your kid, and he's just, why don't you take a closer look? It's like, oh my god.
But one thing I did like about 8, because I'm a fanboy for Chris, is when he had his unit like wipe those bitches out like it was nothing. I kind of thought that was badass.
At the end, that's the only good part.
That's the only part. Yeah, like that's the only part that like I think I still like to this day. Everything else, but 7 I don't think is that bad. Actually, 7 in the structure of 7 kind of reminded me of the old Resident Evils, like the pre-4. But like with
half of it does. As soon as you leave the
with first person.
As soon as you leave the house and the courthouse outside, it gets very rushed. It feels rushed.
To play devil's advocate, I will say that in the original Resident Evils, they kind of all had that outcome because, like, even the first game, I was playing it again recently for shits and giggles, And at the end of the game, you always have like a bunch of grenade launcher rounds, like Magnum rounds. You're just going around blasting everybody.
It becomes more like action heavy and like less scary.
That's true of every Resident Evil game, I believe, of at least the older generation. You're always overpowered, and now the enemies are nothing, and you're just blasting your way through them to the final boss. So I don't really hate that as much.
Yeah,
the area is just it's boring. It's a ship. It's not a very interesting ship.
I feel you. The ship, because I get what you're saying, but like honestly, like if I'm being real, I don't really like hate that. I feel like 7 was a good callback to the older games at the very least. Like that was a positive direction.
Mm-hmm.
Like if they like outside of being first person, because I know some people didn't like that, but outside of being first person, I think like structurally it was a good take back to what Resident Evil used to be. Down to like even when you go in the basement when you first see the molded. That reminded me a lot of Resident Evil 1,
mm-hmm.
like even just the layout of that part of the house. So I mean, I like stuff like that. I don't think
fights were good too.
Yeah, they were good. I don't think it's the best Resident Evil for by a long shot.
Marguerite.
Like Marguerite, I thought was a good boss fight. I like that Jack was kind of like a pursuer, like Mr. X or Nemesis in a way. Like I like that they try to incorporate those elements. Like I don't think it's a bad game. Do I think it's the best? No. But I think 8 generally is like not good. It's like a very mid game, 8. But 7, I would argue, is like more on the good side. That's my take on it.
Yeah,
8 doesn't seem to.
Double Rainbow. I'm gonna have to disagree with you on that. I think when Resident Evil went for the mainstream audience was with 6. I mean, they even said it themselves. They were trying to get like Call of Duty crowd and Gears of War crowd.
They did, yeah.
I forgot exactly what they referenced, but you can tell they were trying to cater to so many different groups of people, specifically people who don't really play Resident Evil, and that's why a lot of people are very like mixed on it. Even though I like 6 in different ways, it's not like I wouldn't say it's great necessarily, especially as a Resident Evil game. But I think a lot of the blame has to go to Resident Evil 4 because that's what started this whole thing, and that's another reason why I don't like. That because it's trying to be like Resident Evil 4. But in first person, I think that's why a lot of people even like it more than 7, just because it has similarities to 4, and people.
I think 7 is better in every way. Again, like Latina, I get what you and Berber are saying with the ship part, but I honestly don't hate it. But 4 is where the series. Honestly, I highly dislike 4. I remember my friend was hyping it up when it came out. And I remember the first thing I did was I remember the first time I roundhouse kicked a zombie, it killed all the tension. Even when I first played the game, I remember he's like, "Oh, get it, it's good," or whatever. I play it. The first thing that happens, I hit the zombie with a melee attack. I'm like, bro, I just like once I realized I can roundhouse kick them, it stopped being scary and it became more of like, oh, I wonder what other attacks I can do on them. Like, oh, I wonder what other crazy shit. Like it lost the tension, any tension it had. So I honestly think 4 is overrated. It's not a bad game, but it's overrated. It is definitely not far from the best Resident Evil game. And I think that Code Veronica is the last. Code Veronica is the last real Resident Evil game in my opinion. 0 is good. 0 has good graphics and like it looks nice and all that, but when it comes to like straight gameplay, I'm not feeling that game. I just don't like it, and I just don't like how it cheapens this. I think I could get past the gameplay if it didn't cheapen the story. I think that's like the biggest crime that it does to the series, personally.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's kind of another thing is that they're going back and they're retconning a lot of, they're changing characters and they're changing a lot of things, and it's just like, guys, don't do this. It's already. The thing about Resident Evil is like when you get past a certain point, it's really convoluted anyways. Why would you want to add more confusion to it?
Well, if you want to play a fun game, if you want to play a game that will drive you crazy, try to find out what parts of Resident Evil 1 are canon and what isn't. Good luck with that. Because throughout the series, they both Chris and Jill reference things that could only have happened if they both weren't locked up in Wesker's jail cell thing. So the game like if you think about it, like it's really hard to rationalize it. So and then the other thing about 0 is that 0 as a game, like it like all right, you take a game like any other game series, like and you go back in time and you retcon something, that retcon can like make or break a series sometimes. Like if you take 0 as canon, it makes Rebecca seem like a total incompetent dunce. And it just it's just cheap. It's just so cheap. Like Resident Evil 1 remake did so much work of trying to make everything feel more like cohesive, only for it to be like undone by Zero. Like, why would you go out of your way to make it make more sense, for it to feel better, like to feel like the story is like less janky, to just add jank in a prequel? Like that game, like I don't know. I have a little bit of a hate boner for it. It has good graphics. It looks beautiful visually. It has the old format of fixed camera, which is great. But aside from that, that game is like, to me, it's non-canon. I don't consider it canon, even though it is. But I don't consider.
Yeah. What Double Rainbow I'd mentioned about 6 having an amazing control scheme. I actually agree. I also wish that they would have used that for another game. It's kind of weird.
Yes.
It plays very well for what it is, but it's like, why not use it for anything else after that?
Yeah, it's like people. That's kind of my sentiment too.
In that game, they introduced stuff in that game, and they never brought it back in anything.
Yeah, I like that you can dodge mechanically, just dodge the zombies. You can roll. You can do all kinds of melee. All right, say what you want about 6, but 6 is definitely a fun game to play. Like when I sometimes I'll go on and play. I'll play extra mercenaries. No mercy mercenaries. And it's so fucking fun. Like just the combat and the feel. Like if you ignore the fact that the title is Resident Evil, it's it's a really good game, like mechanically. Aside from some of the quick time events being really annoying, but the fact that you can like dodge the zombies, you can slide and like kick them. You can like dodge bullets, dodge sniper bullets. It's like and as a co-op game, if you're doing co-op, No Mercy Mercenaries is super fun, man. Like I can't say it's a bad game, like mechanically. Even though I get that people don't like how it just went to becoming a straight up action game. But damn, hey, if they made it a straight up action game, at least it was a good action game, right?
Yeah, at least that's true. At least like story wise, it like connects a lot of things. Doesn't feel, it's kind of weird because it feels more like a mainline story wise mainline Resident Evil game than 4 does.
It does. 4 always felt like that should have been the side game, and Code Veronica should have been 4. That's how I always felt.
I agree. I think 0 had some good ideas, but wasn't implemented very well. You can make the argument that maybe a remake can
No, let that game disappear. Because even then, the story. It's just really the major problem is really the story, bro. Like
probably fix that, but again, it's like I'm just tired of these remakes. Like too much.
Think about it. You know how stupid it is to say there's an exact, almost a replica mansion, just not that far off from the actual mansion where all this other shit is going on. Like it's so it's such an asshole. It's so contrived.
Don't they do that in Code Veronica as well?
Yeah,
but in Code because in Code Veronica it's actually a different location. It's not like a mansion that's like not too far off from like the actual mansion where the original game takes place in.
Yeah, but it seems like the devs have quite a hard on for that mansion.
Yeah, like I don't mind. It's not even that it's a mansion. It's not that it's a mansion. It's that it's just a conveniently located mansion where Rebecca goes through all these things that she doesn't bother to tell any of the characters about. So,
I think it was supposed to be a place where like a lot of the researchers would get together and play like movies and stuff. It had like an amphitheater and stuff, didn't it, and things like that.
Yeah, but then again, think about it. Just because an explanation exists doesn't mean it's a good one, right? Because that definitely wasn't intended from the jump. Remember, there are people saying that Siri did this, so she could be a Witcher because of this and that. Like they can make a reason for it being justified. It doesn't mean that it's a good reason or that it should be a reason.
I'm not saying it's a good reason. I'm saying it's probably the reason they use to justify it. It's not a good reason because if you actually look at Resident Evil 1 and Remake, that facility under the mansion is tiny.
It is.
It's really small. It's got a couple of rooms. Yeah,
and that's supposed to be where the main research is taking place.
Yep.
I don't know, man. In the end of the day, like those are small bananas because the games you can still play them and have fun. But if we're being real, like. I can't I gotta be honest. If I'm gonna talk about a game, I always try to give like my honest opinion. I don't want to give I think it's contrived, and it might have some good things about it, but
was it the monkeys?
I mean, aside from them being abusive freaks, and didn't
they kidnap Billy?
Yeah,
those monkeys. Those monkeys are ridiculous. Like just even like from like a difficulty standpoint. Oh my god, man. Anyway.
To be fair, there was a centipede that grabbed Rebecca and ran around with her.
Oh my god, yeah.
In that room, and she's just like, "Help! I am stuck on a centipede."
You know what that would be like? That would be like if they made a prequel to Silent Hill 2, and they said, James' cousin also was here conveniently
Wow.
because his wife died, but it's not connected to the other James. And when he came, he didn't have Pyramid Head, he had Box Head. But the the Sutherland family, they are specifically the ones that see these geometrically headed monsters. So it's like that's the kind of shit that's going on in Resident Evil 0. That's how dumb it is.
It's like so James' brother, Jamie Sutherland, he went to Quiet Mound and he met Boxhead. He fought Boxhead, defeated him, defeated his demons, and then went to Silent Hill to meet up with James. That's what happened.
Pretty much. And then they
They
never
didn't tell
talk about
James
what they
anything,
did.
yeah.
Then he didn't tell him anything. And then he let James go to Silent Hill on his own. Like, you know what's the ironic thing that I find hilarious, or it's more of a coincidence, is that there's actually Boxhead and Evil Within, which is like fucking funny to me.
Oh yeah.
Lockhead. What's his name? Lockbox Head, whatever he's called.
I believe there's also a
Safe
Silent Hill. A Silent Hill. It's not a box, but it's close. It's like a
safe, right?
Yeah, that's right. Thingy, isn't it? Yeah, it's like a safe.
It's a safe in Evil Within, I think. It's a safe.
I kind of like that game, not gonna lie.
No, I'm not. Look, I like that. I like the first game too. It's not a bad game. It's just funny because it's like such an obvious Pyramid Head, knockoff, like.
Well, I've been watching. I've seen some videos. Apparently, Shinji Mikami might not be the visionary we thought he was, and he actually took most of the credit for Resident Evil 1 when there might have been someone else that actually came up with the whole thing.
I heard of a similar thing with Kojima, where Kojima was more of an idea guy, but there was a writer, I believe she was female, and I believe it was female, and she basically fleshed out she fleshed out all his ideas, basically. So he would come up with an outline. So that means all that shit about the AI and the Patriots was likely her, and he just thought of the idea of the AI.
She's his hard wrangler.
Yeah, his hard wrangler.
I think there's interviews with her that were scrubbed off the internet. Probably
they were scrubbed off. I heard of that. Yeah.
I mean, if you look at like not Dead Rising. What's it called? That stupid thing that he's made, where you walk about with the kid.
Death Stranding.
Death Stranding. If you look at that game, it's fucking insane, and nothing makes any sense. It's because he hasn't got an editor anymore. I
find that game incredibly fucking boring. I find it so boring. I tried to play it several times. I'm actually not I'm not a Kojima hater. I don't hate on him. I'm not a contrarian. I love the Metal Gear games. I tried playing that, and I genuinely, trust me when I say I re-downloaded it multiple times. I just cannot play it and have fun.
Well, you can't have fun playing a delivery simulator.
It's not even. You know what's funny? That could actually be good if the game had more going on. Like it would actually. That's not a terrible mechanic because most games we play,
you have to walk so far with all of that package on your back. Yeah. It's like, whose idea was this? What?
Exactly. Because most games you're doing fetch quests.
You know what the female writer was saying?
Yeah.
The female writer was like, I told you this motherfucker didn't know what he was doing.
Yeah.
Look, if you have most games you're doing fetch quests, I don't mind fetch quests. I don't mind taking an object from point A to point B, but you can't have a fucking wasteland where there's nothing going on. And then all right, this random event happens where this invisible enemies, the screen starts shaking, and now I have to move even slower, and then you expect me to not be bored playing that shit.
Let me ask you this. Right. So you're about to take 3 kicks to the nuts, right? But you can decide to have an hour in between each swift kick. That's what that game is.
Pretty much. And when the swift kicks happen,
that's quite good.
When the swift kicks come, you don't see them coming. They just happen every hour. And they also and then on top of that, after every kick, it actually doubles on itself. So the first kick is an hour, the second kick is 2 hours, and then the third kick is 3 hours.
And then the third
take
kick
it
they
easy,
spit on you as
Neozoic.
well.
Appreciate you coming, stopping by and commenting and watching.
For sure,
So,
Neozoic. Thanks for
yeah.
tuning in, man.
Yeah,
Appreciate
thanks,
it.
Neil.
Take care, buddy.
As always.
All good. Good stuff.
Hilarious stuff.
So yeah, let's get into WWE 2K25.
Yeah.
It was announced
Yeah.
I think last week. See, at least we got someone here. We got someone who cares.
I
besides
don't
me.
play those games, but
I love Undertaker. That's it.
I
feel
I
that.
love-
Oh yeah, he's the goat.
Oh yeah.
Undertaker's the
I
man.
figured that they were just purposely making them bad now because everybody likes to put up the glitch videos.
Maybe. Well, hold on. Before we get into that, I'm gonna ask Apollo Patriot. Did you see Undertaker's interview with Donald Trump?
I haven't seen it, but I would love to watch it, like in my free time. But with the Undertaker, I grew up watching, like when I was a little kid going in elementary. I loved watching the Undertaker perform his crazy stunts and all that stuff. I thought he was pretty
Undertaker was
cool.
cool.
Like Van Helsing
Oh, yeah,
or
yeah.
something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
He had like a wasteland.
Yeah.
Undertaker, like in the 2007 era
Yeah.
and onward, he
Yeah.
had like this wasteland, badass, like Western feel. Like he was like the lone cowboy, big iron on his hip,
yeah.
motherfucker. Like that's how the vibe he had.
I love the theme song when he comes in
Yeah.
and when he's walking. I love that song. It's
Yeah.
awesome.
But and then also like he
Yeah, I
has
know,
like
it's
this
really
kind of
good.
like
He never had
a
a bad
level.
team.
There's a level to him of it being like an omen, like when you hear like the gong and you know like bad shit's about to go down.
Yeah.
Like you,
Yeah.
like
Yeah,
so
right.
cool, man.
Yeah.
So
He
cool.
dead man walking. He goes, "You've done it now."
Yeah,
I'm
like that.
joking,
One I like,
obviously.
yeah.
Yeah.
I actually like that. I was so I'll fuck with Revenant. I'll sing that song like because we're both wrestling fans, so I'll like fuck with.
This funny things. I generally think that, but when he was Big Evil, he was doing his best work. I know it's crazy, but like some of his best matches are when he was Big Evil.
I think so. So me,
I
think
kind of agree with
Undertaker's-
that.
I think
But
his best
my
moments
only
of his
thing is that
career,
his promos weren't great.
Yeah.
2000, they were not bad. They were just kind of like more average. I think between 2005 and 2006, 2005 and like 2010-ish, that was Undertaker's peak of his career. He had his matches with Kurt Angle, matches with Shawn Michaels, Triple H. He had crazy feuds. He was at his like physical prime because even though he was like in his like late 30s, he was like as lean as he ever was, as fast as he ever was still really strong. Like to me, that was like the peak of his career. Like I can't think of a better match that Undertaker had than versus Kurt Angle at No Way Out and maybe versus Shawn Michaels. Like those are like definitely his two best matches.
My
Yeah.
favorite
yeah.
Undertaker match of all time
Definitely were.
is Bad Blood 1997 Hell in a Cell. It's such a great match
Oh, with Shawn, the first
really-
one.
yeah. it
with
is,
Shawn.
Oh yeah.
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 It told
That's when Kane
such. It
debuted,
told,
right?
Yeah, it told
Yeah.
that was such an amazing booking. Vince was fucking on fire at that point.
I was like a real little kid when that match happened. I remember watching with my older brothers, and I was like, "What the?" Like I was a little kid, right? And I was like, "Damn, Kane! Like this guy Kane is like terrifying, you know, because the music, like."
Oh, guys, I got some bad news. I just looked in the comments, and apparently wrestling is all fake. I'm sorry.
I didn't know, man. I thought it was like the UFC.
Oh yeah.
Those guys in the UFC are just weak, man. Like when they get punched in the head. You ever seen wrestlers take punches? They get right back up, man.
Like Jim Cornette, like he almost got stabbed by the audience member. Okay, all right. Is that fake? No, it's
You know
'cause
what?
the audience members were marks.
Wrestling is scripted. I mean, it's not
Big E
real.
if it's fake.
If it's
Yeah.
Conor
It's not-
McGregor,
It's not real, but at the same time, if you dump somebody on their neck over the course of 5 years, they're gonna have spinal damage. They're gonna have like real injuries, like it is dangerous. Like, look, if someone says it's fake, it's not real. It's definitely scripted. But to like say it's fake as if it's not dangerous at all is kind of dumb. I mean, like,
It's
bro,
it's choreographed.
you're following on plywood. You're throwing yourself out the ring. Like wrestlers break their necks all the time. You can argue it's dumb. You can say it's just entertainment, but like. You can even say it's fake, but it's damn sure fucking dangerous. And a lot of people are unable to do it.
Well,
Like,
a lot of wrestlers, they take so much damage because of the ridiculous work schedule that they begin to get addicted to painkillers, and then they start
Kurt
washing
Angle.
their shit down with
Kurt
alcohol.
Angle.
Yeah, it's true, man. Like, look, I'm gonna tell you something else, and I'm gonna relate it to MMA in a way. So whenever you train, like when we train like wrestling or judo or whatever, like especially with a lot of the throws, there's a way you have to break your fall, right? If you don't break your fall correctly, even on mats, like even on like wrestling mats, that shit knocks the air out of you. You could take damage to your joints, to your like heels, like, and that's on a mat. So in the ring, when they're like taking these bumps, if they don't break their fall properly, you're also taking damage to like real physical damage from that too. It's literally like taking a judo fall. It's like the same body mechanics. That's why a lot of guys who do MMA, they end up transitioning well to wrestling because they already know how to break falls and shit. So again, like I get it. I get saying that it's fake because it isn't real, but like they should be respected for the sheer amount of danger that they're constantly putting themselves in. Like you gotta respect it. I mean, it's not easy. Not everybody can do it. It could be fake, but I'll tell you one thing: not 90% of people would not be able to handle a wrestling match.
You need to learn how to fall now, especially in wrestling, because they're all flippy dip fucking lucha hard style morons.
Yeah,
but they don't know how to. That they have no ring psychology. It's just all flashy bullshit. Like, but yeah, like it's crazy. It's crazy. Like the ring psychology is gone now. Like. Totally gone.
For the most part, yeah.
Totally.
Like you'll rarely see people like with actual ring psychology and actually give a fuck about telling a story. Because most
like Ricochet,
of them like do crazy spots and that's about it, and barely ever sell anything.
Like Ricochet is a phenomenal athlete, but his matches fucking suck because he does 100 moves, 1,000,000 miles an hour, nothing resonates, and then somebody hits a finisher, and then their finishers are under. Like the guy would do some insane move, and his finisher is more underwhelming than the move he did just prior to that finisher.
I wonder if I throw out a name. I wonder if you agree with me in the same regard. Kenny Omega.
Yes.
He is a spot monkey.
He's a spot monkey when he does it because he doesn't care about the American audience. In Japan, all of a sudden he has ring psychology. It's funny how that works.
What a dickhead.
Seriously, if you watch his I used to like Kenny Omega when he was in Japan, and then I was like, oh, he's a pretty good wrestler. Then he went to America, and then I started seeing his matches in the US, and I'm like, oh, I see. You only care about ring psychology when you're in a Japanese crowd because they care about it. But since American fans don't give a fuck about the quality of matches, apparently, you just throw that all out the window. It's kind of fun. The duality is insane. Yeah, honestly.
Yeah,
that's the same with Will Ospreay.
He likes to grab people.
He does all that crazy shit, and then isn't it Will Ospreay's finisher like a running back elbow to the head or something? Not back elbow. You know what I mean? Elbow to the head, and it's like, all right.
That's
like they'll do like shit. Then you just like you run into an elbow while they're on their knees to the back of the head, and that's it.
They'll do like a 450 splash, and then their finisher will be like a clothesline or something. And I'm like, make it make sense, bro. Like, please make this make sense.
Have you seen Fat Jericho's finisher now? It's not even fucking lion tamer anymore. It's it's this Judas elbow, and it looks fucking shit.
It's a spinning back elbow. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
It's literally Big Show's super punch thing he did because he couldn't be bothered choke slamming anyone anymore.
Yeah. He stopped caring about doing choke slams.
Oh yeah. He just
I like the code breaker.
Like, all right.
The code breaker was a good finisher because it kind of set up the walls of Jericho too, because the position he would land in.
Yeah.
So, but the Judas elbow, I don't hate the move, but it sucks as a finisher.
Yeah.
I mean, he should
does a better elbow.
He should really be doing his lion tamer. It's a submission. It's not hard to do.
Yeah, I guess because you know what it is. That's the Randy Orton actually pushed that culture, that like out of nowhere kind of feel with moves had, and a lot of guys now they want to have that like moment where like their finisher comes out of nowhere. It's kind of hard to make all right. Jericho would have to do more work to set up a situation where his lion tamer would come out of nowhere, but it would feel more earned. Like he would like do like a schoolboy pin into it. He would do like a power bomb into it. Sometimes he would counter moves and end up in the position. But nowadays, guys just want to have like a moment where like they dodge an attack and then do like an instant finisher. Like I really believe that culture came about in wrestling because of Randy Orton. Because of the RKO out of nowhere.
Do you know where Randy Orton got it from?
Yeah, the diamond cutter or the ace cutter.
Diamond cutter. Yeah, that's right. The diamond cutter.
But Johnny Ace was doing it before him.
Yeah, but Johnny Ace is a twat. So
he is, but you know, this. I mean, we gotta agree. He definitely was the guy doing that move first. So
he was probably
But-
just falling over, and it looked cool, and he didn't quite realize.
probably.
He,
But
he
you know
grabbed
what?
their
The diamond.
head while it was gonna fall.
Yeah.
I kinda-
let me fall.
Look, I kind of like the diamond cutter because the diamond cutter, while less extreme, it did like the way he would do it out of certain moves were like moves that Randy Orton wouldn't do it. Like he did it out of a jackhammer. He like countered a jackhammer into like he would counter all kinds of moves into it, and he would do other like more stable ways of doing it, but it would still be the diamond cutter. So he would do. Remember Austin Theory used to do that TKO where he'll like throw you back and like do like a cutter. He would do that, but it would still be the diamond cutter. He would do like a power bomb cutter, and it would still be the diamond cutter. Like, but for some guys, that would be their finisher, specifically doing it from that position.
Yeah, he managed to make sure that
Solo,
not many
what,
people.
what is POR? I don't know what that is. What is
not many people
POR?
kicked out of the diamond cutter, so he was able to protect it. Pretty good.
Yeah, it's a good finisher, and honestly, like the RKO, definitely the RKO is like is great. But I feel like the diamond cutter looks a little more devastating because he like just fully plants with you. It's just like
Yeah,
it feels
fall
final.
down with you.
It feels very final.
With Randy, he kind of hooks you like how a stunner is hooked. While with Diamond Dallas, he actually grabs your head and kind of secures it and then drops it. Looks a bit more contact heavy.
Yeah, like it feels like it looks more like he's yanking you, like he's yanking you down.
Yeah, but that worked with his ring psychology because everything he did, when he put like effort behind it, it did look like it was a bit more kind of rough and brutal, didn't it? With Diamond Dallas, when
like rough
threw the punches. Yeah. When he threw his punches,
take it easy, Double Rainbow.
See you, Double Rainbow. Have a good one. Thanks for tuning in, bro.
Yeah, thank you.
Take care, buddy.
Let me answer Prime's question.
Yeah.
Is it? Yeah, it's the Prime. Yeah. Do you prefer Western or Japanese gaming more? Most of my favorite series are from Japan, but my all-time favorite series is Doom. I also love old MK. I personally prefer Japanese, but I'm very cautious nowadays because of how localization and censorship and also a bunch of Western influence goes. But I still like a lot of like Western games, including like some Western RPGs. But again, the whole RPG genre has been like ruined by DEI, like a lot of like modern day ideologies and crap like that. So it's very like I gotta like be very careful like what I wouldn't say get excited for because I try to temper my expectations now, but I just try to like be mindful that while it may look good, but when they start showing more, there may be a few things that are very alarming. So I mean, that could be the case with whether if it's Western or Japanese. So, but yeah.
True. I'm a big Doom fan. You guys know that. I think I've said that 100,000 times already, but I love Doom. Like Doom is a great series. I kind of like both. I like Japanese and I like both series, but it depends on the game. I haven't been as heavy into JRPGs like I used to when I was younger, but I still like other like Japanese like action games. Like I like for example like the From Software games I like a lot. Those are Japanese, like Armored Core, stuff like that. I still like JRPGs, but I'm more picky now because I feel like a lot of them feel a lot more samey these days. But that's neither here nor there. But Doom, I'm a big fan of. I'm hoping that Dark Ages isn't ruined, but being that what Microsoft said about female characters, and they showed what the woman looks like in Doom: The Dark Ages, I'm kind of like, yeah, I don't know. I gotta wait. Unfortunately, I shouldn't have to do this, but with Doom, I'm gonna have to wait and see. And this is kind of the first time I've had to do that with the series, so
yeah, with the
I'm
price
a little
tag,
disappointed by that.
I'm waiting on that. That price tag is no.
Well, Microsoft said that they don't want women to.
Oh,
they
the
want
charge is
developers,
70, right?
Yeah, it's a full price game. They're saying that they want women
Damn.
to not be sexy in games anymore. And then
did say
Doom the Dark Ages comes out, and then we see this woman, and she has short hair, and like she's not the worst looking woman in the face, but she definitely like is fully covered. Hair is like cut short. Like she doesn't exactly look like It's just I don't know. I don't trust it. It's Microsoft let down. Like I gotta wait and see. I definitely have to wait and see.
Yeah, I hear you.
Which sucks because I love Doom.
Solo. All right, so it's a backyard wrestling company, POR. I'll probably check it out if I remember after the podcast and see. Sounds kind of interesting.
But to the subject of the wrestling game itself, WWE, I
Oh,
am
yeah,
really
yeah.
annoyed. I'm really annoyed by 2K because I want 2K to just fucking finally bring back the physics that they had.
Yeah.
Which ones?
Well, I was gonna explain like what apparently is new in the game or whatever that they have announced so far.
Yeah, please.
But all right, so they're bringing intergender matches back, and so there is clarification. That was something that that WWE wanted THQ to remove years ago.
Yeah.
So
Bring
that
that
wasn't like
back.
a THQ or a 2K thing. So apparently you can have the women in pretty much any men and women in like mixed in pretty much any match, from what I understand. And they have like dedicated male and female intergender titles.
Oh,
Um, the story mode for your
designated,
creative character, the My Rise. What was that?
I can't wait to have Randy. I can't wait to have Randy Orton punt all the female wrestlers I don't like. It's gonna be fun.
Especially Rhea Ripley.
The designated women's female piss break title. I'm looking forward to that.
Hey, you're watching a pay-per-view, you gotta take a dump, wait till you see the female matches.
That's exactly how it used to be, like when the divas would come out and it's like, it's piss break. And it's
Hey,
like,
sometimes I would stay for the divas, especially if it was Tori Wilson. I'll be like, all right. Listen,
that's true.
Tori Wilson. Tori Wilson.
Yeah.
She might have been the hottest diva of
fair.
all time. If I'm being frank.
I female wrestling, man.
What's
I'm
up,
just
what's
not
up, Lotus?
interested.
But you know what's weird about it now? It's like I don't mind the women being like more work rate. I kind of like I'm okay with them like actually having real matches now. Like somewhat like because there are some female wrestlers I like. My problem is that they botch like crazy. Like they botch a lot. Like in every
They really do.
match. I'm like,
Yeah,
geez, like
If you want to see better women's wrestling with better looking women, go watch NXT.
yeah, exactly, exactly.
Try to prove me wrong here, but shouldn't women before they become wrestlers be managers to try and like improve their talking and like not managers, valets, to improve their talking and improve their, the actual ins and outs of the ring.
I like they can show up as a wrestler. Like a lot of the women in NXT are in the performance center, and then they go on NXT. And believe it or not, the NXT women's division is pretty good because not only are they attractive, but they're like better wrestlers than most of the women on the main roster. But the problem across the board with all of them is that they botch a lot. Like they botch to the point where I actually think that one of them is going to hurt the other one. That's how bad it is. So it's kind of like the quality of women's wrestling right now overall is not high. It's a very low bar right now. But if you're gonna watch one, NXT in my opinion is like better. It's just because like look, it's not that I don't like that they're like having no like they're not like doing pillow fights and shit. Like I'm okay with that. But like if you're gonna do a dangerous spot, like don't fucking land on your head. Don't throw make sure your opponent is safe. Like Nia Jax, for example, is horrible. Like she's crazy unsafe to work with. Like crazy unsafe.
Baboon, I swear to Christ.
Like, don't get me wrong, she's nothing to look at all. But if you're gonna be like the big dominant woman, all right, cool. That's something that's different. But don't hurt the fucking girls that you're working with. Like, make sure that you don't drop them on their head. Like, don't hit them with real punches. Like,
what do they push her as? Like the female Rikishi or something? Like, is that her thing?
She's like the female. She's the female Great Khali. That's how bad she is.
I mean, that's true. Rikishi was good, but
actually work.
I generally don't think she looks like a monster.
But she doesn't. She looks like a tall. She looks like a tall fat girl. Honestly, that's what she is. Just a tall fat girl. Awesome Kong looked like. Yeah. Awesome Kong looked dangerous.
Yeah,
she looked dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely. Yeah. Or Bull Nakano. Bull Nakano wasn't a small woman, but she looked threatening, bro. Like
Nia Jax looks like she's gotten through her third box wine. Like she doesn't look.
She really does. Yeah.
This is messed up, but you know what she reminded me of? I know it's gonna be so messed up, and like I'm not saying it's to be fucked up. Remember the Chinese cop that got shot, and it had the first person video of. Remember the woman that attacked him with the knife?
Yeah.
That's like Nia Jax. That's like the kind of build Nia Jax has. Like,
yeah. Really?
There's a video that somebody put the Mr. X music over like the footage, and it's like fucked up.
Yeah.
I feel bad for the guy because he got stabbed, and yes, she got shot. But that was like hilarious. It really looked like a scene from Resident Evil. Like she walked out, like walking down the hall slowly and shit with a knife. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, we should have shot a lot sooner.
Dude, the
You seen the
cop,
Doom
that
one?
cop. Oh yeah, I seen the Doom one too. Yeah. Bro, like that cop I know was shitting bricks because she was like, yo, she was walking the way she was walking down that hallway was like the Terminator. Like she like really had like she was
Bro, that was
really like
creepy.
it was really like Mr. X, like legit. Like when he comes down the hall and like he's like, oh man,
The PS1 version of him. awkward frames. It just goes through the wall in just one frame, like.
Oh my gosh, that was crazy.
It was.
That's Lady D. That's Lady D for a modern audience.
It is. Okay, so intergender matches. Okay, well, in the video game, fine.
So
Don't you dare put that shit in
Yeah.
the actual show.
But on top of that, what they have, that also kind of coincides with the My Rise, which is the story mode for your created character. So you can be male or female, and the story, it's pretty vague from what they explain. I mean, I'm sure they're gonna show trailers and stuff like that featuring these things, I would assume. But it's supposed to be like Kevin Owens, Bailey, and other people gonna invade NXT to take it over, and I guess the rest of the WWE. So all right, I guess. But they what was it? Fucking GM mode. What was it? Oh yeah, you can play online in GM mode now.
That's kind of cool.
Before? Or maybe it's four people now. I think you can play it or something like that. So yeah, you can do that. Universe mode. They brought back promos, which I was like the biggest fan of it, but you know whatever.
It gives a little
I just
more
wish they would
depth
do
at
more
least.
with it.
Yeah.
In general,
Yeah.
I guess. But you know what I want them to bring back is the intros you can create for your show that you can actually use.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
actually removed
that was
for
really
whatever
cool.
reason,
That was really
Yeah.
cool. Yeah.
Did you
yeah.
Did you guys ever play the old WCW games?
Yep. My favorite one was
I
WCW
played
Mayhem.
one of them. I don't remember which one.
There's WCW Nitro and Thunder, and they had these custom promo things that they would play when you would pick the character. And one of them was I think Brian Adams, and he was like, "Pick me, or I'll stick your head through the mat, you pencil neck geek." It was just like, that's so amazing, and I kept clicking on it over and over again.
You remember WWF Warzone where you would put The Rock in a submission and he would just say, "Oh damn, oh damn." That shit was hilarious.
Oh yeah, they got the actual voices, didn't they? They were actually
Yeah.
They had
But it was so badly voice acted though. When I'm telling you, when you get a chance, bro, look up The Rock saying his dialogue when you're like beating him up. It's crazy. And then what was it? Undertaker put him in a body bag.
Oh yeah,
shit like that. Like, it's
yeah, bring
hilarious.
me a body bag.
Wasn't there like when you hit Mick Foley, he would do the pig sounds?
Yeah, the pig squeals. Yeah, yeah. And then the weapons he had like TV sets and shit. Like you could hit somebody with like an old '90s TV. You know, like
Yeah, they threw a whole TV in there.
And then when they started bleeding, they had like a gash that was like from the top of their head down to the bottom of their neck.
Yeah, it was crazy, man. That was a fun game though.
Yeah,
it was. It was.
It was. I like WCW Mayhem as well. That game was pretty fun.
Yeah, that one wasn't too bad actually. Yeah. What else?
Let's see. What else? Oh yeah, they bringing back chain wrestling.
I think that's a bad thing.
Which is pretty cool.
I don't like that being back.
I mean, as long as they do it right. You know what I want them to get rid of? That stupid fighting stance they have.
Yeah.
Like I don't like
it's weird. It's weird when like Undertaker does it, right? Or like when Big Show does it or something. It looks weird because or Braun Strowman. It's like they're gonna keep vertical the whole time because they're trying to sell how tall they are. So why would they be hunching over in like a MMA? Like they're about to do some shoot wrestling, some amateur wrestling.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah, I don't get that.
Or if they're gonna do that, make it unique to every wrestler. That way, like it feels more authentic.
Yeah. What they had before was some of them had like certain stances or whatever.
Yeah. But the problem in the old games was
and Here Comes the Pain.
But the problem with that was they had their stance all the time, and that was like
that
where
was
it's like
the other problem too. Like
yeah,
Booker
because
T,
that
he's
yeah.
like doing got his hand out, the 5 fingers out, like all the time. I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
guess
What
we're
they
doing
should have
this to
done
the
is
match.
make it that only they have unique animations like that, but they only happen when they're like in certain proximity to you. Or maybe if, like, for example, if you're
Right.
Undertaker and you're doing a bunch of strikes, then he goes into that stance, or like, you know, stuff like that.
Have it be more dynamic.
Pretty much, which they can do now. They can actually do it now. Back then, they were more limited.
There's no excuse for them not to do it.
Did you? Sorry, so just a second.
Yeah.
Did you see what Apollo said in chat about Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 has been banned in Belarus and Russia?
Yeah.
Belarus.
I'm not surprised.
Let me check the live the private chat where he said it.
Do you know? Do you know that? Do you know that? In Russia, they have like bans on the trans and gay propaganda. So I guess this would fall under this would
religion law.
Yeah. So because religion is also banned,
right?
He
said breaking. KCD.
Yeah, it's the religion. It's the new
said,
religion.
KCD2 will be banned.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. This is what Paulo had said. It will be banned from Belarus and Russia. Crazy.
Yep.
So not only Saudi Arabia, but also these two as well.
Because the religion laws, the new laws Russia has in Belarus, very strict laws on that type of stuff.
Trans and gay ideology might as well be religion, right? The way it's being pushed now. So I'm not surprised. But like, I mean, look, if you want apolitical entertainment, like, why does it need to be there anyway? That's the way I see it. So
I feel bad though. I feel kind of bad for them because it's like they didn't do anything. But with this game, anyways.
Yeah.
Wait. What do you mean? Who didn't do anything? The people that want to play it, like
yeah.
I guess, but that's the consequence, right? Like, that's the consequence of forcing things. I bet you, I'm willing to bet, because remember, countries like Putin, countries like Russia and Saudi Arabia, like Saudi Arabia, I'm not going to count because that's more of an extreme example because of Islam or whatever. Yeah. But like when it comes to like Russia, he sees the effect that Western media is having in the West, and he's like overcompensating and banning it outright, which is the fault of the people that were pushing it so harshly in America. If this was in the 90s, I'm pretty sure that wouldn't have been the case because, it didn't have like such a obvious, like the fact that you have politicians using the word woke and talking about DEI shows you how bad that it has become in entertainment. And if it's bad enough where politicians are using it, I'm sure Putin's like, nope, I'm going to nip this in the butt before it begins. If those woke people wouldn't have tried so hard to shove their shit into everything, I bet you that Putin would have allowed the gay stuff to be in the game. So it's kind of like, in my opinion, it's kind of like it's kind of like the fault of the people pushing the narratives, not really Putin.
Mm-hmm.
But unfortunately, the harder he pushes, it's going to backfire, and let's just say Russia might get pretty progressive in the future.
Maybe they have a lot of protesters over there.
Usually, the college woke as hell protesters end up going to a jail for being very liberal thinking, like you see in the videos. They end up going on a prison bus. So. That's FAFO. You mess around in Russia, they'll mess with you. So
remember what happened with the SARS? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it could happen again.
Yeah. Well, I just think that when it comes to like another country and other countries and laws, it's like, we always impose our values on other people from other countries, and what people have to understand is that other countries are not obligated to follow the same ideologies that we do. Yeah. So Russia, like, while it's unfair and it is a restriction of speech, which I don't support. I don't support I don't think it's a good thing that he banned it, honestly. But I don't think it's a good thing as far as free speech goes. But I kind of look at it as he's trying to like protect the country because he's afraid of what it'll become. Yes. Compared to like the West. Yeah. So in a way, it's like a double-edged sword. It's like I don't think free speech should be banned. because but at the same time, it's Russia. It's not America with a constitution. So
Yeah.
I don't feel like us like feeling bad for them is going to do anything about that. I look at it as it's like if you don't like Russia's shit that they're doing there, then come to America. And I know that sounds messed up, but that's kind of the reality.
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's going to repeat. It's a cycle that's going to repeat itself. Max, was it Max? He went over to Russia and he started the entire revolution. Right? Why? Because the Tsars were grasping at power and trying to keep people controlled. That's exactly what happened.
But you could argue they're trying to do the same thing to us over here. Well, I know you're in Europe, but here in the West, right? And I mean the US,
100%.
Like or even with the UK, right? If I say, for example, I could say Absolutely. Sam Wilson shouldn't be Captain America, like I mentioned earlier, and they'll try to silence me by saying that I don't like it because he's black. So they're using ideology. They're using these politics to try to silence me and censor me. There are institutions where if you say certain things, like people lose their jobs for not using pronouns. If that's not like a restriction of speech, I don't know what is. So it's just the same thing by a different face, I feel like. But in the end of the day, I don't agree with like a restriction on free speech, but in the end of the day, he's trying to protect his people for better or worse, right? Like, and you can only see what's going to happen. And again, like they have two options. They can either revolt over there and fight for that if they really want to, or they can leave the country. But I don't think it's going to go well for the Russian people to like, not because like they shouldn't do it, but just because knowing how the Russian government is, I don't think it's going to go well for them to try to like fight Putin on things, because people have gotten thrown out of windows for less, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
which is unfortunate.
But it was the exact same thing with the Tsars, and they did it anyway. So who knows? And again, Russian people are a lot stronger. Like, like they're not like lily-livered lovies. Like
I'm of the sense that a lot of the Russian people probably support this. The reason why I say is because culturally, Russian is religion. Like, its religion is very different, and a lot of people in Russia, like places like Poland and Russia, they have much more strong family values. Like you can't compare it to the West. So I would argue, even though it is, I'm not saying it's good. I would argue that it's not as much of a problem from their perspective as it is from our perspective. Like of being like, oh, we're Americans, we believe. Well, I'm an American. I'm like, people should be able to say what they want. But I feel like because of Russia's culture, a lot of people are like, yeah, we should, religious values, like Apollo said, and shit like that. It's more widespread.
It's less to do.
Real quick, Leaf. That sound might be someone's controller. Someone might be playing a game in the background.
Oh yeah, I can hear a clack.
That might be a controller sound, but it's not someone's lip smacking.
That'd be crazy, right?
Is anyone playing anything while they talk? Nope. Jim Pacha, are you playing a game or something, or is it someone else?
No. I was playing Max Payne 3 actually. So
that's probably why, because the Xbox controllers are pretty like the analog sticks are loud. That's probably the noise then.
That's the lip smack. That's the lip smacking. I have like the metal teeth and shit. Let's go. Click clack.
But anyway, OC, I'll bring you in soon because can only fit 6 people right now. And I'll be rotating the panel again once we get to the next subject. Will actually be the last one actually. But let me try to get through this thing with WWE.
The WWE, I never said I never said this. So WWE, the games, they need to add bring back the physics, because I kind of don't care about all these modes because the gameplay is kind of like broken still. Like you should be able to throw people off the cells no matter how you want to do it. You shouldn't be restricted to certain animations. When you should be able to ragdoll them through the weapons like tables and ladders like you were in the old game. So I kind of want them to bring that back. I have a feeling it's going to be more of the same. And as far as the chain wrestling goes, it sounds nice, but I felt like chain wrestling was kind of lame when they had it before they took it out. So just to be clear on the game, but overall it looks like it's going to be okay. I'm sure it'll be good. And the intergender matches, at least it'll be fun. At least it's kind of showing that they're more willing to like give player freedom again. So,
yeah. They also are adding the underground match, the NXT underground match, which will be pretty cool. Hopefully it, plays a little bit different than regular matches, and it's, because they're gonna have like the NPCs like banging on the ring and whatnot. certain parts of the match, and whatnot. So that's kind of interesting. The showcase mode is going to be about pretty much just Samoans, pretty much just a Samoan showcase. There'll be like some what if scenarios. So you can change the outcome of certain matches that they play out differently than they actually did in real life. Some of them will have like different choices you would have to make, which sounds interesting, but I'm curious to see how it actually is implemented. And trying to think of anything else that they had said. Oh yeah, they had this thing, the island, which apparent it's people say is similar to what is it called, the street or whatever it is called in the
Yeah.
NBA 2K games. I don't know. I don't play the NBA 2K games, so I don't know what that's like exactly. But people did say it has a lot of it's heavy on the microtransactions. So if that's the case there, no doubt it's going to be the same here. I mean, wishful thinking will be that it's not the same, it's not the exact same, but knowing 2K, it probably will be. So, which is a shame because
Yeah.
you have something where like, oh, you like it's in third person, you can just kind of like open this sandbox area where you can challenge people to matches and things like that, and unlock arenas and all sort of stuff, which is cool. But if it's gonna be a grind fest, then I don't like it. If it's just gonna be like, all right, you can get through it, without having to grind or anything like that. It's just the microtransactions are just there if you want to speed it up. And like, all right, fine. Even though I feel like it shouldn't even be
Doubtful.
there to begin with.
Doubtful, bro.
But yeah, exactly. It's very doubtful. So
Doubtful.
but I
It's
love to be
likely
proven
gonna
wrong about it because the mode
it's likely
itself
gonna
sounds kind of
be grindy,
because it's
bro.
gonna be like yeah, that's what I
Look
figured.
at look
But
at factions. Look at
yeah,
factions, bro.
yeah. Oh god, that they got to get rid of that.
Yeah.
That shit's terrible. I didn't even bother with it. But like I know it's grindy. If you go to the menu in there, it's a mess. I don't know what the hell's going on. Like they explain all this shit to you right away. I'm like, I don't. This is terrible.
It's
And
gonna be
it's
just
annoying with the menu because
another.
once you press the start button, yeah, I was gonna say once you press the start button, it shows it there, like pops up in there, and you click it by accident. And I gotta wait for this fucking convoluted crap to load up, and it's like I don't care about this mode. And you're wasting like alternate versions like of wrestlers from like classic versions of someone else or whatever. You unlock them, you unlock the music and all that crap that you can use, and you're locking it behind this like grindy, lame mode that most people don't even want.
It's likely gonna be another overly monetized, you know, game mode. Like I doubt, I wouldn't expect it to
Yeah,
not be grindy. It's honestly, I would say it's basically impossible for them to not make it in a grindy way, given that it's 2K
yeah,
and it worked before in the other
hmm
game. They're just gonna replicate it in these games. So who
yeah,
knows how it's gonna be?
um,
I have a feeling it ain't gonna be nothing special.
yeah. Oh yeah, you can also dive off of barricades. They brought that back. I think it was in SmackDown vs. Raw 2006 or seven last time.
Not seven,
So I mean,
6, maybe 6 was probably the last one.
okay, so I mean that's a good thing. I feel like it's gonna be the same shit they have when you dive off like the equipment boxes and whatnot,
100%.
which is already
Yeah.
limited anyway. Yeah. What else they have? Oh yeah, you pre-order, you get the I was gonna say the Howdy family, the whites,
The
which
Howdy family.
they should be in the base game. I understand like why they're doing it because they want to incentivize people to pre-order it, but still they could have. I feel like they could have shown something else, something
They should
better.
have still. They
I
should
don't
have
know
still
what
been in the
exactly,
game.
but I don't like. Yeah, that's my issue. It's like they should have already been there to begin with.
Because
So
they always. I hate when
pretty
they put
ass.
they put current people that are like supposed to be there as pre-order. I'm like, bro, they're like actively on the roster. Like if you don't pre-order the game and
Yeah,
get
and they've
them,
been there for a while too.
you're literally gonna be missing people that are active competitors. Like that doesn't make sense
Pretty much.
to
Hmm.
do. Like, why would you do that? Like that who should be
Yeah,
pre-ordered? Like Goldberg or something, or like a classic Brock Lesnar, or like
yeah.
classic Kane. Like you shouldn't have like
Or if it's
active
like
roster guys. That's weird.
yeah, or if it's like Samoan related, I don't know. They could put the Wild Samoans or something. I don't know.
Yeah, the Wild Samoans, High Chief Peter Maivia, somebody like that. Especially with all the tribal
Yeah,
chief
there you
shit they
go.
want to do.
Yeah,
Why not?
Yeah.
Rocky
Like,
Johnson.
Yeah, like that's like having LA Knight be pre-order or something. It's like, bro, like he's part of the active roster. How dare you put him as a pre-order? I got to pay extra money for a guy who's been there for like for guys who have been doing shit for a full year already. Like, come on, man. Like 2K, honestly, 2K are like pretty bad with the. They're not as bad as EA, but they're like damn close. I feel like with this stuff.
No, it's just a thing, an arm of Take Two is it Take Two?
Yeah, Take Two.
Yeah, so it's just the same shit basically. You know, it's all greed.
It is. It is.
They do the same
Look,
thing with NBA.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and same as EA.
Yeah. Is Hogan going to be a player? Can I come out to a crowd of boos?
Hell yeah, Coco.
Only in LA.
I like how leftists try to say they were booing him because what he said, when in reality they were in California. So you know why they really booed him. They try to say it wasn't political. I'm like, come on.
They were booing him because all their houses were burning down.
Oh shoot!
That's what happened when they messed with Hulkamania. Just kidding.
Exactly. Yeah.
The Hulkamaniacs, man.
Texas or Florida. Have them come out in Texas or Florida. People would cheer them like crazy.
I'm joking though, because those fires, even though like a lot of those people are idiot leftists, like those fires were pretty fucked up. Like a lot of people were like they are bad. I'm joking though, but
the people with the fires was the cartels, Venezuelan cartels starting the fires and all that stuff. That's what the rumors and leaks coming out about it. Cartels, remember if you think about cartels coming through the border, there you go. So
yeah.
So it's like Trump's like, oh no, they're burning California. What am I gonna do? He shrugs.
I heard they like looted Mark Hamill's house.
Oh yeah,
they like looted him and stuff. Right? That's crazy.
Yeah,
Mark Henry, right? Now Mark Henry come out with that shotgun, bro.
My best friend, my good friend, Mark Hamill. His house got burgled. It was terrible. It burned to the ground. They took a shit on the lawn. Terrible.
You forgot to say it might have been one of the worst fires in the history of fires.
Might be one of the worst fires in the history of fires. But we have good fires here. Real good fires. I'm proud of our fires.
Best fires ever.
Yeah, man.
Like
who should have been
good old fashioned American fire. It's gonna burn everything, baby.
They should have had Trump be pre-order for WWE 2K25.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
They could do the whole ECW thing. The whole thing with ECW with Vince and like Bobby Lashley. Why not?
Oh yeah.
It couldn't be Vince. It would have to be nondescript evil businessman.
You know who it could be? It could be like the generic wireframe model with a Vince McMahon mustache.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
But every time you punch him, it goes, "That's good shit, pal."
Yeah.
Oh man. You know what's crazy though? Like they really because they're adding all these modes, but they're like, all right, because me and Revenant, whenever we play the game together, I really talk about it when we're playing like 2K, if we ever do play, and it's like the game is so broken that I'd rather it be the same with improvements that fix the broken shit than add all these things and then the broken shit stays broken. Like, example, the lighting and the creative entrances are tied to certain movements instead of like being a selectable option. The interface is
like tied to to a wrestler, and then you'll get into it.
To their entrance moves, it's tied to their entrance movements rather than tied to like the actual lighting that you can choose. And then if you put your own lighting plus the entrance lighting, then they conflict and it looks weird. If you whenever you try to check the lighting, it just shows the lighting from like the default camera position, so you can never really see where the what the lighting is because it's not focused on the lights. So all you see is like it looks like nothing changes, even though the lighting is different.
Either. Like
it's not. That's what it is. That's the way to word it.
And then, like they just remove the menu, like the list of like lighting or whatever, and you're just seeing it as it is. But it's like, all right, in order for me to really preview it, I have to select the lighting, and then I press preview, and then I can see it. But then when you go back and you want to switch it back over, they put you all the way to the top of the alphabet of the list in alphabetical order. So then you got to go all the way back to whatever lighting it was. Like for example, if I'm on lighting 10, I select 10 because I want to at least be able to see it and preview it. Then, all right, I don't like it. So, or maybe, all right, I want to see what the rest of the lighting is in motion. I go back to it. I'm all the way back to fucking to the top of the list, seeing AJ Styles or whatever, and it's crazy.
Yeah.
He just made the list.
Yeah, the lighting. Yeah,
Yeah.
the lighting, and then that's another thing. Yeah, like you mentioned, when you're selecting music or anything, if you check it and leave, you have to and want to change it. It puts you all the way back at the beginning, so it's incredibly hard to keep track of the things that you want in your entrance. And that's just the entrance, creating an entrance. Then when you have the creative video, that shit is totally broken. It barely works, crashes all the time. There's so many issues with the game. The Hell in a Cell matches are boring. You don't have the freedom that you once had. Like, I want them to focus on like physics, the world, because in the end of the day, you're having wrestling matches. I want to be able to like angle slam somebody through a table without it being a scripted animation or looking janky. Like if you played WWE 2K, WWE 12, and WWE SmackDown versus Raw 2011, if you play those two games and compare the weapon physics to now, it's night and day. Like in SmackDown versus Raw 2011, if you do a power bomb, like if you're playing as Batista or whoever, if you do a power bomb on the steps, they actually fold against the steps. So I want more of that stuff. I want to be able to throw them off the cell the way I want to. I want to be able to like have that kind of interactivity. I think that's what they should be doing instead of adding like useless shit, like monetization.
Yeah, I don't know why
modes.
they even got rid of it to begin with.
Yeah, never made sense to me either.
And we're on PS4, PS5 technology. We're on PS5 technology now. Come on, PS5. You have worse physics than a game that was on 360 in 2011. Like, give me a break. Like, come on, get your shit together. That's why like those games are fun and all. I'm not saying they're bad games. They're fun, but they're like so backwards that like they add new modes, and I'm like, I don't care about chain wrestling, bro. I don't give a shit about it. Like, where's the door on the cell? I think it took them forever to add that again, right? So
no, they still didn't bring it back.
They still didn't bring it back. Like, you don't even have a door on there. Like, come on, man. Like, make the game fun and then add your bullshit modes. Like, you're hyping up chain wrestling. Like, who cares about chain wrestling? Like, come on, man.
Yeah. So anyone else any interest in the game at all, or any concerns?
I'm just very disappointed that there isn't a Triple H mode where I can just play as Triple H and nobody else. The whole crowd is just full of Triple H. The referee is Triple H, and I can just live vicariously through his ego.
Hey, you forgot something. Remember how SmackDown had the fist? It should be Triple H's nose instead. What do you think of that?
Should. Oh my God. I love it. I love it.
And then the Titantron could be Triple H's forehead wrinkles. What do you think?
Yeah, and then it actually plays the video on the wrinkles.
Yes, exactly. The wrinkles are basically like a mouse shape in Titantron. So they're like legit, like actual wrinkles in the Titantron.
When he gets on the side of the ring, he spits out the water. All the Triple H's open their mouths.
Catch it.
As you probably guess, I'm just not a big fan of that guy.
What if they made like generic Triple H noises, like
yeah.
Come on, give us the money.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, when you get the game, now you gotta hear the I mean, it's skippable, but you still gotta hear the current intro to like Raw and Smack to the shows and everything. Like, now, then, forever. And I'm like, why are you narrating? You don't have a narrating type of voice at all. Like, he did that.
I can't
shit
understand your accent.
Yo, then forever, Sean.
Oh,
like,
God.
yeah,
there should
I
be a
don't
mode.
even want to hear Shawn Michaels even be like doing that. That's the same thing. You gotta hear Shawn Michaels.
Oh.
There should be a mode where you have to play as Shawn Michaels.
I think Vince McMahon in character saying that.
You should play as Shawn Michaels in a mode where he has the hat on, and you have to prevent the hat from getting knocked off. Because if you find out how bald he is, like, you get a cutscene of him on his knees, like covering his head. So the whole match.
You have to play a quick time event so you can finish a goddamn sentence.
Every time you hold a finisher, if you don't hold the button down,
his hat comes off and you fail, so you gotta like hold the button.
I want a mode where you play as Bret Hart and you just go around blaming Goldberg for everything.
That'd be so funny. Imagine you're like that mode you're backstage and you have to like legit run after Goldberg who's trying to escape you just so you could blame him.
I want them to bring back.
He's like, I
wanna
already
bring,
apologized to you.
I want to bring like bookers in, so like you've got Cornette versus Russo, and we can finally sort this out.
Oh my god.
So that's golden content. That should be YouTube content. That's a whole video series created. Just create all these guys.
You
That's like
killed Owen Hart, you son of a bitch.
Bro,
just create them in the game, and just have like a whole show dedicated to it.
We should have it in a pole match, bro.
Yeah, exactly. I think we should have it on a pole match, bro.
They could make it that you know how you could create custom matches? Just make a bunch of random Vince Russo matches, like trash can on the turnbuckle match and shit like that.
I think we should give the title. I think we should give the title to Jeff Jarrett.
Oh man, that was awful, bro.
Jeez.
I think the best match type that he could come up with is it's a script on a pole match. They have to reach the script and write the ending of the match, so they're fighting to get to it. It's like the book end of the match.
Him and Dave Ferrara, and fucking Dave Ferrara's dressed up as JR for some reason, trying to do the cerebral palsy fucking. The thing where it's like he's trying to sound like JR, but he's also doing like the illness as well at the same time. That was fucking sick. That was really
it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. WCW made a lot of mistakes, man. They did a lot of shit that was like
it was like a car crash I couldn't look away from. I loved that time period of that company.
I used to be a fan, bro. I used to be a big fan of WCW. I actually was, and they fell off big time because they actually had some golden moments, but they also had a lot of bad ones.
Well, I mean, they had the finger poke of Doom, didn't they? I think that was the end of it, to be honest. The finger poke.
It ended long before then.
Oh yeah, I know that. But it was when people outside started noticing.
Yeah, how bad it really got.
Yeah.
Bro, Kevin Nash and Kevin Nash and Scott Hall would barely have matches. Like even as a kid, I came to the realization, I'm like, these guys don't wrestle. Even as a kid, I'm like, I don't remember when the last time I saw them wrestle where it wasn't a pay-per-view. And I realized that. I actually came to that conclusion as a literal kid who doesn't know shit about the industry. I was just like, wait, why do they never have matches?
I was
like,
sad.
That's how bad it was.
Razor was damn good. Like he was damn good wrestler. Like he worked pretty well in the ring and sold really.
Yeah, it was the waist. He didn't.
A massive waist. And what they did with Bret Hart, holy goddamn bollock shit.
Yeah. But Bret Hart honestly kind of got exposed a bit. It kind of exposed him a little because he was never great on the mic, bro. And like when he would talk, I ain't gonna lie to you, it was pretty bad, even in WCW. Like he kind of like he's great. He's great in the ring, but as a talker, he was pretty bad. Like, and then in WWF kind of protected his weaknesses a bit, while in WCW, like it really was like pretty apparent that like this guy couldn't carry a show.
That's the problem with WCW is they never protected anybody's weaknesses. They showed them for everyone to see.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Kevin Nash and Scott Hall
promos blaming Goldberg.
They would never wrestle, bro. They just never would. Like, imagine you have your two top guys in the company, that your main heels would just never. They only come out, do a promo, and then leave, and then they never had a comeuppance. Like the bad guys would always win in WCW, and like that's kind of bad storytelling because, you know, like you can do that for a while and have a payoff, but you're like waiting for the payoff in WCW and it never shows up. It's like, when is the payoff? And then you realize there is none.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I'd love to see.
So is anyone interested in
crazy unlocks?
Anyone interested in 2K25 so far, or?
I mean, I generally like the games. Like, I'm pretty sure it won't be that bad. Like, it's like typical like thing, but I don't have high expectations. Those games, I would never buy them day one ever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say that I'm not interested at all. And the fact that they're like they're having men and women be able to fight, it seems like it's kind of going back against like some of the woke shit.
Nah.
Who knows? Who knows?
Yeah. Hopefully they reveal more and show more.
I It's kind of weird that they did that in the video games, but they're trying to push it in the actual company. It's kind of weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, only
it's
pushing
also
one-sided. They still let the women beat on the men, like we were.
yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's like a double-edged sword. On one hand, they're pushing it for like pro-feminist shit, when in reality, like these women would get destroyed by even the jobber men if it was real. But on the other end of it, at least you'll be able to like interact. Like you could have matches with women and do like whatever you want. It's not as restrictive. So I kind of feel like it's actually take that back. It's not that it's trying not to be woke. It's just that by doing the opposite, they're actually making it less woke by doing that, because now women aren't protected. Like they can't, like in the older games, the women could hit the male wrestlers, but the male wrestlers couldn't do anything to the female wrestlers. So it kind of like undoes some of that. So it's like a double-edged sword. But then when you have somebody like Rhea Ripley doing shit to like men, it's like, come on.
Oh god.
And Rhea Ripley, like any Rhea Ripley fans, I don't know. I think she fucking sucks.
I think she fucking sucks.
I can't stand her. But so if anyone doesn't have anything to say about 2K25, we can move on.
We can move on.
Topic.
At least for me,
Okay,
we can
no
move
problem.
on. Most of my stuff is just going to be jokes.
Okay, no problem. So I will be rotating the panel because I'll bring in OC. We'll go back to
head out.
Cool, guys. It was an honor being on the show again. Like always, I had a fun time, and I'll catch you guys later.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, man. Always good to have you, Spirit.
Appreciate you coming on.
Take it easy, Spirit.
Yep.
Yeah, man. You guys take care and peace.
Peace.
Yeah.
Prosper, you said you're leaving too?
Yeah, I'm leaving too, guys. It was good to be on.
Oh, for sure, man. Always good to have you
on again.
No problem.
So, take it easy.
You too.
Take it easy. You guys are always welcome back on the next one.
All right. I'll keep a lookout.
Okay. What's up, OC?
Hey guys.
Yo, what up?
All right. So I'm late. I had to help out some people with certain things. But aside from that, let's see here. I'm looking at Ubisoft closes Star Wars Outlaw Studio, Bioware layoffs, WWE 2K25, Xbox Game Pass on PlayStation and Nintendo. Is that real? The Xbox games.
Well, not Game Pass, the games.
Well, the games, right?
Phil Spencer said during what was that thing called, Xbox Direct? I think even like interviews afterwards, that there'll be games coming on there. I think I saw an image that they even announced that one of the Forza games are coming on there. We already know Indiana Jones was already going to be coming on there as well. I think there's a rumor that a Gears of War remaster of the 3 games will be coming on PS5 as well. But Phil Spencer
that would be insane. That would be insane.
About wanting to put games on like Nintendo and PlayStation and all that. So
I mean, that's a sign they've given up. They've given up.
Yeah, they
Paulo, what were you
kind of. Yeah, they kind of had to, because they just had this unusual urge to spend like crazy with the Activision acquisition, and of course the other one, Bethesda, and so of course they're buying these game studios, and those are the big ones, not to mention the smaller ones that they're picking up. But the thing is, it's just like just things aren't looking too good for AAA. Anything that is big, that requires a lot of money, even the comic books, especially like the thing with Diamond, just things that are classic, physical, it's not looking too good. And of course, there's a lot of this whole thing of trying to get people to go with digital, and and all this kind of stuff. And of course, it's easier for people in the indie space to go in as well. And when I was doing research for for my first game, I was just trying to get back into like the mode of making something. And based on research, if anybody's trying to make a game, it's very unusual because, of course, if you were made to make a comic book, the art doesn't have to be the best, but if the story can get you compelled, then that is something good, right? Like one of my favorite books was the recently I got was The Road, the graphic novel version of it. And even though the art was good, the way how they told the story, it was like locked in. Not too many books can get me picking it up, wanting to read from the front to the back cover. But when it comes down to it, that's with comics, right? You know what people want, or that is something that is good, right? Objectively good. But with video games, it's like you hear the things these people say, and you look at and you know, you try to figure out like, is it too much walking? Is there enough features and all this kind of stuff? And it's just reached to a point where it's just like you look at something like recently what happened with multiverses, right? That thing just got shut down. And it's just like even though that's kind of a different story, but it's like you have all these features in this game, and what do people still play? And especially if you're watching on Twitch, what's one of the top games? Minecraft. As much as people had played this game for years, there's no Minecraft 2. Where's Minecraft 2? Right? So that's the thing I'm saying that's very unusual about video games. And the idea that these companies could shell out multi-million-dollar games is not going to work anymore, because there's a new generation of players, and things like I said, multiverses. That thing was there. It had its time in the sun, but there was a video that was talking about a Reddit post talking about the infighting, but still that's the other problem too with gaming, is the staff members with this whole DEI nonsense. Even though Trump is laying the smackdown, but at the same time, this stuff was made by those people years ago before he showed up again. So it's just like I said, it's video games is very, very subjective. There is no real objective good game, because we talk about things like Call of Duty. Sometimes when I play Call of Duty on the Warzone, all of a sudden it's like I'm going in, I'm doing this and that. Next thing, somebody a quarter of a mile away does a 360 no scope shot, take my get headshot, one kill, boom, right? So of course, people talk about skill-based matchmaking and all these different technical things going on, and a lot of these games are not practicing very good business practices and stuff like that. But at the same time, people still play it. Like I said, video games is very subjective. There is no like real formula for what's a good game, because you just don't know. But if you spend too much, then of course you will lose, especially if you don't have a brand name like Call of Duty. And of course they had X Defiant, that didn't last. And of course you got the more smarter games like Ground Branch, and there was another one I can't really remember. But you have those really cool tactical ones, and but at the same time, Call of Duty is still around. Call of Duty has all these nonsense skins and all this stuff going on, and yeah, but it's just very strange. Oh yeah, I need to get this off my chest. If somebody was smart enough. Somebody would buy the rights or try and get time splitters as a like a multiplayer or some kind of some kind of battle royale thing. Because if they have a battle royale for time splitters, that's when they can quote unquote sell those dumb looking skins. Because if anybody played the time splitters 2,
that's a good game. I enjoyed it.
That
I think I still
thing
have it lying around somewhere, actually.
Yeah, that game was tantamount to a hardcore substance. We're gonna say that. We're gonna make sure we try and not get YouTube triggered. So
that has long passed, my friend. Those days have long passed. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah, I showed up late. Like I said, I had to help some people, but I didn't know how bad the conversation was going. But
so no, it's not bad. It's just that no, like people have said things in here that would already be technically flagged, so it's not a big deal.
Yeah, but yeah.
So to the thing about Nintendo and Xbox and PlayStation, like specifically about that, what do you think about the games going toward Microsoft making games that are going to be on PlayStation and Nintendo? What do you think specifically about that?
Well, it is a necessity. They don't really have too many options in terms of producing content that can actually elevate the overall sales for Xbox. So they're going to have to deny, get rid of the exclusivity approach and just say, you know what, we're going to have to just license this stuff out and just see how far we can go with this, because it's a white flag, because every system has to outperform the previous one. And that's what we have placed ourselves in. But we have systems that are miniature supercomputers, but at the same time, we have a economy that is trying to recover, and we had the coronavirus and all these different things affecting the customer base. And it's just like
basically they have to recover, because you're basically saying they have to make up for it. But I think that Microsoft is just giving up now.
Yeah, they're giving up.
And they're giving up. And because honestly, I'm not surprised by games like Doom or like other games like that. But the fact, if Gears of War really comes onto a PlayStation console, that should be a sign to anybody on Xbox that it's over. Like, if that actually turns out to be true,
it was over before this.
But that's like that. Yeah, it was over before this, but that's like the white flag. That's basically saying you're not going to get another Xbox console after this. They might go the way of Sega and be like a person. There might be like a publisher that owns a bunch of companies and IPs, and they just make games for other consoles. So they're going to go the way of Sega. That's how I see it. And
So what you're saying, it's over.
It's over. It's like really over. It's over. Yeah. It's all over. And also, remember, Gears of War. If you see Gears of War go on there, it's over, bro. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's just a rumor, but I kind of hope that happens. To be honest,
I'm hearing it's a rumor. But
if you see that shit happen, then Gears of War on Sony consoles or on Nintendo consoles, it's done. No. And as far as some of the Microsoft, I misspoke there. And some of the Microsoft games, like, I'm not surprised by Doom. Like, no one should be shocked that like Doom or Elder Scrolls is going to be on multiple consoles, because that shouldn't be a shock. Because even though they bought those IPs, I don't think that like there's any intention. I don't think they ever were going to be exclusive, to be honest with you. Like, I just think that Microsoft's just trying to make money on they're trying to basically use Sony to make money, because they're unable to do it on their own anymore. So they feel like if we buy these companies up, we're going to get a piece of the pie, because we're like technically like the parent company or the publisher. But they were never gonna like be exclusive. Like they're because they know that that's also gonna create like even more negative. They got so much negative press with buying those companies that wouldn't have actually that would have hurt them more than it would have benefited them to make them exclusive. So they're basically kind of easing people into them being like a more of like a games development thing rather than it being like an actual console competitor. And again, I don't know for sure, but that's what it seems like to me. So Doom and shit like that, I'm not surprised. I don't consider that them like selling out. If you see Gears of War on there, that would be the game where I'm like, all right, they're really, or Halo, or like Forza is kind of like a big one. If
Forza, Forza, I can understand because it's a racing game. Kind of similar to when MLB The Show came. I think it also came on Xbox. Yeah, because it's like you kind of look at it like, all right, it's under the sports, category, so kind of you can kind of like make sense of it. Like, all right, no big deal, whatever. Even though it is still kind of like, all right, well, after all these years, now you got the sports game, racing game, whatever, on this other platform. That's still kind of like odd. It definitely is like makes you like wonder like, all right, well, what's going on? But if it's something else like say like Halo, Gears of War, or even like the next Fable or something like that, then it's like, all right, well, then
if
then
they really commit to this,
pretty much they're truly giving up.
This is gonna be the end. This is the end. This is the end for them. Honestly, if they don't, it might be. I really think that
Pass and publishing games.
I really think this is going to be the last Xbox console. I really feel that, and
especially if the
that's
game
going to be a bad thing.
Not sell too well as well. Like, people releasing these like fumbles, like South of Midnight. That's probably has a good chance of bombing.
It's gonna bomb,
sales.
Bro. It's gonna bomb.
Avowed's gonna flop. Fable's probably gonna flop. I don't know what else they got going on. I mean, it ain't much.
Right. But the other thing is like I said, they have to make the next system outperform the previous, and they expect more return, especially with the hubris of Rockstar asking people for $100 for a video game, and then of course prices go up, but people's income is going down. We're experiencing people just have to sell things and lower standards of living, and it's just like it's not going to work. And the other thing is you have has anybody remember Microsoft actually making a desktop PC? Not a laptop. I remember there was something with a laptop.
Well, Microsoft still makes laptops, right? They just don't make. I don't know. I think they still make PCs, right? Or are they just a software thing?
They make towers.
They make towers, right? I could have sworn they still make them. I know they make laptops as well, right?
They make towers. They make those tablets. They make laptops.
Yeah, they're still in the computer. That's their bread and butter, really. Honestly, I would assume they still do.
But yeah, I mean, they have the OS.
I think my laptop it has a Microsoft. Obviously, it has Windows OS, and I think that
but Windows is the only thing that's keeping.
If they get rid of Xbox, they'll be fine. But everything else is like, they're not going to get rid of that.
They're going to be fine if they get out of the console market. It's just going to be one of their failed divisions. That's why Sony and Nintendo they always did better generally, because they always had more at stake for failing. Sony has other things, but really gaming is like a big, and some of the film rights they have, those are like the big bread earners for them. The TVs and stuff, it makes them money, but the gaming market is really that's really heavily where they're making a lot of money. And Microsoft doesn't need it. So.
Gaming is all they have. So
Nintendo is the last true gaming hardware, software, everything. Even from the beginning, they've been making cards, right? That's their bread and butter. Understanding, game theory before game theory was a thing, and understanding people what they want in a competitive entertainment. And also they have multi-generation purchasers. What they got the adults who now have kids, and they say, I love playing Pokemon or Mario, and I'm going to share it with my kid. And it works for children as well.
Well, they're Disney. They're basically like gaming's Disney. So
Exactly.
pretty
Yeah.
much. So they're not
Yeah.
like. Here's the thing about Nintendo, though. Nintendo always played it smart because Nintendo always protected their IPs at all costs. You know, like for example, Sony has some now, but like a lot of the ones that were exclusive long have went like the way of being multi-plat, like Crash Bandicoot. I think Spyro might have become multi-plat too eventually. Grand Theft Auto eventually came out on different consoles, so on Xbox. So Microsoft has always made sure that if you want to play Mario, aside from the Philips CDI, which was like a contractual loophole that fucked them, but usually overall they try to keep exclusivity. And if they try to make sure that, hey, you like Metroid, well, you got to come up to us to get it. And, you know, by doing that, you could say what you want about them as a company. Yeah, they have a ton of bad practices, but they really did preserve their importance to gamers by basically locking Zelda behind Nintendo, locking Mario behind Nintendo, locking Metroid behind Nintendo. So I respect it. They're the only ones still doing it, right? Like eventually, what's going to be the difference between PlayStation and Xbox?
Sony's putting their games on Steam, and
Steam and PC.
A lot of them, you know, they're trying to recuperate losses, and even then, I mean, someone I forgot who mentioned Spider-Man. You know, that flopped on PC. Real fast.
Flopped, yeah.
Even though it's not. Even though like it's not really like they don't own the company in Square Enix, but Final Fantasy 16 also flopped on PC.
And
I mean,
people
you can
were
make the argument like, all right, well, it's a year later or so. I mean, a lot of
that doesn't mean anything.
If PC players say they're willing to wait. So, and if the
if they really wanted it, it would do well.
Playing on PC. I mean, look how many people replay a game months after they already finished it.
Well, look at God of War 2018.
Some people they'll even mention like, you know, so and so game. I play that game routinely, like I play it once every year or whatever. Like there's people who are like that. So it's like if
I play Arkham.
So
I played all Arkham games all the time, long after release.
Yeah. So if these games are so great, then there's no reason why these people want to be, you know, like double dipping wherever the game may go. So
and God of War 2018 and Spider-Man, like those games did a little better on PC because people were waiting for them. Funny how Spider-Man 2, after all the negative press it got, did bad on PC. I wonder why. Because you know what's the funny thing about PC gamers? Say what you want about them. PC gamers, a lot of them are against the woke shit, and because they're not forced to have to deal with bullshit because they're not console owners, they're a lot more adamant about not supporting woke shit, especially when piracy is much easier for them as well. So I'm not surprised Spider-Man 2 failed on there. To be frank,
they'll openly mention, I'll use mods to get rid of any DEI in whatever game.
Yeah,
so they're willing
I would say
even if they get the game, they're willing to mod the bullshit out of it.
Out of all the platforms that I still consider, I know people say PC is not a platform. PC is a fucking platform. Anyway, that's not the point. Of all the gaming platforms like PC, Xbox, Microsoft, Xbox with Microsoft, Sony's PlayStation, Nintendo, whatever. Of all of them, I think the largest percentage of gamers that are based are probably on PC. They're the ones that have the least loyalty to plastic because their loyalty is really like the fact that they're PC gamers. They're not really as loyal to any particular piece of plastic. You know, PC does have its own issues that I'm not going to get into now, but I'll definitely give them that. And like a game like Spider-Man 2,
some brand loyalty though.
They do. That's what I'm saying. Like it's a little more
Steam, or
like Steam,
they're loyal to they're being able to game on PC. So there is some
loyalty. Exactly. There is, but it's not like PlayStation.
You can't say, "Oh, I'm loyal to." Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's not the same.
It's not like God of War. It's not like God of War where you're like, "Oh, I love Sony, so this is a God of War. God of War is an exclusive. I have to protect I have to validate my purchase by getting everyone to think the woke game is good." You're not going to see that as much with PC. Yeah, it does happen, but not as much.
That's true.
I think we've missed a giant elephant in the room, haven't we? When I'm talking about Microsoft. So the reason Microsoft are doing this is because Game Pass is not with the console, you know, hardware costs on top of things, you know, having to design new consoles and stuff. It's not sustainable. It's a huge engine, and the fuel. It's not powered by fuel. It's powered by games. And those games come on the pass. right? And they're straight up. They're not making money on this. They're not making money on it.
To your point, Microsoft will do anything to make money except make good games. Isn't that funny how that works?
It's
kind of crazy, right?
Like plenty of analysis, because remember there used to be video game and analysts. They used to actually help with the whole thing, market and stuff.
Yeah.
And they said you can't make money. You can't put the game day one on your pass. You're not going to make money.
I mean, that's common sense. You don't got to be a financial analyst to know that much.
Yeah, exactly. Well, apparently you do if you're Microsoft.
Yeah, Microsoft needs it for sure.
So they've had to give up, quote unquote, give up. They see that their little Game Pass it's going to bail them out of all these problems that they've basically created for themselves. Do you remember Netflix? Remember how good Netflix was at one point, and then all the other
early on.
networks swooped in, took all their shows back. Suddenly,
this is what they said. Like, hey, you guys are making streaming service is a dumb idea. Cable movies, and they saw them make a bunch of money. They're like, all right, we got to get our properties off of there.
Exactly.
We want to have our own. And then by dividing all of them up into different services, now you're basically paying for cable again if you want to have them all, which is kind of fucked up.
Well, what I'm trying to get is Netflix was too good to last, and Game Pass is exactly the same thing.
Well, what didn't happen, what wasn't safe with Netflix was, the thing that screwed Netflix over was that people they let inject themselves into their company. The more corporate it got, the more woke shit got in there, and then all right, now back in the day, you would have like DC shit on there, Marvel shit, right? Like a bunch of stuff I used to watch on there. I actually used to watch a lot of stuff on Netflix, Dexter, whatever. All these shows that they were the only game in town, so they had access to them.
Yeah.
Once they lost all that stuff, that because these companies were like trying to say, hey, we can have our own streaming services, and those companies are dumb in their own right because what? Like, that's a whole nother argument. I'm not even gonna get into that. That was actually a dumb move from them. But if you're watching Netflix now, because they let all those people hijack their company, now if I say, hey, something's a Netflix original, I know it's gonna be gay or woke or feminist.
Mm-hmm.
So they fucked themselves. So not only did you lose your shows that were good, that you were taken from other companies like Paramount, DC, Marvel. Not only did you lose all of them, but now your original shit is highly agenda driven. So that's like the double whammy with them. And I think there's a similar thing with Microsoft where you have Game Pass, and you could get the exclusives on there, but then the exclusives themselves are full of bullshit because it's modern day Microsoft. So they're not doing themselves any favors either way.
Well, and the same thing with
on top of
Netflix.
that, when you look at it like this, where they have the games on Game Pass, like especially day one, they're not getting any sales from it because people aren't buying the game.
Yeah.
Yes. That's the biggest one.
The companies are just getting like whatever blank check Microsoft writes to them to get the game on Game Pass day one, but at the same time they lose out on sales on that platform. So
because they're relying on Game Pass sales.
Yeah, but people they probably aren't going to buy it, or aren't going to bother downloading it.
Look, and just like with Netflix,
or they'll just wait because they're not just going to be on there for a week and then disappear. Now they're just always going to be there, or be there for whatever amount of time.
Netflix needs shows, right? It needs continuous shows. That's the bad thing about streaming is they need continuous shows. It's the same thing with Game Pass. They need games. Where are these games going to come from?
Yep. Oh, yeah. And look, here's the logic. Here's the logic to it.
And then you see the games they got on there. They got a bunch of fodder that most people don't care about. They'll brag about, oh, look at all these games, when most of them are fucking random indie games, cell phone games, or shit that they themselves don't care about, and they know that no one really cares about them like that.
Because their logic,
prop it up because unfortunately, a lot of people look at this like, oh, console war bullshit. So then you gotta make Game Pass into this big deal breaker for a lot of people. When it's like most of this shit on there, no one, especially the old shit, people already played it before, went through it, or they still have that copy of the game anyway. Or
they probably bought it on Game Pass the other month.
Yeah. So
here's the logic, though. Here's the logic. here's the logic that they have, because this is the part that this is where they think they're making money. It's like they feel like, all right, if we have all our games day one on there, even like more of their like mainstream, like they're really like actual bigger titles. The thing is, they think that that's going to get people in the door, and because they like Game Pass, they're going to pay for like year memberships. So they might feel like, oh, a person might buy 1 or 2 games a year and play that continuously, but if we could get them to pay $100+ a month, $120 a month. I mean, yeah, like $120 a year. I'm sorry. Then we're going to make up for that because most people aren't going to be buying a bunch of games in that year. That's how they look at it. And in the end of the day, that's not going to save them, because not only is it not true, but their original content, like we talked about Netflix, is ass. So the two things together basically are what make Game Pass like non-viable. And I understand the logic they're trying to use to make money, but it doesn't work in practice because that requires them to still make good games. And if they were making good games, then they wouldn't need Game Pass to begin with. So it's kind of like almost like self-fulfilling.
And it's like with Netflix needs shows and Microsoft needs games. Where are these games / shows going to come from? They're going to be rushed out of the door. They're going to be rushed out of the door.
Yeah,
it's making content. It's just making content, not like real things of quality.
for the sake of
exactly. Yeah, just to have it's like Disney. Disney has a streaming service. All those shows on there, they're just pumped out to have content.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Apollo Patriot, what do you think about this whole thing with games coming on? A lot of Xbox games apparently coming on to PlayStation and Nintendo.
I find it's very interesting. It makes me think. So, like, with all this situation, that means like PlayStation games coming on Xbox as well. It's very confusing to me. I mean, maybe I don't know. It's weird. Like lost for words. Like, I mean, let Xbox games have Xbox games like Halo and Gears of War series. I'm like, I don't think Halo should belong on PlayStation. I'm like, with Nintendo's on a whole nother level. I'm like, sure, Nintendo is all right. I'm like, look at Steam Deck, for example. I'm like, that Steam Deck can play like a lot of games from Steam and crap like that. Like, I mean, how about they just do Steam games on all the consoles? I don't know. I mean, I find Forza Horizon, like PlayStation has the Crew Motorfest. Like, that's kind of like a Forza game. Why does PlayStation get the, hey, I want to have Forza Horizon? I'm like, well, PlayStation players get to have like the Crew Motorfest. That game is kind of like Forza Horizon a little bit, So I'm like, that's
Or
pretty
what's that game
interesting.
called? Gran Turismo. They have that.
Yeah. Like,
That's a great game too.
why would Xbox want to have, I'm just saying Gran Turismo, aka SOCOM? Like, I would love to see SOCOM on Xbox. I'm like, I don't know. Is this Nintendo, like, thinking about Nintendo having Call of Duty on it? I'm like, I don't know how that's gonna operate. Like, that's gonna be very weird on Nintendo. I would rather, play on Steam Deck than Nintendo. I do have a free Nintendo, but I'm like, why would I want to play Call of Duty on
I guess,
Nintendo?
do you know what it is,
Yeah.
bro? The thing about that is, it's going to be watered down, but I'm going to tell you who will buy that game. The people that would buy that game are like kids that are maybe like between like 13 and like 19.
Yeah.
And games like live service games are like really popular. Some of them are really popular. Like the Call of Duty games are like really popular. They're very casual. Like casual games like that, like Fortnite and shit like that. Even if they're watered down, the kids that their parents got them a Switch that have no money, they're going to be the ones playing Call of Duty on there.
Yeah,
despite the fact that obviously it's going to be a watered down variation of it.
Yeah, like with the new Call of Duties nowadays, yeah, they're filled with skill-based matchmaking simulator and all that. I think it's going to be way tougher on Nintendo,
and they're more servicey.
Yeah,
they're more servicey. They're not like before where like they were more like I don't know how to explain it. Like they're fighting, they're copying more like the Fortnites of the world, and like that kind of like live free to play feel to them, as opposed to the older Call of Duties that were more like competitive. They were more like a good campaign and a good multiplayer, like shit like that.
Yeah, very casual back in the old days.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't understand it. I'm like I'm lost for words. Like I don't know how to explain it, but I'm like, leave SOCOM on PlayStation only and let Gears of War and Halo be on Xbox. I'm like, now I think Steam should make their own console, leave it to Steam games. I don't understand.
I don't even want.
That's what
So
it gets me.
I remember we talked about this in another
Yeah.
stream months ago,
Yeah.
and I was saying that there should be a console. Somebody should invest in making a console that's basically like a PC,
Yeah.
but it has the interface of a console to make it easier for people who don't know PC and don't want to learn it.
Yeah.
And then instead of it being strictly for Steam, it could be a device that can be compatible with Steam, compatible with Epic, compatible. That way, you're not restricted to what these companies do. If there was an alternative like that, it would actually force Microsoft, Sony, and Nintendo to stop playing games, because that would be the ultimate like freedom. You basically remove the middleman or the elephant in the room, which is the knowledge required to be able to play on PC properly. You made it easy for people, and now they have access to all those games and all those emulators or whatever, without having to go through a person like Steam, or without having to go through like Epic or like through Sony. So if there's some woke shit, they have the freedom of avoiding it, but they'll still be able to play those games that they want to play.
Mhm.
That would be the ultimate player freedom, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But you know what the other thing
Yeah.
is?
Big time.
There's two, all right, set of people that make games, right? So we have Nintendo. Nintendo, especially in the 90s, had the original people, Shigeru Miyamoto, I forgot the other guy's name. I think Iwata. Yeah, Iwata, and all those other people. What they do? They stay overnight and work until this game is complete. Shigeru had to give up hanging out with his friends so he can make Mario. And Iwata, he just showed up and helped with the development of the first Smash Brothers, especially with the coding. Took the time out of his weekend just to make sure that game works. And then
He helped with
they
Pokemon.
Nintendo have
Yeah.
people that work now with Xbox.
Welcome to Japan, baby.
Microsoft, right? But with Microsoft, one of the things that somebody told me about how Microsoft does their hiring practices with their HR, they like to pick lazy people, because the thing is, their logic is, which kind of works, is that people that are very lazy want to make things efficient. And of course, Microsoft is pretty efficient, even though there's some little micro things that is a little annoying, but they made OSs that actually work year in, year out, right?
Efficient
But
but disappointing
yeah,
people. maybe.
That's what, like,
Yeah.
before you continue, I'm not going to interrupt you too long. I agree with you to an extent, but Microsoft are not efficient, bro. If you look at Windows and how Windows functions and the way they update shit, how they try to force you to do a bunch of shit and get a bunch of services that they really, on mostly any other platform, is just one service. When you look at Microsoft's interface on Xbox, like, that shit is not efficient, bro. Not at all. But I get what you're saying. You mean like business wise, they are
Well,
efficient.
dang.
Efficient business wise, but like when it
Dang.
comes to like technical shit, I don't find them I don't find them efficient at all.
Well, that's like I said, that's a micro thing. I didn't say they're perfect. I'm just saying
Yeah,
it's a
yeah.
micro
No,
thing.
I
And
get what you're
of
saying. I
course,
just wanted to add that in there because like I use a lot of Microsoft products and Microsoft because my PC, I do animation or whatever. And Microsoft is not efficient, bro. They like, all right, I'll give you an example. On PlayStation 5, you press a button, record footage, boom, put in your USB, download it. On Xbox, you need to have it set to this setting. If you need to set it to your OneDrive and then back to your email, then download it. They make everything multiple steps to sell you multiple services, which I hate about Microsoft.
right. But the other thing is, Fortune 500 companies, Fortune 500 companies, governments, all these other entities, you still use Microsoft. And ironically, they use the old ones. If you go to the bank and just kind of take a little gander, you see they actually use the old Microsoft OSs. They're not using
Yeah.
Linux. They're not using all this kind of stuff.
Well,
I mean,
Linux isn't
even
Microsoft. Linux is different, but yeah, I know what you mean.
yeah. But I mean, they're not using any alternative kind of operating system or even Apple because
it has that icon system. It has that icon system where you don't need to, like with Linux, you actually need to know something about computers to use them properly. While Microsoft, their shit is brain dead. But it's like, that's the argument of simplicity versus, complex. Like, how do I put it? Like, even though it's easy to access because you have everything, it has like an icon system where you just click on your icons and make everything work, unlike Linux, which is a little more complicated. It's easier to use, but it's more complicated and convoluted because they have more services and more things tied together.
Oh yeah, yeah. And the other thing is about the Microsoft is that the double edge, even though that is a double-edged sword, because even though they make operating systems that is very user friendly for a lot of people, but of course, like the points you were saying about the particular issues like the updated and working with other software and all this kind of stuff, that's the double-edged sword. They have lazy people make very efficient stuff, but at the same time, there's a bunch of bugs. But when you have people like Nintendo, it was a rarity to have bugs in the game. You had to play for hours before something bad happens on a Super Nintendo or even a regular old Nintendo game. But now with these new games, they're run by a bunch of lazy people. And the ironic thing is, with these DEI hires, you have a bunch of lazy, weak-minded people that don't want to
No work
stay
ethic.
all night
No work
and
ethic.
work on the thing to make sure it works. And also, you have more complex systems. And now they have all these different artificial intelligence systems and all these advanced chips, and everything is being more compact and more, hyper efficient. And then all of a sudden, you have the two contrasts. It's like the thing I told you about. They have to upscale the game systems, but people's income is decreasing. And it's like, this is like the other contrast where you have technology again being elevated to the point of, talking about AI and quantum computers are theorizing, communicating with alternate dimensions.
Well, AI is going to make people dumber.
But that's the thing, though. Even though
AI ultimately is going to make people dumber.
That's the thing. I was saying the contrast. It's like you have this quantum computers and all these advanced new space age stuff, but you have the opposite where you have DEI hires that want to go around and say, "Listen, I want to work for 5 hours a day, but I want to get paid like I've been working for 15." Because I have mocha latte and all this. Like, okay, I'm not sure what you think about Gundam, but those videos with the people working in these tech jobs, especially these ladies walking around talking about, oh, I want to the first thing I do is I get my foot massage, and the next thing I do, I eat this and that, and the next thing we chat with our friends, right? Remember those videos?
We talk about our
you should see those
periods.
videos. Oh man, those things are funny because it's like you have so many just very
well, it's a lack of work ethic, bro. That's what it is. It's just a lack of work ethic. If you're a lazy DI fucking hire, and you're not even the cream of the crop in your field, you're being hired because of racial or gender orientation reasons. You're not even the top of your class, because I'm not saying that you couldn't be, but if you're being hired for that reason, there could be somebody better than you with slightly better scores, and you're not getting hired because you fit whatever check box you need to check. So when you have a system like that and then when you're counting for like AI doing so much now, like people are going to become dumbed down, because if the more technology does for a person, the more they forget how to do the thing at its base level that is like key. Like, for example, I'm giving an example of what I'm talking about. Like, artists now do digital art, right? Digital art is fine. It looks nice. It can look beautiful. But the art of painting, like with like brush strokes, that's going to keep whittling down until barely anybody does it anymore. And that's going to be a lost art form. There's so many things that were like lost art forms because technology replaced them. With something like AI that basically can do everything for you, I can have any problem and write it in AI, and AI can come up with some solution that's ultimately going to weaken people's ability to think and
It's going to lower their abstract thinking over time because they're not going to have to do it anymore. It's like writing. So many people have bad handwriting because people don't have to write on paper anymore as much. Everything's digital, everything's typed. So that's kind of like universal with technology in general. And I think that with AI and with gaming, it's going to definitely get worse because of it. I remember in the last podcast, I was saying, like, if people think gamers, developers are lazy now with over reliance on the game engines, wait until AI kicks in, right? And the
Yeah.
AI becomes more popular. That's going to make games even more like, it's going to lower the quality even more. So with Microsoft and Nintendo and all these companies, it's like, yeah, you had the people at Nintendo, they had their work ethic where they're willing to stay up all night and work. They were really willing to sacrifice time with their families. Those are the innovators of fields, right? Like, for example, like with my own work, like if I'm animating something, sometimes I'm up like all night doing something. A lot of people aren't willing to do that. So it makes sense that the quality is better, but in some sense because of that. But I think like Microsoft as a whole, like they know Nintendo as a whole know who they are, and they're trying to retain that identity where like Microsoft and Sony have always been like all over the place in comparison.
Right. And the other thing is about Nintendo is that Nintendo want the stuff to come out, right? So what did they do? They asked Harada to help them make the Smash Ultimate, and they wanted something to work. And of course, they didn't have Iwata anymore. And it's just like, who's the next guy to do the job? Harada. And it's kind of just a quick thing. Did you hear about the thing about Harada and Tekken and Dead or Alive rivalry in the 90s? Anybody?
No, I'm not aware of it.
Oh
I
yeah,
know
yeah.
of the rivalry. I don't know what he said about it.
Right.
Yeah,
It's just
me either.
it's just kind of interesting how people behave and stuff like that, and just like overall just like business, and how very cutthroat, not really cutthroat, just more like people were passionate about doing their work, and also just very focused and locked in. And the thing about AI and humans is that what probably has to be done is the AI is not going anywhere. People put way too much money in it. I mean, think about this for a moment. We have 3D movies, right? Left and right. All those 3D movies. If 3D, especially with Toy Story, was not something that made its mark, then we would have seen all those 3D movies 2D, right? And the thing is, 2D is not completely dead, but Japan is carrying the torch. But ironically, even though Japan is carrying the torch, that stuff is killing their people, like literally, sending them 6 feet under. You have even recently now with the creator of One Piece, he's having some kind of health issues. And there was this other thing where if people don't have regular 6 hour or more sleep, the brain does not have the opportunity to wash out certain proteins that produces Alzheimer's, right? So you could stay up all night, day in and day out, but it's going to reach to a point where that's going to pay, you're going to pay for it at the end. So the whole culture has to embrace pretty much like cybernetics. Don't let the AI do everything, but at the same time, it's like, um, if you need help, and make sure that you could be able to take care of your body and mind, then just kind of embrace it. Just kind of work with it, but not let it do everything.
But
Because if you let it do
that's not what's gonna
everything,
happen, bro. They're gonna
Yeah.
have AI do it. They're gonna have AI do everything. People can't even tolerate fucking drawing anymore. They need to like have they're like, it's not so simple, bro. If you have something that can easily be abused, they will abuse it. People will 100% abuse it. If corporations could have 2 artists instead of employing 30 and have the rest of the 28 artists be AI, they will do it because it's
right,
cheaper and it's more efficient. But there's a thing of art
that it's different than everything else, and I include gaming in that. When you look at the Statue of David, for example, the Statue of David is very impressive, not only because the fidelity and realism that it has, but because it was made by human hands, a human chiseled stone to look like that. If I 3D printed 100 statues of David's, it would become meaningless because the purity of it would be gone. The work that went behind it would be gone. You wouldn't be able to appreciate the beauty because it was systemically produced with minimal effort and passion. And you see that that's what's going to happen with gaming. That's what's happening with gaming now, actually, even without AI.
Yeah, but at the
So
same time,
so
we got Japan
so, but
University.
listen. Look at all these animes that come out now. Look at all these animations that come out now, and then look at Ghost in the Shell, and then think about the fact that Ghost in the Shell was primarily hand drawn, and that's why Ghost in the Shell will always be iconic. Where a lot of these modern animes, a lot of these modern movies will be forgotten. So there's something to be said about working hard, and I think that part of working hard is knowing and saying, "Hey, all right, I've done 8-hour shifts, I've done 10-hour shifts. All right, I need a break now," and then respecting yourself and taking that break. I think that's really all that's necessary, because when you over rely on AI and technology to do the work for you, you end up with games like that. Like, for example, with games that are made with Unreal Engine 5, where they all kind of have like the same thing going on. You end up with like certain things that become so homogenous that they become pointless or oversaturated. That's the same thing with art, because AI art is so accessible. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry thinks, all right, I can make my own fake ass Naruto comic because I can have AI do everything. But then they forget that a billion other people are going to do that same thing, and it's going to oversaturate that market because the ease of entry. And that's what's going to happen, bro. Like, ultimately, working hard and being diligent and making a sacrifice will usually lead to a sharper, crisp, and more unique product than relying on the technology itself to do all the work for you. That's why if you look at PS1 games, despite the limitation on technology, they were able to push the bar and actually make games that really stand out for the era. If look at
I
Doom,
think
for example,
the
Doom
what do you
wouldn't
call it?
exist.
Crash Bandicoot, the developers of Crash Bandicoot, they had to like reverse engineer a PlayStation in order to make it work properly.
I
Oh
believe
yeah,
it.
yeah, that too. That's true. That's true. But here's the other problem though. So Japan, there was a university in Japan that invested a multi-million dollar AI to identify pirated animes and mangas, right? So here's the irony of all of this, the totality of effort, right? So now, if you want to make this as a hobby and a passion project, that's good for you. That's all good. But here's the problem. Now, you're going to work with a team of people. You're going to have funding from a music company because, if you're making an anime, most animes now are funded by music companies. That's why they have all these pop songs in the intros, right? And the
Yeah.
end of the song. I mean,
Well,
end,
they've
yeah,
had that for
end credits.
a long time. They've been doing that since the 80s, even.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's how they do it, right? So you got the funding from there. You can't get the funding from yourself, right? So you put all these things out like Redline and the Animatrix and all these other avant-garde, passion projects. But at the same time, it's like, all right, you still have to make money. And you got those people working day in and day out. They're getting nervous breakdowns, they're getting sick and all this kind of stuff. And all these big corporal people are telling these artists to work like dogs. And then, of course, you got the audience asking for higher tier quality art, even though me, you, Revenant, and all the, other quote unquote old heads, we enjoyed what we got with Akira, Ghost in the Shell, right? But when it compares to some of the new stuff, of course, some of the new stuff had some slightly better techniques and little technology added to it, but at the same time they made something and they complete it. But now with these new people, push out more, you got to work, you got these people dropping like
Well,
flies.
that's
and
a
then
that's a
and then
problem with the
hold up,
corporations,
hold up.
though.
Yeah, but you got the slave labor, issue, and then you have the piracy issue. Now of course
But
piracy is not
that's a
completely
corporate issue.
destroying it. Yeah, but piracy is not completely destroying these industries. But at the same time, just imagine if the big companies and government didn't do anything about it. You know, nobody would buy anything. And I feel like it's like, okay, what can we do to respect the artists that put the effort into it and they're trying to make a living? And of course, you got these people living in cubicles, not, how, like a small little apartment like we have in stateside. These people are living in, you know, sardine boxes. I mean, all right, it's a hot take, but it's just like, we have to accept the fact that um people, the talent is the ones that's making the stuff. Like I said, with Sakurai, Shigeru Miyamoto, Iwata, all these people, they were the ones that make the stuff. But if we don't do things to ensure that the talents are respected, as
And again,
creators, and they
that's a
can make a
corporate
living.
problem. That's a
Yeah,
corporate
but
problem, though. Like that's what I'm saying. It's not a problem of technology or work ethic. It's a corporate problem. Like, all right, let me put it this way: if you I'll use the gaming example because that's what we were talking about. If you announce a game,
they're not safe for
if
me.
you
I'm
if
just
you
letting you know. I'm not just letting you know they're not safe.
well listen. Let's say you're playing a game that's 5 years. That's they're announcing a game 7 years in advance. They're announcing a game they haven't even started working on yet. That creates a culture where now you're pushing people and rushing them to put out a game because you announced it too early to generate hype so that you can make money off the game further down the line. That whole cycle is fucking retarded. The fact that that's a thing that creates a culture like that is dumb. The reason why these people are being pressured is because the corporate heads are trying to shove the product out as fast as possible. That's not a problem of the people's working hard. That's a problem of the corporation trying to push out the content as quick as possible because they have no patience and just want the return immediately. They want the immediate return gratification of making that product.
Can I add to what you're? Can I add to what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, so to add to your point, a lot of the higher ups in these companies, they want a certain game out at a certain time, so that way when it comes to the fiscal year earnings calls, they can report on whatever game it was, how much is sold, or how many games they put out within that year, within that time frame. So a lot of
Exactly.
times, that's why a lot of times you hear like, this game was rushed out for whatever reason, so that way they can add it to their earnings call.
Exactly. And back in the day with Nintendo and Japan and all those things, back in the day, these guys were literal otakus, literal guys that wanted to work those hours. They wanted to make sure the thing was perfect. That's not enforcing crunch time. So I get what I get what you're saying, but that's not a problem of technology versus hard work. That's bad, terrible corporate management decision making versus what we were talking about before with like technology and whatnot. Like, if a corporation if you're making a game, if I'm making a game and I want it to be the best that it can be, I'm gonna moderately have my employees make the game at a good pace, even though they're being paid. That's why you have specific contracts. Like you're getting paid for the hours that you work. You're getting paid for the time that it takes to make the game. Why the hell am I going to announce a game 10 years in advance and then, or 3 years in advance or a year in advance and say, hey, it's coming out in February of this quarter fiscal year when I haven't even started the game yet? That's fucking dumb. That's dumb corporate culture. That has nothing to do with hard work because an indie developer will be willing to spend all that time making the game. But at the same time, since they're not forced by corporations to meet certain deadlines, they can say, hey, all right, we'll take a break for a few weeks and then return to the game. You're not going to see that you're not going to see that from a Microsoft or a Sony because again, they're functioning in a specific way that's antithetical to what they're trying to do. I mean, these are the same companies that are like, again, making the same mistake over and over again with the woke shit and then still thinking that it's going to make them money. So I get what you're getting at. It is logical. It is true to a degree, but it's also not a product of these guys working hard versus technology because all that's going to happen is they're going to adopt AI and they're just going to use it to A, replace jobs, and B, to do most of the work for them. Because unfortunately, if something's too easy, people are going to abuse it in the end of the day. And that's what we're going to see with gaming. And I think that this is like the beginning of that. And I hope that with the DEI stuff and Trump and what he's trying to do is going to undo some of that and increase the quality because they're going to be forced to hire people that are actually competent. adults and that are competent and they have work ethic, right? Because if I'm making something, bro, listen, my like even if it's limited with my skill and ability, if I'm making something, I'm putting my all into it because I give a shit about it. And this is going to force companies to put their money where their mouth is. So circling back to Nintendo and Microsoft, which is the point of all this, of the entire like runaround that we did,
And PlayStation.
it's like if Microsoft does this, it might be the best thing that they could do for their own sanity and for gaming as a whole. Because even though it sucks to see Microsoft go that way, it's not the same Microsoft that we had before. They're a husk now. And if making games is easier than having all these like having to pay all these employees for the Microsoft Xbox divisions to do all these things, if that saves them money and kind of gets a little bit of the corporate middleman out, then you'll probably get better games out of them with less investment, less stakes, and that'll make the games better because they'll be able to make what they really want as a game publisher, a game developer, as opposed to a console developer. So that's my opinion on it.
Yeah, but if indie people were smart and they want to go for the juggler, right? They would utilize the AI because here's the thing. As much as people feel threatened by it, if you treat it as a gun, right? A 70-something-year-old woman could put rounds in a 20-something-year-old fit dude, right? Because she has an equalizer. This is a power to the people moment where if you're smart and you now have the opportunity to be a cyborg, use your talent, and then use the AI to compete against Hollywood, right? Instead of trying to figure out, oh, what kind of artist can I hire? There's all these stories about these people asking for artists to draw for them, and then what? They take the money and dip, right? Or they don't deliver. So if you become a cyborg, you most likely have a power to the people moment where you can go head to head with the big corporals. The only thing the big corporals have is distribution and marketing. But if you, as a cyborg, could use your talent with the technology, people are going to say, wait a minute, this person here makes some better stuff. I rather watch Augur than any of these The Boys or any of these shows from Netflix. And you know who Augur is, right? Represent.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Because you have the power now to tell them, hey, listen, which one do you want? Do you want this show or do you want to deal with woke nonsense? It's like for example, with PC, right? Think about PC. PC, you can pick whatever parts you want, take this, that out, whatever, play around with it, modify, do all kinds of crazy stuff with it, right? Because it's a power to the people moment, because you have the opportunity to make a system that is better than the PlayStation, right? So PCs are just, they are more than video game systems, because they give you so much more options. And that's the thing though. Now this is the point where um there's some people that are using the AI to do in between frame artwork, right? And some people might not like that, but guess what? If you want to go toe to toe with the big dogs and let them know that it's over for you, and let them, you know what? That's the other thing. Let them. Don't disturb a fool that's making a mistake. Napoleon Bonaparte. If they're gonna use all AI, guess what's gonna happen? The two set of people are going to take them down. There's going to be the people that straight up old school traditional artists want to do every single frame like yourself, and then there's going to be the cyborgs that we are. This is a point in history where the monoliths, the big names, are going to have to accept the fact that it's over. It's unfortunately the fire is like.
I have a question. I have a
Yes.
question.
Yes.
Do the cyborgs charge as much?
Well, that's the thing, though.
Because they're using AI, like do
Well,
do
the
they
thing is,
drop their price? Because they should.
Well, the thing is, it's more like, okay, now what I'm saying is, it is not easy trying to find a team of people to create a studio, right? Communications and whatnot, right? Like, for example, look at the old Nintendo video game covers. They just gave the guy who the artist actually said, okay, they told me a description of the character, they told me to draw it, and I just drew it, right? And then, of course, you got the world famous Mega Man cover. This wasn't this wasn't like they, you know, were working with him directly and they gave him references. He just had to guess. And of course, if you are trying to go onto some website and hire a artist, right? And then you will have to type it down because a lot of these people, they like to type things down instead of having, one-to-one chat.
Yeah.
So right now it's kind of like I said, we reached a point now that the traditional artists that do everything themselves, heck, even I do most everything myself, because with the AI, here's the thing about people. Here's the thing about AI. This is what I'm going to tell you. So I was playing around with it, trying to figure out how to do this and that, right? There's this thing where you like put a picture, you put two references, and you try to get the in-between framework. Sometimes it works, but most of the time it doesn't work, right? So even
Currently, yeah.
though I kind of support the idea of the union of man and machine, but at the same time, for me personally, I rather still take my Cintiq tablet and get drawing. That's what I'd rather.
Here's the thing, bro. Look, and again, I'm gonna address what I mean here. If
We don't
you
need
have
Hollywood.
so if you have the talent, right? Like if you had the talent to do something, you don't need AI. If I had money to support this, if I had money to support a goal, like let's say I wanted to hire additional animators and I had money to do it, I wouldn't need AI. I don't need AI because I know this. I have the skill of knowing how to animate. So anyone who's using AI that's not a corporation is going to end up making up for a skill that they lack. So my point is
They
that
probably have
there
kids.
are
They have
they
it. They
are,
probably have kids. They probably have a wife, and they're just like, "What am I
and
going to do? Am I going to
but
spend 20 hours on this
that's
drawing that
that's the
probably
part
won't work?
that's
Or I'm
part of
going
the
to tell my
game
kids
though.
beat it."
Because if you don't put in the works and make the thing perfect, right? Because like for example, if you have a wife and kids, your wife is gonna love you when you have those millions of dollars that allows her to live more comfortably, right? And your kids, as part of working and sacrifices for your kids. But again, they're not even exclusive to each other. You can be a good artist and have a good workflow and not need AI. AI ultimately is a crutch for people that do not know how to do things, thus they need the AI to do it for them. So if you have a team of people that know what they to do, but they know how to do certain things in their individual fields, then when you come together and bring those people together, you're going to produce a good product. If you don't have certain skills and you use AI, you're going to be smacking things together that don't match. They don't even match up. A lot of AI art versus people that don't have those skills. When I see stuff like that on Instagram, you could tell that it's a mishmash of like different worlds that don't combine together properly. So in the end of the day, like when it comes to AI doing things, yes, you could use it as a tool. I use AI for a specific reason. Do you guys care to know what it is?
Backgrounds?
No, not even. I don't use that AI for art. I use it for a different reason. You know what I use AI for? I use AI when I'm practicing. I'm trying to learn languages like Russian, and I use it to practice talking Russian to the AI because the AI is a language model, so it allows me to practice. That's an ethical use of it, in my opinion, right?
Yeah, that's a good use.
But that's a good use of it, in my opinion. But in the end of the day, if I had access to a language teacher, it would not only be better because the person will be able to directly interact with me and correct my pronunciation, but if I had access to that, I wouldn't need the AI to begin with. So the AI is only a byproduct of me not having a person with that skill to do that thing. But if I had a person with that skill to do the thing, it would be better because a human is doing it. That's why I don't believe that the AI thing is going to be better for creators, because all it's going to do is have a bunch of people who don't know how to draw, don't know how to write, oversaturating the market with a shit ton of indie stuff, and all the good stuff that has soul and heart to it from people that work hard and put their effort is going to be drowned out. So I understand what you're saying, but in practice, it doesn't always work that way.
Well,
in practice, it doesn't always work like that.
Well, we do have something like that because here's the thing. Like for example, if you were to, I used to do watercolor coloring, right? And I participated in one of those local competitions, and I got second place, right?
Nice.
And so when I was doing watercoloring, of course, you gotta add a light coat of water onto the canvas, and then you have to go and paint every single stroke and whatnot, right?
Mhm.
With a software like Paint Shop Pro or whatever, new thing people using.
Critter,
What do
whatever.
you do?
Yeah.
You just use the fill brush, right? Boom, fill brush, everything,
Mhm.
fill brush here, there, everywhere. Your mama, your car, your dog, everything, fill brush, right? So
Okay.
that is already in a way a low level
But they're
form of
not the same,
artificial
bro.
intelligence.
But they're
Oh,
not the same, bro. They're not the
no,
same.
no, but here's the other.
That's
No, but here's
different
the
than
other thing
saying
too.
that's different from
No, but
writing a
here's the other thing
prompt.
though. You
You write
have
a prompt and you say draw you write a prompt and say you're trying that's the difference between me drawing a lake with a digital tool is different than me saying AI create an image of a lake and it produces the image of a lake. They're not the same, bro. They don't even equate to each other. A more
listen,
reasonable
listen.
use of it, a more reasonable use would be like if I wrote a script and I had a bunch of like typos and I tell the AI keep my script as it is, but correct the typos. That would be more ethical than saying, and then in the example of using a digital tool because you're just using a tool to create the thing yourself. You're still using your own creativity to create it versus writing a prompt that's doing all of the work for you. Those are not the same thing. They're night and day, bro. Like
Yeah, but
totally different.
the same time, you could be making a cartoon that took you years, and then all of a sudden you see it on Pirate Bay. Have you ever seen a person went through stroke?
Wait. Did you say I didn't hear you?
Did you ever seen a person go through
No,
stroke?
before that, I didn't hear that part.
Let's go back again. Imagine if you took 5 years, right?
Mhm.
There was this, you know what? There's this cartoon that took almost 20 years because the person that was running it was
Mhm.
a eccentric, irrational person, right? It
Okay.
was something called the cobbler, and it was something else, right?
Okay.
Something with a cobbler, right? A person that makes shoes, pretty much.
Yeah. I know what a cobbler is.
Right, right,
Yeah.
right. So that's just for the people that are not aware of it. So
Mhm.
there's this cartoon that took like decades to make, and it took so long that the person that made the head of it, who wanted this thing to be made,
Mhm.
he didn't live to see it finish. That's how long it took.
Okay.
And then the movie eventually failed.
I
So,
mean, it
and the other
happens,
thing
bro.
is, yeah, but here's the other thing too. Like I said about the Japanese, you got people dropping left and right. All of it is health.
But
Most
they
of the
don't
time, I should
have
say
to,
most of the
bro.
time, the
But
top
they don't
guys,
have to. They don't have to.
the top guys are
Mhm.
leaving because of health issues, not because of money, not because people are not liking it. People still love it, but you got health problems. I'm sorry to
That's
tell
the
you this,
some
but have
people
you ever seen? No,
sacrifice
no, I'm asking you. Have you ever seen somebody with stroke? Got a
with a
stroke? Have you ever
that
seen
had
it?
a stroke. Yeah, of course,
Of course, right.
of course.
So
But all right, if you're having a stroke,
we can't afford to do this anymore.
bro,
I'm
that doesn't
I don't
that's I'm sorry.
I don't feel
I'm
that I
sorry,
don't
but
like it.
that's not like that doesn't equate for me because again, it comes down to common sense and your ability to manage what you're doing versus your personal life and knowing when you need rest. Being a person who did for every person that had a stroke due to old age, people have strokes they are perfectly healthy for no reason. People just get older and have strokes or their diet is poor. There's so many factors that play into that. Like people are not going to be like even a person who made a project. If you spent 20 years making a project because you loved it and that was your passion and you wanted it to be perfect, I admire that because he wanted to make what he wanted to make. But that's like also the insane extreme of somebody who's an absolute perfectionist that's kind of irrational. Most normal people are not going to go that far. They're going to just want to make their thing the way it is. I don't think that they don't justify each other. That's not a justification for saying, oh, let's use AI to make things faster, because not everyone who doesn't use AI is going to put that much investment and time into doing that project. So I get what you're saying, bro, but like again, they don't reconcile with each other. Those two things, they're not necessary.
But at the end of the
One
day,
doesn't equal the
let's be
other.
honest, at the end of the day, there's always going to be people like you and there's always going to be people that want to keep it real 100%. And as bad as it may seem right now, and it may seem like AI is this unstoppable force, there's going to be a group of people that put two and two together and realize, you know what, I want people to keep it real. So, like I said, I I accept the fact that the machine is the inevitable, but in a certain aspects, at the same time, there's always going to be people that want to do the thing from the beginning to the end. So, to all the people that want to do that, just take care of yourselves and keep it up, and don't let the machine scare you. Just keep it up. Just
It's
keep
not. It's not about being. It's not about being afraid of machines, bro. It's just a logical conclusion that it will be abused by corporations. So you might as well make what you want to make, bro. It has nothing to do with telling people what to do. It's not saying that AI is evil. I'm just telling you a fact that if you have something that can do all the work for you, these people, not only will civilians abuse it, but corporations will abuse it. It will oversaturate the market. I saw a comment about human artists, real artists will make human AI art. Bro, it's a prompt based system. If you're not having a hand in actually drawing and creating the thing, it's the AI doing the work for you. Like, this is what an example of AI being used ethically is, but no one's going to use it this way. I'm animating and some of the lines are wonky. The AI correcting the lines to be like more like to fix the curvature or to fix some like wonky lines. That's a decent use of AI, but people are not going to do that, bro. They're going to have the AI do all of the work for them. AI in itself is not evil. It's just a tool. But again, it's a tool that inevitably will be abused. It's not about being afraid of it. It's just accepting the reality of that happening. And that's going to lead to oversaturation of the art as a market in general. It's just going to happen, bro. Like, excuse me, it's a little cold in here. That's why I'm saying that, like, I get it, but I think that common sense and being a rational person is ultimately more important than saying like, all right, I'm going to go crazy spending 20 years making a project or something like that. Like, most people aren't going to do that, and you don't need AI. You don't need AI to streamline the process for indie creators, because indie creators were doing it for years, of their own. Yes, you have other people working in the fields, you have helpers and shit like that, but in the end of the day, it's strongly a human component, and the tools are just that, they're tools. Using something to do all the work for you is not a tool. That's it doing the thing for you. Those are not the same thing, bro. And I think that that's the important distinction to make with AI in general.
And if people want to use total AI and people pick up on it and laugh, they deserve to laugh.
Look, if people,
Aside from that,
if they
okay,
want to, it's fine. If they want to, look, for the record, anyone who wants to use AIs to do everything, that's fine. I'm just saying what the reality is. If you think that because you have access to AI art, that using that to do all the work for you is going to mean you're going to make all this big money, then you're mistaken, bro. Most people don't realize that they're absolutely mistaken if they think that's going to be the thing that takes them to that level. If you don't already have if the talent isn't already there, you're not going to make up for talent by abusing technology.
well, my thing is like I said, the total AI thing, I'm not cool with it. But if you want to be a cyborg and want to spend more time with your kids, okay, that's fine. But aside from that, okay, let's see here. We're gonna do a rapid fire thing. All right, here we go. Boom. Ubisoft closes as Star Wars Outlaw Studio. Well, it was going to happen. BioWare layoffs. I feel like an old person right now. I'm not remembering what BioWare makes. If they got laid off, that's a thing. WWE 2K25. I don't remember buying a wrestling game like ever actually.
BioWare made Mass Effect and Dragon Age, I believe.
Okay, those kind of games. Well, yeah. It was the inevitable, especially the trash that they made. So they deserved it. Let's see what else we have here. So, like I said, WWE 2K25. Not too sure. Like I said, I don't really play too many wrestling games.
Mhm.
And Xbox on PlayStation and Nintendo. Well, this was the inevitable because the inevitable was games are getting too expensive and people are getting way too much poorer, and they just have to deny exclusivity. And that's my rapid fire. Boom.
All right, sweet. So you know what? On that note, did everyone get to talk about WWE? Because I know me and you went on a bit about the AI. Everybody kind of gave their opinions, right?
Yeah,
About
they-
what the-
everyone talks about everything.
all right, so I think it's good
yeah.
now. That was the final subject, right? So we should probably close out now because we've been on for like almost 5 hours now. So
Yes, very long.
I think it'll be a good time to end it.
I think we talk about the Royal Rumble. I think we should talk about Jey Uso winning.
All right, it's horrible. Jey Uso fucking sucks. This is an abomination against God, and WWE will be punished by divine intervention. All right.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
He's not a very good singles wrestler. He's not a very good singles wrestler at all.
No, he's not. He's not. His mic. You know what?
Worst
His mic skills
ever.
Yeah, it was bad. The mic skills are just
Worse
not
than
there,
Rio.
bro. Pretty much.
Rio did.
I forgot he won until Rev told me earlier. I totally forgot he won.
And then they sent him on like a who did he fight against at WrestleMania? Do we even remember?
I don't
Edge,
remember.
right?
He won the title, didn't he win it? Didn't he win the belt?
No, Edge retained, and then he retired the next night or something.
Oh, okay, because his neck injury, right?
Something like that. Yeah,
Yeah.
and they were set to have like a ladder match, but then they replaced Christian. And I think Christian won the title then, if I remember correctly.
Look, I feel like WWE, call it crazy, and it's gonna sound messed up. I think WWE is doing ESG bullshit. Because there's no way you push Jey Uso as like the main guy. Like, come on, like this guy sucks. Like, I mean, it's not even, again, it has nothing to do with like, you know, his race or anything. I just think it's weird because then they have like guys like Bobby Lashley. They had guys like Shelton Benjamin. They had all these people in history. They never gave him a title. And then Jey whack-ass Uso, like, and then he had a WrestleMania match with his brother and no one cared. The internet, no one was reacting to it. I don't get how this guy is.
Who's part owner of the company?
In this spot? The Rock. Yeah, I know that's why.
Oh, yeah,
I know it's
Rock,
nepotism. Yeah. It's the same reason why Ava is in NXT. She looks weird, can't talk, can't wrestle, but yeah, she's somehow still employed. Make it make sense. So that's the benefit of being the Rock's daughter. So I don't know, man. Like, it's messed up. Like Jey Uso, who wants him as champ? Honestly, like, he's just bad. He's really bad.
Straight up nepotism, ESG. Also, the other thing is with the with wrestling in general, WWE, they had a corporate hostile takeover pretty much. McMahon, you know, he's out of there. So a lot of when the top head goes in any company, everything changes.
Yeah,
everything changes, and it's unfortunate they're trying to do these new things. And are they still trying to do that Netflix thing, or are they still
What thing?
Netflix?
They did it. They already did it.
Raw's on
They
there,
did it.
and they have. I think they shut down the network because that was available like around the world. While Peacock, I think, is only in America, I believe.
Yep, that's right.
So now Netflix, you get the all the pay-per-views and whatnot on there if you're outside of America.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much, yeah. That's right on the money.
And I think they went down like a couple of million for views as far as like watching.
Yeah. After the first episode on Netflix.
After Hogan.
Netflix is a terrible. That's a terrible platform to have wrestling on. I can't imagine
really
that like a lot of wrestling fans are like
too.
on Netflix. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I think WWE
you pay almost $20 just to watch fucking Raw when it's not even like hot like it used to be. So I don't know.
Were there any good surprise entries into the Rumble this year, or was it literally just?
I don't think so. Right? Was there any? I know Trish appeared in the female Rumble, but I don't think any like.
Jordan Grace came out again.
But what about the men's Rumble?
AJ Styles came back.
That's not really like, but he's kind of a contemporary guy still.
Yeah.
I Show Speed came. I mean, no one cares.
Oh, okay.
At least Speed said.
That's right. There was this thing where it's like Speed, please come to the Royal Rumble.
Oh yes, Triple H like Speed, you gotta go. Speed, and it's so lame because they had Carmelo Hayes just like clock. What's his name? Tozawa in the back of the head, like any other thing. He's down like he fucking like they shot him or something. They bring him to the back. He's sitting down. Triple's like, Tozawa, are you okay? And he looks like all glassed eyed. I'm like, you could tell me this guy just got like fucking like is incapable to do anything after like one hit from Camilla Hayes.
You had to sound
And
like
then
Kurt Hennig.
Triple H's like, Speed, you gotta go out. You gotta go out. You gotta go out there. You gotta take the place. Or whatever.
ISO
It's
Speed.
terrible. It was
Speed,
terrible.
Yeah,
please,
let's be honest.
terrible Royal Rumble.
Maybe
Let's
maybe
be honest.
maybe we're just aging out of it, Revenue. Maybe we're just aging out of this generation of wrestling.
I think so.
No. I show Speed and
It's
Kaisen and
worse
all
for
these
new
people, they're
generation.
plants. All right, they're plants. I don't get why they're so popular, but they're plants. And as soon as that's the other thing that kind of made me broke away from the wrestling thing. As soon as I saw, I mean, okay, who was it? Logan Paul or one of those
Yeah,
dickheads?
it was Logan Paul. Yeah.
Yeah, Logan
right?
Paul. Yeah.
Logan, right? Okay, so yeah, he probably might be able to do the whole wrestling thing because they have all kinds of people and whatever, right? But you know, as soon as I saw I Show Speed, I said, you know what, I'm gonna dip. I really, really did not want to see that because it's just like, you got this guy that says things that would have the average person cancel in a heartbeat, right? Do things that would have people cancel in a heartbeat. And then of course you have this the idea of not to sound DI woke talk, but just seeing the idea of people propping up a black man, getting on his knees and barking like a dog, you
The
know,
hell?
and multiple times. It's kind of like, I don't know, that sounds like some suspect stuff. Like, oh, this is supposed to be a good thing, and it's just like, and not just that. It's like you know how Jackass was kind of organized, where it's like, you know, just a group of people just doing dumb stuff, right? And sometimes they do it in public, but for him, for whatever reason, it kind of seems like, I don't know, some kind of weird social engineering, condition, psychological conditioning that they're not supposed to be respected or whatever, right? Because I really felt like there's so many young people of different race and ethnicity out there, and then you got this DEI hire shows up, and you know, he's getting all this attention, but you have people that are, you know, doing things like rescuing animals, taking care of the elderly, actually helping young people in a productive way. And then you got this son of a bitch getting, you know, elevated. You know, it's just like
Yeah.
where have we gone? This is just a plan. I'm sorry. Rant
Yeah.
over.
I mean, bro, like,
Yeah,
honestly,
I mean, we can wrap
go ahead,
things
Revenue.
up now. But
Yeah.
Y2 Viral, sorry, you came in kind of late. Because we're about to wrap things up. But of course, like as always, you're more than welcome to come on next time. But yeah. So because we've been at it for a while. We got through
Yeah,
everything
5 hours. We could wrap things up. Yeah.
pretty much. Yeah, a little longer than we intended to, but you know, it is what it
Long
is.
story short, Jey Uso sucks. It's some nepotism BS, and WWE gonna die.
Yeah, you went a little bit longer, but it was the Rumble, and we did have to address it.
Yeah. And I don't think WWE is gonna last another 20 years at this rate, but we'll see.
No.
But anyway, yeah, let's wrap things up because it has been 5 hours. Yeah, so everybody who you guys can give your outros. Maybe start with Apollo, then Burb, then OC, I guess, or Apollo, OC, then Burb, whoever.
I'll go first because it's very
Okay, no problem.
late. And,
No problem. Go ahead, do your thing.
Right.
Okay, I'm Burv. I like playing games. I like playing shooters. I like playing RTS. I like playing strategy. For everyone out there who's playing games, go forth with stout hearts and enthusiasm for the contest.
Yes. Do you have a YouTube channel or anything that you can plug? Do you have any videos?
I have no videos. I'm sorry.
Burv might start a channel. Who knows? But if he does, everyone should check it out.
Yeah. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Sure. All right, then, guys. Take it easy. And,
all right. See you, man. Thanks for coming on, and, as always.
Yeah.
Coming on, Burb.
No problem.
Great having you again.
Yeah, we talked some good wrestling today. It was pretty fun.
Pretty fun. It was a good podcast. I enjoyed this one. It was pretty entertaining.
Yeah, me too.
All right.
All right. Later, lad.
Peace.
What about OC? You want to give your outro?
Okay, OC, the CEO and founder of the Octomind video game and indie comic company, and I have a new series coming out. It is a episodic interpretation of the Octavio Camacho series coming out this Friday, and that is my plug. I don't have a link right now, but the you know what? Let me actually plug this link in, because right now
Definitely.
the thing is I am making reaching a milestone with this, because I'm just getting so many people paying attention to it and whatnot, and it's doing great. And aside from that, I also have to give credit to the show for helping out, with the recent explosion. So just if anybody wants to make anything good, just come on this show and plug your stuff in, and Reverend Japachi will make things happen. So aside from that,
Yeah.
thank you both and everybody on the show, and for being real and honest about how they feel about certain things. And y'all take care, and I'm out. Boom.
For sure.
Right.
Check out Octo Commander stuff. It's pretty entertaining stuff. And also like
Yeah,
all the
it's
links that you can. Put all your links in there, man. Put all of them if you can, so
Yeah.
people could check it out. Because
Yeah.
it's definitely interesting. I think that it's worth giving a look at.
Yeah, I agree.
And yeah, for
And it's
anyone else
good
who's,
having you on again, OC.
and anyone else who comes on here and makes stuff, if you want to plug it, you could definitely plug it. I mean, if there's
Yeah, I
more
got no
creative
problem with that,
people,
yeah.
they're putting their own work out. Like, it's good to get eyes on it. So anyone who comes
Yeah.
on, you're welcome to do that. Yeah, check out OC stuff,
Absolutely.
and yeah, hopefully you enjoy it, and give them a follow, like, and all that. And thanks for coming on, OC. We appreciate you.
No problem.
Apollo Patriot is
Yeah.
your move, brother.
All right. I'll just keep it sweet and simple. I make YouTube videos. I am very active sometimes on my community posts, and yeah, I make pretty basically base stuff. People, sometimes trying to cancel me and all that stuff. I'm like, why not? It's internet, so you gotta have thick skin. Yeah, I'm pretty base on YouTube on my channel. I mean, I do
Definitely.
things differently and all that stuff, but yeah, majority is like right now playing the Space Marine 2, Insurgency Sandstorm, all those good games. But yeah, that's what I got going. So yeah, that was pretty
Cool.
hella
Cool.
awesome. I'm out of here.
Yep.
See ya.
All right.
Das
Take it easy,
Vidania.
Apollo Patriot.
Das Vidania. But yeah,
Around.
see you later, Apollo.
Yeah.
So
Great having you on as usual.
yeah, for sure,
Real
for sure.
quick,
So thank
Christian Frady's in the backstage. We're wrapping these up, obviously. But honestly, I know you kind of came in late, but you're more than welcome to come on next time. Like I said to Y2 Viral. So just so we know.
yeah.
Like,
Definitely
someone
come
having more
on
input.
next time, and you can, like, they just,
Yeah.
we're wrapping things up. Like, we've been on for a few hours, so for sure next time come on, and we'd love to have you like usual, bro.
Yeah,
So it's been a good show. We covered a lot. Thanks for everyone who came on, everyone who gave their opinions, for offering their perspectives, agreeing or disagreeing. Same with the chat. Thanks to Melina, Neozoic,
Yep.
Beltran,
Prime,
everyone
David
who
Francisco.
Dave Francisco, Rainbow, everyone who comes on and appears on this podcast, whether it be in the chat, you're just
Latina
viewing
Parfait.
it, Latino Parfait, or you're actually on the panel. We appreciate you, and thanks again. And we hope you're having a good day. You have a good rest of your night or day wherever you are. And yeah. So as far as my outro, I'm Jinpachi. I do Arkham content. I do animation. I have like other stuff on there. My channel is kind of like, mostly a lot of it is Arkham stuff, but I do like some other things too. I have episode 2 of my show Augur will be out. More animations will be on there. So if you appreciate, I'd appreciate if you would check it out. And if not, that's fine too. So either way, if you do give it a chance, that'll be great. If not, that's fine. And thanks for having me, Revenant. As always good co-hosting. And hope you have a good rest of your night. And yep, it is what it is.
I'll try.
See ya.
All right, cool. Always great having you on as a co-host, and keeping things in check.
Oh yeah, bro. Oh yeah. All right. See ya.
Yep. So peace. So yeah, that'll do it for us. Thanks for everyone who came on, who was in the chat watching, or if you're watching the replay. The people who came on, like Apollo Patriot, Royce, Spirit of Paradox, Burv, OC, who else was there? Damn it. Who else came on? Yeah, so if am I forgetting anyone? I feel like I am.
There's a lot of people, man. I mean, you forgot maybe Rainbow.
No, he was
Rainbow
on the
Four.
panel. He was in the chat. Oh,
No,
Frostbaron came on.
you mean on the panel? Oh yeah, Frostbaron. Frostbaron. That's the other one.
Yeah. I think that's it, right?
I think so.
I think so. All right, so cool. All right, well, if I missed anyone, apologies, but thanks for coming on anyway. So hope you all had a great weekend. Thank you for the support, as always, for the videos and even this stream, and subscribing and whatnot. It's always great. So look forward to a new video this week. I'm gonna try to get it out at some point. But that's about to do it for us. So yeah, what the hell's going on with my mic? Okay, I fixed it. All right, so yeah, so we'll see you all next time. Take it easy and peace.